Brilliance Audio presents the unabridged recording of Indulgence in Death by J.D. Robb, performed by Susan Erickson. Thou shalt not covet, but tradition approves all forms of competition. Arthur Hugh Clough. It is the wretchedness of being rich that you have to live with rich people. Logan Pearsall Smith. Chapter 1. The road was a killer, hardly wider than a decent stream of spit, and snaking like a cobra between giant bushes loaded with strange flowers that resembled drops of blood. She had to remind herself that the trip had been her idea. Love was another killer. But how could she have known driving in Western Ireland meant risking life and limb at every curve? Rural Ireland, she thought, holding her breath as they zipped around the next turn on the journey of death, where the towns were barely a hiccup on the landscape, and where she was pretty damn sure the cows outnumbered the people, and the sheep outnumbered the cows. And why didn't that cause anyone concern, she wondered. Didn't people consider what could happen if armies of farm animals united in revolt? When Murder Road finally carved its way out of the blood-drop bushes, the world opened up into fields and hills, green, eerily green, against a sky stacked with clouds that couldn't decide if they wanted to rain or just sit there ominously. And she knew those dots all over the green were sheep and cows, probably discussing war strategy. She'd actually seen them hanging around those weird and, a little bit fascinating stone ruins. Towering, tumbling places that had maybe been castles or forts. A good place for armies of farm animals to plot their revolt. Maybe it was beautiful, in a hang-the-painting-on-your-wall kind of way, but it just wasn't natural. No, it was too natural, she corrected. That was the deal. Too much nature. Too much open. Even the houses, scattered over the endless landscape, insisted on decking themselves out with flowers. Everything blooming. Colors smashed against colors, shapes against shapes. She'd even seen clothes hanging on lines like executed prisoners. It was 2060, for God's sake. Didn't people out here own drying units? And speaking of that, where was all the air traffic? She'd barely spotted a handful of air trams, and not a single ad blimp lumbered overhead blasting out its hype on sales. No subway, no glide carts, no tourists blissfully providing marks for street thieves, no maxi buses farting, no rapid cab drivers cursing. God, she missed New York. She couldn't even risk driving to take her mind off it, as for some cruel, inexplicable reason, people over here insisted on driving on the wrong side of the road. Why? She was a cop, sworn to protect and serve, so she could hardly get behind the wheel on these death-trap roads where she'd probably end up mowing down innocent civilians, and maybe some farm animals while she was at it. She wondered if they'd ever get where they were going, and what the odds were of getting there in one piece. Maybe she should run some probabilities. The road narrowed again, boxed in again, and Lieutenant Eve Dallas, veteran murder cop, pursuer of psychopaths, serial killers, homicidal deviants, fought to hold back a squeal as her side of the car lightly kissed the hedges. Her husband of 2 years, and the reason she'd suggested this leg of their vacation, took his hand off the wheel to pat her thigh. Relax, Lieutenant. Watch the road! Don't look at me, look at the road! Except it's not really a road. It's a track. What are these damn bushes? And why are they here? It's fuchsia. Lovely, aren't they? They made her think of blood spatter, possibly resulting from a massacre by a battalion of farm animals. They ought to move them away from the stupid road. I imagine they were here first. Ireland wound through his voice a lot more appealingly than the road wound through the countryside. She risked a glance in his direction. He looked happy, she realized. Relaxed, happy, at ease in a thin leather jacket and T-shirt, his black hair swept back from that amazing face. Another killer. His eyes so rich a blue it made the heart ache. She remembered they'd nearly died together a few weeks before, and he'd been badly wounded. She'd thought. She could still remember that breathless instant when she'd thought she'd lost him. And here he was, alive and whole. So maybe she'd forgive him for being amused at her expense. Maybe. Besides, it was her own fault. She'd suggested they take part of their vacation, their anniversary celebration, here, so he could visit the family he'd only recently discovered. She'd been here before, after all. Of course, that trip she'd taken in a jetcopter. When he slowed as they entered what could very loosely be called a town, she breathed a little easier. "Nearly there now," he told her. "This is Chula. Sinead's farm is a few kilometers from the village." Okay, they'd made it this far. Ordering herself to settle down, she scooped a hand through her choppy cap of brown hair. "Look there. The sun's breaking through." She studied the miserly opening in the gray and the watery beam that struggled through. "Wow, the light. It's blinding." He laughed, reached out to smooth a hand over the hair she'd just ruffled. "We're out of our element, Lieutenant. Maybe it's good for us to be out of the norm now and again." She knew her norm. Death, investigation, the insanity of a city that ran instead of walked, the smells of a cop shop, the rush and the burden of command. Some of that had become Rourke's norm in the last couple years, she mused. He juggled that with his own world, which was buying, selling, owning, creating pretty much every freaking thing in the known universe. His beginnings had been as dark and ugly as hers. Dublin street rat, she thought. Thief, conniver, survivor of a brutal, murderous father. The mother he'd never known hadn't been so lucky. From that, he built an empire. Not always on the sunny side of the law. And she, copped to the bone, had fallen for him despite the shadows. Or maybe because of them. But there was more to him than either of them had known, and the more lived on a farm outside of the little village of Tula in County Clare. "We could have taken a copter from the hotel," she said to him. "I like the drive." "I know you mean that, so it makes me wonder about you, pal. We'll take a shuttle when we leave for Florence. No argument. And we'll have a candlelight dinner in our suite." He glanced toward her with that relaxed, happy smile. "The best pizza in the city. Now you're talking." It means a lot to them that we'd come like this, together, for a couple of days. "I like them," she said of his mother's family. "Sinead, the rest. Vacations are good. I just have to work myself into the mode and stop thinking about what's going on back at Central. What do people do here, anyway? They work, farm, run shops, tend homes and families, go to the pub for a pint and community. Simple doesn't mean unfulfilled." She let out a little snort. "You'd go crazy here. Oh, within a week. We're urban creatures, you and I. But I can appreciate those who make their own this way, who value and support community. Comar, he added. That's the Irish word for it. It's particular to the West Counties. There were woods now, sort of looming back from the road, and pretty, if you went for that kind of thing, stretches of fields divided by low walls of rock she imagined had been mined from the pretty fields. She recognized the house when Rourke turned. It managed to be sprawling and tidy at the same time, fronted with flowers in what Rourke had told her they called a dooryard. If buildings sent off an aura, she supposed this one would be content. Rourke's mother had grown up here before she'd run off to the bright lights of Dublin. There, young, naive, trusting, she'd fallen in love with Patrick Rourke, had borne his child, and had died trying to save that child. Now her twin sister ran the house, helped run the farm with the man she'd married, with their children and siblings, parents. The whole brood seemed to root here, in the green. Sinead stepped out of the house, telling Eve she'd been watching for them. Her gilded red hair framed her pretty face, where green eyes warmed in welcome. It wasn't the connection of blood kin that put that affection on her face, or in the arms she stretched out. It was family. Blood, Eve knew, didn't always mean warmth and welcome. Sinead caught Rourke in a solid, swaying hug, and as her murmured greeting was in Irish, Eve couldn't understand the words. But the emotion translated. This was love, open and accepting. When she turned, Eve found herself caught in the same full-on embrace. It widened her eyes, shifted her balance. Falcha abuela. Welcome home. Thanks. Come in. We're all in the kitchen or out the back. We've enough food to feed the army, we are, and thought we'd have a picnic, as you've brought such nice weather. Eve cast a glance up at the sky, and supposed there were degrees of nice weather, depending on where you stood on the planet. I'll have one of the boys fetch your bags and take them up to your room. Oh, it's good to see your faces. We're all here now. We're all home. They were fed and feted, surrounded and questioned. Eve managed the names and faces by imagining them all as suspects on a murder board, even the ones who toddled and crawled, especially the one who kept toddling over and trying to claw its way into her lap. Our Devon's a ladies' man. His mother, Maggie, laughed as she hauled him up and, in the way of some women, lodged him effortlessly on her hip. Da says you're off to Italy next. Connor and I splurged on our honeymoon and went to Venice. It was brilliant. The kid on her hip babbled something and bounced. All right, my man. Since we're having a holiday, I'm after getting him another biscuit. Would you like one? No, thanks. I'm good. A moment later, Eve felt an itch between her shoulder blades. Shifting, she saw a boy staring at her. She recognized him. The Brody family green eyes, the solar system of freckles, from when the family had come to New York the previous Thanksgiving. What's the deal? She demanded. I'm wondering if you've got your stunner. She hadn't worn the harness, but she'd strapped her clutch piece to her ankle. Old habits die hard, she supposed, just as she supposed Sinead and the rest of the females wouldn't appreciate her showing the kid the weapon at a family picnic. Why? Somebody need to go down? He grinned at that. My sister, if you wouldn't mind. What's the offense? Being a git. That should be enough. She knew the gist of the meaning from Rourke's use of the word when he lapsed into his native slang. Not in New York, Ace. The city's full of gits. I think I'll be a cop and blast the bad guys. How many have you blasted? Bloodthirsty little bastard, Eve thought. She liked him. No more than my share. Putting them in a cage is more satisfying than blasting them. Why? It lasts longer. He considered that. Well, now, I'll blast them first, then put them in a cage. When she laughed, he shot out another grin. We don't get bad guys around here, and that's a pity. Maybe I'll come to New York again, and you can show me some of yours. Maybe. That'll be frosted, he said, and bolted off. The minute he did, someone plopped down beside her and pushed a fresh pint into her hand. Seamus, she identified. Sinead's oldest son, she was pretty sure. So, how are you finding Ireland, then? We went east from New York. Green, she added when he chuckled and gave her a friendly elbow in the ribs. With lots of sheep. And good beer. Every shepherd deserves a pint of an evening. You've made my mother very happy, taking this time to come, be with family. She thinks of Rourke as hers now, in her sister's place. What you're doing for her, and for him, it matters. It doesn't take much effort to sit around and drink good beer. He patted her thigh. It's a long way to travel for a pint. Added to it, you've thrilled my boy to pieces. Sorry? My Sean, who was just here interrogating you. Oh, it's hard to figure who's whose. Sure it is. Since we visited you last year, he's given up his dream of being a space pirate in favor of being a cop and blasting bad guys for his living. He mentioned it. Truth be known, he's wishing desperately for a murder while you're about. Something gruesome and mysterious. Get a lot of those around here? He sat back, took a contemplative sip of beer. The last I recall was when old Mrs. O'Reilly broke her husband's head with a skillet when he, once again, came home pissed and smelling of another woman's perfume. I suppose it was gruesome enough, but not altogether mysterious. That would be about a dozen years back. Not much action in the area for a murder cop. Sadly for Sean, no. He likes to follow your cases, searching out tidbits on his computer. This last, the Hollow Games murder, gave him endless thrills. Oh. She glanced over to where Rourke stood with Sinead, her arm around his waist, and thought of the blade slicing into his side. We've a parental lock-on, so he can't get the juicier details. Yeah, that's probably a good thing. How bad was he hurt, my cousin? The media didn't have much on that, which is, I suppose, how he wanted it. His blood, warm, sliding through her shaking fingers. Bad enough. Seamus nodded, lips pursed as he studied Rourke. He's not at all his father's son, is he then? Not where it counts. Irish picnics, Eve discovered, went on for hours, as did the Irish summer day, and included music, dancing, and general carryings-on till well after the stars winked on. We've kept you up late. Sinead walked them upstairs, this time wrapping an arm around Eve's waist. Eve never knew exactly what to do when people looped their arms around her, unless it was combat, or Rourke. After all your travels, too, barely giving you time to unpack, and none at all to settle in. It was a nice party. It was, yes. And now my Seamus talked Rourke into going out in the field in the morning. She gave Eve a little squeeze. At the signal, Eve glanced back at Rourke. Seriously? In the field? Like farm field? I'll enjoy it. I've never driven a tractor. I hope you say the same when we're dragging you out of bed at 6:30. He hardly sleeps anyway, Eve commented. He's like a droid. Sinead laughed, opened the door to their bedroom. Well, I hope you'll be comfortable for the time you have. She looked around the room with its simple furniture, its soft colors, and white lace at the windows under the slant of the ceiling. Flowers, a charm of colors and shapes, stood in a squat pot on the dresser. If you need a thing, anything at all, I'm just down the hall. We'll be fine. Rourke turned to her, kissed her cheek. More than. I'll see you at breakfast then. Sleep well. She slipped out, shut the door. Why, Eve asked, do you want to drive a tractor? I have no idea, but it seems like the thing to do. Idly, he pulled off his shoes. I'll get out of it if you don't want to be left on your own in the morning. It's no problem for me. I plan on sleeping off a year's worth of beer anyway. He came to her, smiling, brushed a hand over her hair. A lot of people for you to deal with at one time. They're okay. At least after you figure out what they're talking about. What they talk about, a lot, is you. I'm the new element. He kissed her forehead. We're the new element, as they're fairly fascinated by my cup. He drew her in so they stood holding each other in the center of the pretty farmhouse bedroom, with the night breeze wafting through the window to stir the fragrance of the flowers through the air. It's a different life entirely here, a world away. The last murder was about 12 years ago. He drew back, shook his head, just laughed. Trust you. I didn't bring it up. Do you hear that? What? Nothing. See, it's really quiet, and it's really dark, she added with a glance at the window. Dead quiet. Dead dark. So you'd think there'd be more murders. Looking for a busman's holiday? I know what that means, even though it doesn't make any sense. And no, I'm good with the quiet. Mostly. She ran a hand up his side, laid it on the wound. Okay? Well enough. In fact, he leaned down, took her mouth with his, and let his own hand roam. Okay, hold it. That's just weird. It feels very natural to me. Your aunt's just, what is it, down the hall? You know damn well this place isn't soundproofed. You'll just have to be quiet. He gave her ribs a deliberate tickle that made her jump and yelp. Or not. Didn't I bang you already today? Twice this morning? Darling Eve, you're a pathetic romantic. He backed her toward the bed she'd already noted was less than half the size of the one at home. At least turn on the screen or something for cover noise. He brushed his lips over her cheek, his hand over the taut muscles of her ass. There's no screen in here. No screen? She nudged him away, scanned the walls. Seriously? What kind of place is this? The sort where people use bedrooms for sex and sleep, which is exactly what I have in mind. To prove it, he tumbled her onto the bed. It squeaked. What is that? Did you hear that? Is there a farm animal in here? I'm fairly certain they keep those outside. It's the bed. He tugged her shirt over her head. Testing, she lifted her hips, let them fall. Oh, for God's sake, we can't do this on a talking bed. Everybody in the house will know what's going on in here. Enjoying himself, he nuzzled at her throat. "I believe they already suspect we have sex." "Maybe, but that's different than having the bed yell out, 'Whoopee!'" Was it any wonder he adored her, he thought. Watching her face, he trailed a finger over her breast. "We'll have quiet, dignified sex." If sex is dignified, it's not being done right. There's a point. He smiled down at her, cupping her breasts now, laying his lips lightly on hers. "Look at you," he murmured, "all mine for 2 more lovely weeks. Now you're just trying to soften me up." And, softened, she reached out to comb her fingers through his hair. All hers, she thought in turn. It's good, being here. She took his shirt by the hem, drew it over his head, once again laid her palm on the healing wound. Getting here, we'll forget all about that. But being here, it's good. It's been an interesting journey altogether. I wouldn't have missed a single mile. She framed his face now, lifted until their lips met. Even the rocky ones. When he lowered to her, she drew him in and sighed. Eyes closed, she ran her hands over the good, strong muscles of his back, let the shape and scent of him seep into those places inside her that always waited, always opened, always welcomed. She turned her head, found his lips again, longer, deeper into a drift as easy and sweet as the night air. The bed gave another rusty squeak, made her laugh, then another as she shifted to him. "We should try the floor. Next time," he suggested, and made her laugh again, made her sigh again, made all those waiting, welcoming places warm. And when they curled together, sated and sleepy, she nuzzled in and said, "Whoopee." She woke in the gray, shot straight up in bed. What was that? Did you hear that? Naked, she leaped out of bed to grab the clutch piece she'd left on the little bedside table. There it is again. What language is that? From the bed, Rourke shifted. "I believe it's known as rooster." With the weapon at her side, she stared at him, slack-jawed. "Are you fucking kidding me?" "Not a bit. It's morning, more or less, and that's a cock signaling the dawn." "A cock?" "I'd say. I don't think Sinead and her man want you to stun their rooster, but I have to say, Lieutenant, you make a fascinating picture." She heaved out a breath, set her weapon down. "Jesus Christ! We may as well be on another planet." She slid back into bed. "And if your cock gets any ideas about signaling the day, remember I've got a weapon." As charming an idea as that is, I think that's my wake-up call. Though I'd rather be riding my wife instead of a tractor, they're expecting me. "Have fun." Eve rolled over and put the pillow over her head. Screaming cocks, she thought, squeezing her eyes tight. And, good God, was that a cow? Actually mooing? Just how close were those bastards to the house? She lifted the pillow an inch, squinted to assure herself her weapon was at hand. How the hell was a person supposed to sleep with all that mooing and cock-a-doodle-doing, and only God knew what else was going on out there? It was just plain creepy, that's what it was. What were they saying to each other? And why? Wasn't the window open? Maybe she should get up and... The next thing she knew, she awoke to yellow sunlight. She'd slept after all. even if she'd had an unsettling farm animal dream where they were all decked out in military fatigues. Her first thought was coffee, before she remembered where she was, and barely muttered a curse. They drank tea over here, and she didn't know how the hell she was supposed to deal with the day she had ahead of her without a hit. She dragged herself up, looked blearily around, and spotted the robe at the foot of the bed and the memo cube sitting on it. She reached for the cube, flicked it on. "Good morning, Lieutenant. In case you're still half asleep, the shower's straight down the hall to the left. Sinead says to come down for breakfast whenever you're up and about. Apparently, I'm to meet you about noon. Sinead will take you wherever we're supposed to be. Take care of my cop. No bad guys, remember?" She put on her robe, and after a moment's deliberation, stuffed her weapon in its pocket. Better on her, she decided, than left in the room. And, morning coffee, she walked down to wake herself up in the shower. Chapter 2. The bed was made and the room tidied when she finished her shower. Did they have droids? She wondered, and decided she'd been smart to take her weapon with her. If they had droids, why not an auto chef in the bedroom, one with coffee on the menu, or a screen so she could scan the international crime news to see what was happening at home? Adapt, she ordered herself as she dressed, while some species of bird went cuckoo, literally, over and over again outside the window. This wasn't New York, or even a close facsimile, and surely she was racking up good wife points every minute. She raked her fingers through her damp hair, no drying tube in the facilities, and considered herself as ready for the day as she was going to get. Halfway down the steps, she heard more singing. A pretty and bright human voice lilting away about love. And on the turn for the kitchen, she swore she caught the siren scent of coffee. Hope shimmered even as she told herself it was likely just sense memory. But the scent snagged her and drew her like a fishhook the rest of the way. Oh, thank God. She hadn't realized she'd spoken out loud until Sinead turned from the stove and smiled at her. "Good morning to you. I hope you slept well." "Great, thanks. Is that really coffee?" "It is, yes. Rourke had it sent, special, the sort you like particularly. I remembered you've a fondness for it." "It's more a desperate need. I need a strong cup of tea in the morning before I'm human." Sinead handed Eve a thick brown mug. She wore trim oatmeal-colored pants and a bright blue shirt with the sleeves cuffed at the elbows. Some sort of hinged pin scooped her hair back from her face and pinned it at the back of her head. "Have a seat. Get the gears moving." "Thanks. Really. The men are off looking at machinery, so you can have a peaceful breakfast. Rourke said you'd go for a full Irish." What we'll call a civilized portion," Sinead said with a quick grin. "Not the heaps the men manage to consume." "I'm really fine with coffee. You don't have to bother." "I'd like to bother. It pleases me. Meat's already done, so I've got it warming. It won't take but a minute or two to cook up the rest." "It's nice to have company in the kitchen," she added, as she turned back to the stove. Odd, Eve thought. Very odd to sit down and actually watch somebody cook. She imagined Somerset, Rourke's major domo, did a lot of it as he stocked the auto chefs. But hanging out in the kitchen, especially with Somerset, was on her list of top 10 nightmares. "I hear the cock woke you up." Eve choked on her coffee. "What?" Not that kind of cock. Sinead sent a sparkling look over her shoulder. Though if that's true as well, good for you. I meant the rooster. Oh, right, yeah. It does that every morning. Fair or foul, though I'm too used to it to hear him go off most days. She broke eggs into the skillet. It would be like traffic noises to you, I suppose. Just part of the world you live in. She glanced back again as food sizzled. I'm so glad you're staying another night. And we've got such a fine, bright day shining on your gift to Rourke. I thought I'd take you over there a bit early, so you could have a look before Seamus brings him. The pictures you sent gave me the gist, but it'd be good to see it firsthand. I appreciate all you did there, Sinead. It means the world to me and mine. It's more than a grand anniversary gift, Eve. Much, much more. She took a plate out of the oven, added the eggs, fried potatoes, a small half tomato. And here's brown bread fresh this morning, she said, putting the plate and a crock of butter in front of Eve, then taking a cloth off a half round of bread. Smells great. With a smile, Sinead topped off Eve's coffee, then brought a mug of tea to the table. Waited while Eve sampled. Tastes even better. And I've gotten spoiled when it comes to breakfast. That's grand, then. I like feeding people, tending to them. I like thinking I've a talent for it. I'd say you do. We should all be lucky enough to do what we like and what we've a talent for. Your work gives you that. Yeah. I can't imagine doing what you do any more than I think you can imagine my life here. Yet here we are, sitting together at the kitchen table, sharing the morning. Fate's an odd thing, and in this case a generous one. I have to thank you for coming this way, spending these precious days of your holiday with us. I'm eating a really good breakfast and drinking terrific coffee. It's not exactly a sacrifice. Sinead reached across the table, touched Eve's hand briefly. You have power over a powerful man. His love for you gives you the power, though I suspect there are times the two of you fight like cats. More than a few. He's here now, likely driving a tractor around a field instead of lounging on some brilliant terrace in some exotic place and drinking champagne for breakfast because you wanted it for him. Because you know he needs this connection, and needs just as much for you to share it with him. You gave him something he didn't know he wanted or needed. If you hadn't, we wouldn't be sitting together at the kitchen table sharing the morning. I miss my sister every day. She looked away for a moment. Twins, she murmured. It's a bond more intimate than I can explain. Now, with Rourke, I have a part of her I never thought to claim, and I stand as his mother now. He has my heart, as I know he has yours. I want us to be friends, you and I. I want to think that you'll come back now and then, or will come to you. That this connection will only grow stronger, truer, and that what there is between you and me won't only be because of the man we both love. Eve said nothing for a moment, as she tried to order her thoughts. A lot of people would have blamed him. He was a baby. Eve shook her head. In my world, people blame, hurt, maim, kill for all kinds of illogical reasons. His father murdered your sister. Patrick Rourke used her, abused her, betrayed her, and finally killed her. Took her from you. And some would twist that into looking at Rourke as the only thing left from that loss, even the reason for the loss. When he learned what had happened, when he found out about his mother after a lifetime of believing a lie, he came to you, You didn't turn him away. You didn't blame him or punish him. You brought him into your home, and you gave him comfort when he needed it. I don't make friends easily. I'm not very good at it. But for that reason alone, you'd be mine. So between us, I guess we've got the elements for friendship. He's lucky to have you. Eve shoveled in more eggs. Damn right! Sinead held her mug in both hands as she laughed. She'd have liked you, Siobhan. Really? She would, yes. She liked the bright and the bold. Shifting, Sinead leaned forward. Now, tell me, while it's just us two, all the nasty details of this last murder you solved, the sorts they don't talk about in the media. Shortly before noon, Eve stood in the little park, hands on hips, studying the equipment. She didn't know dick all about kids' playgrounds, but this looked like a pretty good one. Surrounding the stuff they'd swing on, climb on, tunnel through, and whatever the hell kids did, ran pretty rivers of flowers, young green trees. A cherry tree, a young version of the one Sinead had planted at her farm in memory of her sister, stood graceful and sweet near a little pavilion. Benches sat here and there where she imagined parents could take a load off while kids ran wild. A pretty stone fountain gurgled near a pint-sized house complete with scaled-down furniture on a covered porch. Nearby ranged what Sinead called a football pitch, some bleachers, a kind of hut for serving snacks, a larger building where players could suit up. Paths wound here and there, though some went nowhere for the moment. Work wasn't quite done, but she had to give Sinead and the family major credit for what had been accomplished already. It completely rocks. Sinead let out a long breath. I was so nervous it wouldn't be all you wanted. It's more than I could have thought of or done. She stepped closer to the swings, stopped, looked down as she pumped her boot in the spongy ground. It's safety material. Children fall and tumble, and it protects them. Excellent. It looks fun, Eve decided. It's pretty and nicely designed, but mostly it looks like fun. We brought some of our young ones out to test it, and I can promise you that's what they had. The steady breeze ruffled the hair Sinead had unclipped as she, hands on hips, turned a circle. The village is full of talk about it. It's a lovely thing altogether. Just a lovely thing. If he doesn't like it, I'll kick his ass. I'll hold your coat. Ah, well, here they come. Sinead lifted her chin as she spotted the truck. I'm going to take my group off a ways so you can give Rourke his gift in private. Appreciate it. She wasn't comfortable with gifts, giving or receiving. Most of the time, anyway. And in this case, she was a little nervous she'd taken on too much. What had seemed like a good idea at the time, the past November during Sinead's visit, had become more complicated and complex, and she worried maybe not altogether appropriate. Presents, anniversaries, family, limited experience all around. She watched him walking toward her, long and lanky in jeans and boots, a faded blue shirt rolled up to his elbows, the thick black silk of his hair pulled back in work mode. 2 years married, she thought, and he could still make her heart hum. So, giving it all up for farming? She called out. I think not, though I did have fun at it for a few hours. They've horses. He stopped, leaned down to kiss her when he reached her. You could try a ride. He skimmed a fingertip down the dent in her chin when she gave him a bland stare. You might enjoy it, more than that recent hollow ride into battle. She remembered the speed and power of the hologram horse, and thought she actually might. But she had a different agenda for the moment. They're bigger than cows, but don't look as weird. There's that. He glanced around, and her nerves started to jingle. Are you after another picnic? It's a perfect place for it. You like it? It's charming. He took her hand, and she caught the scent of the field on him, the green of it. Want to push on the swing? Maybe. Neither of us got much of that, did we, when we were children? With her hand in his, he began to walk. I didn't realize there was a park here. A nice spot, near enough to the village, and just out enough to make it an adventure. The trees are young, so I suppose it's new and still being done, he added, noting the digging equipment and tarp supplies. Yeah, still needs some work. She guided him around, as subtly as she could, beyond the little house to the gurgling fountain. A fine day like this, I'm surprised it's not packed with kids. It's not actually officially open for business. All to ourselves, then. Sean's along with us. He'd likely enjoy a romp through. Yeah, maybe. She thought he'd look at the fountain, but should have known he'd be more interested in the equipment, probably speculating on what was left to be done. So, there's this thing. He glanced back at her. Jeez. Frustrated, she turned him around and all but shoved his face into the plaque on the fountain. It read, Siobhan Brodie Memorial Park, dedicated by her son. When he said nothing, she shoved her hands in her pockets. So, well, happy anniversary a few days early. He looked at her then, just stared at her with those wonderful, wild blue eyes, just said her name, just Eve. I got the idea when the Irish invaded last fall and walked it by Sinead. She and the rest of them ran with it. Mostly I just sent money. Hell, your money, since it's what you dumped in that account for me when we got married. So, Eve, he repeated, and drew her in, hard, pressed his face to her hair. She heard him draw a breath, long and quiet, release it as his arms tightened around her. So it's good. He didn't speak for a moment, only ran his hand up and down her back. What a woman you are, he murmured, and she heard the emotion in it, the way the Irish thickened just a bit in his voice, and saw it in those vivid eyes when he drew back. That you would think of this, that you would do this. Sinead and the rest did the heavy lifting. He shook his head, kissed her. Like the breath, long and quiet. I can't thank you enough. There isn't enough thanks. I can't say what this means to me, even to you. I don't have the words for it. He took her hands, brought them both to his lips. Agra, you stagger me. So it's good. He framed her face now, touched his lips to her brow, then looked in her eyes, and spoke in Irish. Come again? When he smiled now, it lit her up. I said, you're the beat of my heart, the breath in my body, the light in my soul. Moved to melting, she took his wrists. Even when I'm the pain in your ass? Particularly then. He turned to study the plaque. It's lovely. Simple and lovely. Well, you're a simple guy. He laughed as she'd wanted him to. I've come to know her a little through the family. This would mean a great deal to her. A safe place for children to play, he said, looking around again. For families to come. Young people sitting on the grass doing schoolwork, listening to music, practicing on the football pitch. I don't get why they call it a pitch when it's football, which isn't actually football at all, but killer soccer. It's not baseball, that's for sure. People over here don't have two clues about real baseball, which is just too bad for them. He laughed again, took her hand, gave it a swing. We should call the rest in, and you can show me around. Sure. The kid bolted for the playground the second he got the signal, and set to scrambling up ladders, hanging from bars, swinging on poles like a freckle-faced monkey. Eve supposed it was a solid endorsement. Before long, Sinead and more of the family who came along set up food on picnic tables where dogs were shooed away. When Sinead walked over to sit on the lip of the fountain, Rourke followed, sat beside her. She took his hand, sat for a moment in silence. It's good to know my grandchildren, and those that come after, will play here, and laugh, and fight, and run. It's good something lasting and kind can come out of the sorrow and loss. Your wife knows your heart, and that makes you a rich man. It does. You've put in a great deal of time on this. Oh, I've some to spare. And it was a gift to me, too. To my brothers, to all of us. Our mother cried when I told her what Eve wanted to do. Good tears. All of us shed too many sorrowful ones for Siobhan, so good tears wash clean. Your woman knows death and sorrow. They sit on her, move in her, and have made her sensitive. She glanced at him. She has a gift, a touch of sight that doesn't come through the eyes, but the heart and the belly. She'd call it instinct, training, cop sense. Hardly matters what it's called, does it? Ah, now, look here. She laughed, drew him to his feet. Here's a friend come to play with you. Puzzled, he looked around, grinned. Well, it's Brian, come from Dublin. I thought you'd enjoy a childhood friend on such a day. Go on, then, as it looks as if he's beating time with their wife. Brian Kelly's grin stretched across his wide, ruddy face as he pulled Eve into a hug. Ah, Lieutenant darling. He crushed an enthusiastic kiss to her mouth. The minute you're ready to toss Rourke aside, I'll be there. Always good to have backup. He barked out a laugh, then draped an arm over her shoulders as Rourke strode toward them. I'll fight you for her, and fight dirty. Who could blame you? He chuckled, releasing Eve to give Rourke the same greeting, a crushing hug and kiss. You always were a lucky bastard. It's good to see you, Brian. Your aunt was kind enough to ask me. He eased back to look around the pretty little park. Well, isn't this a thing now? Isn't this a fine thing? Eve looked down when Sean tugged on her hand. What? The dogs have run off in the woods over there. Okay. They won't come back when I call, just go on barking. And? He rolled his eyes at her. Well, you're a detective, aren't you? I'm not allowed to go in on my own, so you'll have to come with me to find them. I will? Aye, of course, he said matter-of-factly. They might have found something, like a treasure or a clue to a mystery. Or a squirrel. He gazed at her darkly. You can't know until you know. I could use a bit of a walk to stretch my legs after the drive from Dublin. I could use some treasure as well. Sean beamed at Brian. We'll go then, but she has to come. She'd be in charge as she's a lieutenant. Fair enough. Up for a bit of search and rescue? He asked Rourke. I'll show you the way. The boy raced ahead. Come on, Lieutenant. Rourke took her hand. You're in charge. How are things at the pub, Brian? Oh, much the same. I pulled the pints, listened to the gossip and the woes. He winked over Eve's head at his friend. It's the quiet life for me now. How do you say bullshit in Irish? Eve wondered. Now, Lieutenant darling, I'm a reformed man since this one led me onto the wayward path in my youth. You come to Dublin again soon, see for yourself. I'll stand you both to all you can drink. They walked easily, though the boy raced back and forth, urging them to hurry. Eve heard the dogs now, high, excited, insistent barking. Why are dogs always running off to find something to sniff at, pee on, or chase? Every day's a holiday when you're a dog, Brian observed, especially when there's a boy in the mix. When they reached the verge of the trees, she resigned herself to tromping through nature, a dangerous bitch in her opinion. Moss grew green on rock and tree, with sunlight filtering with a greenish hue through the leaves. Gnarled branches twisted themselves into strange shapes as they rose up or spread out. Mind the fairies, Brian said with a grin. Christ, it's been years since I stepped into a country wood. Rourke, do you remember when we skinned those Germans in the hotel, then hid out for 2 days with travellers in the wood down in Wexford till the heat was off? Jesus, I'm standing right here, Eve pointed out. Cop? There was that girl, Brian continued, unabashed. Ah, the sultry beauty. And no matter how I tried to charm her, she only had eyes for you. Again, right here. Married. It was long ago and far away. You lost half your ticket dice before we were done there, Rourke reminded him. I did, yes, but had a fine time. Where's the kid? Eve stopped a moment. He's just run ahead a bit, Rourke said. He's having an adventure. They heard him call out. There you are, you great stupids! And he's got the dogs. Good, he can bring them back or whatever. She stood where she was, scanning. Is it creepy in here, or is it just me? Just you, darling. Rourke started to call Sean back when he heard the sound of running. Here he comes. The boy flew down the path, the freckles standing out starkly on his white face, his eyes huge. You have to come! Is one of the dogs hurt? Rourke moved forward, but the boy shook his head, grabbed Eve's arm. Hurry! You have to see! See what? Her! The dogs found her! He pulled and dragged. Please! She's awfully dead! Eve started to snap something, but the look in Sean's eyes killed annoyance, awoke instinct. The kid wasn't having a harmless adventure now. Show me. An animal, Brian began, or a bird. Dogs will find the dead. But Eve let Sean guide her off the rough path, through the thickets, over moss-coated rocks to where the dogs sat, quiet now, quivering. There. Sean pointed, but she'd already seen. The body lay belly down, one high-heeled shoe tipping loosely off the right foot. The face, livid with bruising, was turned toward her, eyes filmed, sightless, as the pale green light showered down. The kid was right, she thought. That was awfully dead. No. She yanked him back when he took another step forward. That's close enough. Keep those dogs away. They've already compromised the scene. Her hand automatically reached up for the recorder that wasn't on her lapel, so she etched the scene in her mind. I don't know who the hell to call in around here. I'll see to it. Rourke pulled out his pocket link. Brian, take Sean and the dogs back, would you? No, I'm staying. Sean dug in, hands fisted at his sides. I found her, so I should stay with her. Someone killed her. Someone killed her and left her alone. I found her, so I have to look after her now. Before Rourke could object, Eve turned to the boy. She'd thought to dismiss him, but something on that young, freckled face changed her mind. If you stay, you have to do what you're told. You're in charge? That's right. Until the locals got there. Did you touch her? Don't lie. It's important. I didn't. I swear. I saw the dogs, and I ran up. Then I saw her, and I tried to yell, but... He flushed a little. I couldn't make anything come out. I made the dogs come away from her and sit and stay. You did just right. Do you know her? He shook his head, slowly, solemnly, from side to side. What do we do? You already secured the scene, so we keep it secured until the police come. You're the police. I don't have authority here. Why? Because it's not New York. How far is this from a road? It's not far that way to the road that goes right by my school. He pointed. We cut through sometimes, if I was with some of the older cousins when they were putting up the playground and such. Who else comes in here? I don't know. Anyone who wants to. Garda's coming, Rourke told her. Sean, do me a solid and walk Rourke to the road you told me about. I'll stay with her, she assured him before he could object. I want to know how long it takes to walk it. Is it a clue? It might be. When they were out of earshot, Eve said, Fuck. Aye, Brian agreed. She's young, I think. Early 20s. About 5'5" and 120. Mixed-race female, blonde with blue and red streaks, brown eyes, tats on inner left ankle, small bird, and back of right shoulder, flaming sun. Pierced eyebrow and nose, multiple ear piercings. She's city. She's still wearing the rings and studs, rings on 3 fingers. Well, I can't say I noticed all of that, but see it right enough now. How did she die? Best guess, from the bruising, strangulation with some smacking around prior. She's fully dressed, but there could have been sexual assault. Poor child. A hard end to a short life. Eve said nothing, but thought murder was always a hard end, however short or long the life. She turned as she heard Rourke and the boy come back. It's no more than a 2-minute walk to the road, and the path's clear enough. Street lighting would come on at dusk, as it's near the school. He waited a moment. I could put together a makeshift field kit without too much trouble. She itched for it. It's not my place, not my case. We found her, Sean argued, with considerable stubborn in his tone. That makes us witnesses. Once again she heard rustling, footsteps. A uniformed cop came into view on the path. Young, she thought, and nearly sighed. As young as the dead with the open, pink-cheeked face of innocence. I'd be Officer Leary, he began. You, reported a bit of trouble? What... He trailed off, turned the same pale green as the light when he saw the body. Eve grabbed his arm, turned him away. Soldier up, Leary. You've got a DB, and don't want to compromise the scene by booting on the Vic. I'm sorry? You would be if you puked. Where's your superior? Sergeant Duffy's in Ballybunion with his family on holiday. He only left this morning. Who are you? Are you the Yank cop from New York City? Rourke's cop? I'm Lieutenant Dallas, NYPSD. Put your damn recorder on, Leary, she muttered. Yes, sorry. I'm not quite sure what I'm about. You're about to take a witness report, secure this scene, then call in whoever it is around here who investigates homicides. There really isn't anyone. That is, not right around here. I'll have to contact the sergeant. We just don't have this happen here. Not here. He looked at her. Would you help me? I don't want to make a mistake. Names. You have mine. That's Rourke. This is Brian Kelly, a friend from Dublin. This is Sean Lanigan. Yeah, I know Sean here. How's it all going then? I found her! Are you doing all right there, lad? Sean, tell the officer what you know, what you did. Well, see, we were all over at the park there, having another picnic, and the dogs ran off in here. They wouldn't come back and were barking like the mad, so I asked my lieutenant cousin to come find them with me. We all came in the wood, and I went on ahead to where the dogs were barking, and I saw her there, the dead girl, and I ran back and brought our cop to see. That's a good lad. Leary looked appealingly at Eve. We've remained here since the discovery. Rourke and Sean walked to the road and back. The dogs have been all over the scene, as you can see from their prints in the softer ground. You can also observe shoe prints, which would most likely belong to whoever put her here, as none of us have gone closer than we are now. Shoe prints, aye, I see. All right. I can't say I recognize her. She's not from around here. Eve dug for patience. She's city. Multiple tats and piercings, neon polish, fingers and toes. Look at the shoe. She didn't walk in here wearing those. This is a dump site. You're meaning she wasn't killed here, but put here, as you said before? There's no sign of struggle here. No bruising on her wrists or ankles, so she wasn't restrained. Somebody punches you in the face a few times, chokes you to death, you generally put up a fight. You need to record her, call in your ME, forensics. You need to ID her and determine time of death. The animals haven't been at her, so she can't have been here very long. He nodded, kept nodding, then pulled an ID pad out of his pocket. I've got this, but I've never used it. Eve walked him through it. She's Holly Curlow, lived in Limerick. Eve tipped her head to read the data. 22, single, bar waitress, a couple of illegals pops. Next of kin, mother from someplace called Newmarket-on-Fergus. Where did they get these names? I need to get the other equipment, and I'll contact the sergeant. Would you mind staying to secure the scene? To keep it that way, I'm meaning. This is a bleeding mess, and I want to do right by her. I'll wait. You're doing okay. Thanks for that. I'll be back quick as I can. She turned to Sean. We got her now, okay? I'll stay with her, but you need to go back. You and Brian need to go back, take the dogs. Leave this to me now. She has a name. She's Holly. I'll remember that. You stood up, Sean. You stood up for her. That's the first thing a cop has to do. With the ghost of a smile, he turned to the dogs. Let's go, lads. I'll look after him. Brian laid a hand on Sean's shoulder and walked with him. Eve turned, looked at Rourke. There are always bad guys. It's a hard lesson to learn that young. It's hard any time. She took Rourke's hand and stood over the dead, as she had countless times before. Chapter 3. A green cop, a dead body, and no legitimate authority added up to frustration. Leary tried. She gave him that. But he was struggling to navigate through what was for him completely uncharted territory. When he confided to Eve that the only dead person he'd ever seen was his granny at her memorial, she couldn't decide whether to pat his head or boot his ass. "They'll send down a team from Limerick," he told her, shifting from foot to foot as the doctor who served as the M.E. examined the body. "And my sergeant will come back if he's needed, but for now I'm supposed to proceed." "Okay." "Maybe you could help me? Just give me a pointer or two." Eve continued to study the body. She didn't need the M.E. to give her cause of death, not from the pattern of bruising around the throat. Manual strangulation, she thought, and her instincts pointed her toward violent argument, crime of the moment, desperate cover-up. Too soon. Not enough data. Get the M.E.'s opinion on cause of death, time of death. The M.E., who, with his lion's mane of snowy hair, and eyes she thought would have been described as merry under other circumstances, glanced up. "She was throttled, good and proper. Beaten a bit about the face first, then—" He demonstrated by lifting his hands, curling his fingers in a chokehold. "She's some skin and blood under her nails, so I'd say she got a piece of him before she went down. And she died just after 2 this morning, rest her soul. Not here," he added, "not from the way the blood settled. I'll take her in, of course, when you're ready for that, and do the rest of it." "Ask him if he's calling it homicide." "Sure, and it's murder, no question there. Someone brought her here after Miss and left her." "Lieutenant," Eve said automatically. If she scraped the skin off him, he'd show, wouldn't it?" Leary asked. "Seems she'd go for his face or his hands, wouldn't she? So, he'd have marks on him that show." He's thinking now, Eve decided, trying to see it. "And wouldn't bringing her here this way, without even trying to bury her, mean it was all done panic-like?" "Well, I'm not a detective, Jimmy, but that seems logical enough. Would you say, Lieutenant?" Even a shallow grave would have bought him time, and the ground's soft, so it wouldn't have taken that much effort. "She's listed a Limerick address, but that's miles from here, according to my data. Panic and stupidity probably merged on this, but not enough for me to buy the killer drove a dead woman all this way." "So—" Leary's brow creased. "They were nearby when he killed her." "I'd say the probability's high. You should run that. She's dressed for a party or a fancy night out. So you try to run down where she might have gone. With whom? You show her ID around, check to see if anyone knows her or saw her. And when you notify next of kin, you ask about boyfriends. Notify? He didn't turn green this time around, but sheet white. "I'm to do that? To tell her mother?" "You're currently primary of this investigation. They'll run the skin and blood under her nails, and with any luck you'll get an ID through the DNA bank." She hesitated, then shrugged. "Look, whoever did this isn't very bright, and it's botched so badly it was probably a first kill. Your Emmy's going to check for sexual assault, but she's fully dressed. Underwear's in place, so it's not saying rape to me. It's going to be a boyfriend or somebody who wanted to be, somebody who used to be. You have the data. Where she worked, lived, went to school. You run it down. Either she or the killer had some sort of a connection with the area." "Tula?" "That, or the surrounding area. One of the towns within, most likely an hour's drive. Run the probabilities, connect the data, use the data. You've probably got your killer with what's under her nails, but until you have an ID and a suspect to bring in to interview, you work the case." Well, her mother lives in Newmarket-on-Fergus. That's not far at all. Start there, Eve advised. Go to her mother and tell her... Leary glanced at the body again. You've done that before. Yeah. Can you tell me how? The best way? Quick. Take a grief counselor, or, she said, remembering where she was, maybe a priest. Maybe the mother has a priest you could take with you. Then you say it, get it done, because when she sees a cop and a priest, she knows it's bad news. You identify yourself, rank, name, division, or whatever it is around here. You're sorry to inform her that her daughter, Holly Curlow, has been murdered. Leary looked at the body again, shook his head. Just like that? There's no good way. Get her to tell you all she can, and tell her as little as you can. When did she last see or speak to Holly? Did she have a boyfriend? Who did she hang with? What did she do? You have to have a feel for it. You have to guide her through it. Christ save us, he murmured. Use the priest or the counselor. Offer to contact someone to come be with her. She'll likely ask you how, and you tell her that's being determined. She'll ask why, and you tell her you and the investigative team will do everything possible to find out and to identify the person who hurt her. That's the only comfort you can give. And your job is to get information. I wonder if I could ask if I can't go with you, she said, anticipating him. I can get away with what I'm doing here because I'm a wit who also happens to be a cop. It makes me, unofficially maybe, an expert consultant. But I can't investigate or interview or notify next of kin. It's over the line. She stuck her hands in her pockets. Look, you can contact me after you get some of this done, some of it lined up. Maybe I can give you some angles if you need them. It's all I can do. It's been a great deal already. You've got my contact information. I'm due to leave for Italy tomorrow. Oh, he looked pained. You get an ID from what's under her nails, Leary, and you'll have a suspect before nightfall. I've got to get back. She took one last look at the dead. You'll do all right by her. I hope I do. Thank you. She started back to the park, a little uneasy about walking through that green wood, not of killers or maniacs, but of fauna and the stupid fairies she didn't even believe in. So she pulled out her link to contact Rourke. She'd asked him to go on back rather than wait. There you are, he said when his face came on screen. I'm heading back. I can't do any more here. Difficult. On a lot of levels. The local's okay. Not much confidence, but a decent brain. She has trace under her nails, blood and skin. If he's in the bank, they'll ID him quick enough. Leary's got to notify the mother, and with any luck, she'll give him a name or two. It has the smell of a slam dunk to me. Impulse, stupidity, panic. The killer may try to run, but they'll get him. He's as green at this as Leary is. She scanned the area as she walked, just in case something four-legged and furry made an appearance. Got some cops coming down from where she was living. I expect they'll knock on some doors first, get a sense of her. What's your sense? Young, maybe a little wild. More tats showed up when the ME started his exam, more piercings. Sexy panties, but they were still on her, so I'm doubting sexual assault. But I'm betting the murder had its roots there. She left with the wrong guy, or she flirted with somebody, and the guy she was with didn't like it. Argue, slap, scratch, punch, passion and fury. He chokes her out of that fury, or to shut her the hell up, and kills her before he pulls it together again. Panic. This can't be happening to me. Self-preservation. Get rid of her. Get away from her. Go home and hide. Did you run the probabilities? Maybe. She smiled just a little. To pass the time. I guess this kind of screwed up the day. It certainly did for Holly Curlow. You've got that right. If you come pick me up, we can go back and do whatever it is we're supposed to do with the rest of it. Happy to. When she stepped out of the woods seconds later, with only the slightest shudder of relief, she saw him. He sat on the lip of the fountain, looking toward her. "You made pretty good time," she said into her link. "No reason to dawdle." What's a dawdle exactly? Is it more than a pause, less than procrastination? Now he smiled. Somewhere in that vicinity. She shut off the link, slipped it into her pocket as she approached. People should be able to dawdle when they're on vacation. So they should. He took her hand, drew her down to sit beside him. This is a fine spot for dawdling. It didn't spoil it? No. He draped an arm over her shoulders, pressed a kiss to her temple. Who knows better than we that death happens even in good places? You wish you could finish it for her. I can't. She's Leary's. Technically, she added when he kissed her again. Then know that she was lucky you were here, and that if it doesn't go as you think it will, we can easily spend a few more days in Clare. Part of her wanted to agree, to hold him to the offer. But the rest, what had evolved between them, had her shaking her head. No, this isn't my case, and this is our time. Let's go back to the farm. I think I could use a pint. Leary contacted her 3 times, with information and for advice. She tried to be discreet about it, easing her way out of the room to take the transmission. And she kept the updates to herself even though the family, including Sean, who'd wheedled his way into an overnight, stared at her on her return. By moonrise, he was on the doorstep. "Good evening to you, Mrs. Lanigan. Sorry to disturb you, but I wonder if I could just have a word with the lieutenant." "Come in, Jimmy. How's your ma doing then?" "She's well, thanks. How about a cup of tea?" "Sure, I could use one." "Come on back to the kitchen." Without looking around, she pointed a finger at Sean when he got to his feet. "Sit where you are, lad." "But, Gran, And not a word out of you. Eve, why don't you come on back? You and Jimmy can have a cup and talk in private." Removing his uniform hat, Jimmy stepped in, looked around. "How's it all going, then?" "Well enough," Aidan Brodie told him. "You've had a hard day, lad. Go have your tea." Sinead fussed a little, setting out the tea, adding a plate of the cookies they called, for reasons that eluded Eve, biscuits. She gave Leary a motherly pat on the shoulder. "Take all the time you need. I'll keep that lot out of your way." "Thanks for that." Leary added sugar and milk to his tea, then with eyes closed took a long sip. "Miss my supper," he told Eve, and grabbed a cookie. He looked tired, and considerably less green in complexion and experience than he had that afternoon. Murder usually trumps food. "I know that now, that's for certain." "We have him." He let out a little breath, almost a surprised laugh. "We have the one who killed Holly Curlow. I wanted to tell you in person." "Boyfriend?" He nodded. "Or one who thought he ought to be the one and only for her, and who she'd decided to shake off. They'd been at a party in Ennis last night, got into a bit of a spat. They'd come, it seems, as a kind of reunion for her with some mates from that neck. They'd, Kevin Donahue is his name. Been seeing each other for a few months, with him more serious about the thing than she. I went up to Limerick myself when we got the DNA, and they'd picked him up. She'd scored both his cheeks like a cat would, and good for her, I say about that." He took another sip of tea. "It just tumbled down from there, you could say. They had me sit in on the interview, but it was quick. 3 minutes in, and he's bawling like a baby and telling all." He sighed now, and Eve said nothing, asked no questions. Let him gather it up in his head. "They'd fought again in the car," Leary went on, "and she told him she was good and done and to take her on to her ma's or just let her out. They'd been drinking, the both of them, and probably that added to the temper of it. He said he pulled over, and they shouted at each other more. It got physical. Him slapping, her scratching. Then he said he just snapped, hit her with his fists, and she kicked and hit and screamed. He claims he doesn't remember putting his hands around her throat, and it might be the truth. But he came back to himself, and she was dead." Leary shook his head at the waste of it, scooted up a bit to hunch over his tea. He told how he tried to bring her back somehow, how he just drove around a bit, trying to make it all not so. Then he pulled off at the wood, you see, carried her in. Her other shoe was still in his car when they picked him up. He says he said a prayer over her and left her. "He's very sorry for it," Leary added, with a hard bitterness in the tone that told Eve he'd lost a lot of his innocence that day. "He said, more than once, as if that would make it all right and tight again. He was very sorry for choking the life out of the girl because she didn't want him. Bloody gobshite." He flushed a little. "Beg your pardon." "I'd say that's a pretty good description." Gobshite, she thought. She had to remember that one. "You did good work." "If I did, it was because you told me how." His gaze lifted to hers. "The worst of it all was standing on her mother's doorstep, saying what you'd told me to say. Watching that woman break apart that way. Knowing, even though it wasn't you who'd done what was done, you brought that pain to her. Now you've given her and her daughter justice. You did the job, and that's all you can do. Well, I could live my life easy with never having to break a mother's heart again. But the rest felt good. It did, yes, and does. Does it still for you when you've done it? If it didn't, I don't think I could knock on another mother's door." He sat another moment, nodding to himself. "All right, then." He rose, held out a hand. "Thank you for all your help." "You're welcome." She shook. "If you don't mind, I'll just go out the back and not disturb your family again. Would you tell them good night for me?" "Yeah, sure." "It was fine meeting you, Lieutenant, even under the circumstances." He went out the back, and Eve shoved aside the tea she had no desire for. Like Leary, she sat for a moment in silence. Then she pushed to her feet and went back to where the family gathered. The music stopped. She walked to Sean, waited while he stood up. "His name is Kevin Donahue. They'd come this way to go to a party and had a fight. In the car, after they'd left, they had a bigger fight, and he killed her in what he claims and probably was what we call a moment of passion." Just because he was mad at her?" "More or less, yes. Then he got scared and sorry, but it was too late for sorry. Too late for I didn't mean to, or I wish I hadn't. He's weak and stupid and selfish, so he took her into the woods and left her there and ran away. You found her less than 12 hours after he'd done that. Because you did, the police were able to find him, Arrest him. He'll be punished for what he did.
They'll put him in a cage.
He's in one now.
For how long?
Jesus, Eve thought. Kids were merciless. I don't know. Sometimes it doesn't seem long enough, but it's what we've got.
I hope they coshed him first, good and proper.
Eve struggled back a grin. Kid, if you want to be a cop, you have to learn not to say that out loud. Bad guys in a cage. Case closed. Have some cake or something.
A fine idea.
Sinead moved in to take Sean's hand.
Help me slice up what's left of it. That's a good lad.
She sent Eve a quick smile.
Eamon, get that fiddle going. Our Yank will think we don't know how to have a ceilidh.
Eve started to sit as the music flew out again, but Brian grabbed her, gave her a swing.
I'll have a dance, Lieutenant darling.
I don't do that, the dance thing.
You do tonight.
Apparently she did, and so did everyone else until the middle of the night, when her legs were rubber and barely carried her to bed, where the rooster woke her at dawn. They said some goodbyes over breakfast. Goodbyes included a great many hugs, a lot of kissing, or, in the case of Brian, being lifted right off her feet.
I'll come courting the minute you're done with that one.
What the hell, she thought, and kissed him back. Okay, but he's got some miles in him yet. He laughed, turned to slap hands with Rourke.
Lucky bastard. Take care of yourself, and her.
The best I can.
I'm walking you to the car.
Sinead took Rourke's hand. I'm going to miss you. She smiled at Eve as they walked through misting rain. Both of you. Come for Thanksgiving. Rourke squeezed her hand.
Oh, we'd like all of you to come again, as you did last year. I can make the arrangements.
I know you can.
I would love it. I think I'd be safe in saying we'd all love it.
She sighed, just leaned into Rourke for a moment. Then she drew back, kissed his cheek. From your mother, she murmured, then kissed the other. From me. Then laid her lips lightly to his. And from all of us. She repeated the benediction on Eve before blinking her damp eyes.
Go on now. Go enjoy your holiday. Safe journey.
She grabbed Rourke's hand another moment, spoke in Irish, then backed up, waving them away. What did she say? Eve asked when they got into the car. Here's love, she said, to hold until next we meet, and I give you more. He watched her in the rear view until they'd turned out of sight. In the silence, Eve stretched out her legs. I guess you are a pretty lucky bastard. It made him smile. He sent her a quick, cocky look. As they come, he agreed. Eyes on the road, lucky bastard. She tried not to hold her breath all the way to the airport. Chapter 4. It was good to be home. Driving downtown to Cop Central, through ugly traffic, blasting horns, hyping ad blimps, belching maxi buses, just put her in a cheerful mood. Vacations were great, but to Eve's mind, New York had it all, and a bag of soy chips. The temperature might have been as brutal as a tax audit, with sweaty waves of heat bouncing off concrete and steel, but she wouldn't trade her city for any place on or off planet. She was rested, revved, and ready for work. She rode the elevator up from the garage, shuffling over as more cops squeezed in on every floor. When she felt the oxygen supply depleting, she pried her way out to take the glides the rest of the way up. It smelled like home, she thought. Cop, criminal, the pissed off, the unhappy, the resigned. Sweat and bad coffee merged together in an aroma she wasn't sure could be found anywhere but a cop shop. And that was fine with her. She listened to a beanpole of a man in restraints mutter his mantra as a pair of uniforms muscled him up the glide. Fucking cops, fucking cops, fucking cops. It was music to her ears. She stepped off, angled toward homicide, and spotted Jenkinson, one of her detectives, studying the offerings at vending with a hopeless expression. "Detective." He brightened slightly. "Hey, Lieutenant, good to see you." He looked as if he'd slept in his clothes for a couple of days. "You pull a double?" "Caught one late, me and Reineke." He settled on something that looked like a cheese Danish if you were blind in one eye. "Just wrapping it up. Vic's in the titty bar over on Avenue A, getting himself a lap dance. Asshole comes in, starts it up. The titty doing the lap dance is his ex. Gives her a couple smacks. The guy with the hard-on clocks him. Asshole gets hauled out. He goes home, gets his souvenir Yankees ball bat, lays in wait. Vic comes out, and the asshole jumps him, beat the holy shit out of him, and left his brains on the sidewalk. High price for a lap dance. You're telling me. Asshole's stupid but slippery." Jenkinson ripped the wrapping off the sad-looking Danish, took a resigned bite. Leaves the bat and runs. We got wits falling out of our pockets. Got his prints, got his name, his address. Slam fucking dunk. He doesn't go home and make our lives easier, but what he does, a couple hours after, is go to the ex's. Brings her freaking flowers he dug up out of a sidewalk planter deal. Dirt still falling off the roots. "Classy guy," Eve observed. "Oh, yeah." He downed the rest of the Danish. She won't let him in. Strippers got more sense. But calls it in while he's crying and banging on the door and dumping flour dirt all over the hallway. We get there to pick him up, and what does he do? He jumps out the freaking window end of the hall, 4 flights up, still holding the damn flowers and trailing dirt all the way. He shifted to order coffee with 2 hits of fake sugar. Got the luck of God, 'cause he lands on a couple chemi heads doing a deal down below. Killed one of 'em dead, others smashed up good. But they broke his fall. Deeply entertained, Eve shook her head. "You can't make this shit up." "Gets better," Jenkinson told her, slurping coffee. "Now we got to chase his ass. I go down the fire escape, and let me tell you, smashed chemi heads make one hell of a mess. Reineke goes out the front. He spots him. Asshole runs through the kitchen of an all-night Chinese place, and people are yelling and tumbling like dice. This fucker is throwing shit at us. Pots and food and Christ knows. Reineke slips on some Mugu something, goes down. Hell no, you can't make this shit up, LT. He grinned now, slurped more coffee. He heads for this sex joint, but the bouncer sees this freaking blood-covered maniac coming and blocks the door. The bouncer's built like a tank, so the asshole just bounces off him like a basketball off the rim, goes airborne for a minute and plows right into me. Jesus. Now I've got blood and chemi-head brains on me, and Reineke's hauling ass over, and he's covered with Mugu, and this asshole starts yelling police brutality. Took some restraint not to give him some. Anyway, he blew out of breath. We're wrapping it up. Was it any wonder she loved New York? Good work. Do you want me to take you off the roll? Nah, we'll flex a couple hours, grab some sleep up in the crib once the asshole's processed. You look at the big picture, boss? All that over a pair of tits. Love screws you up. Fucking A. She turned into the bullpen, acknowledged haze from cops finishing up the night tour. She walked into her office, left the door open. Detective Sergeant Moynihan had, as she'd expected, left her desk pristine. Everything was exactly as it had been when she'd walked out of her office door 3 weeks before, except cleaner. Even her skinny windows sparkled, and the air smelled vaguely, not altogether unpleasantly, like the woods she'd walked through in Ireland. Minus the dead body. She programmed coffee from her auto-chef and, with a satisfied sigh, sat at her desk to read over the reports and logs generated during her absence. Murder hadn't taken a holiday during hers, she noted, but her division had run pretty smooth. She moved through closed and open cases, requests for leave, overtime, personal time, reimbursements. She heard the muffled clump that was Peabody's summer air boots, and glanced up as her partner stepped into the open doorway. "Welcome home! How was it? Was it just mag?" It was good. Peabody's square face sported a little sun-kiss, which reminded Eve her partner had taken a week off with her squeeze, EDD Ace McNabb. She had her dark hair pulled back in a short but jaunty tail, and wore a thin, buff-colored jacket over cargo trousers a few shades darker. Her tank matched the air boots in a bright cherry red. "It looks like D.S. Moynihan kept things oiled while I was gone." "Yeah, he sure dots every I, but he's easy to work with. He's solid, and he knows how to ride a desk. He steers clear of field work, but he has a good sense of how to run the ship. So, what did you get?" "A pile of reports." "No, come on, for your anniversary. I know Rourke had to come up with something total." "Come on," Peabody insisted when Eve just sat there. "I came in early just for this. I figure we've got nearly 5 before we're officially on the clock." True enough, Eve thought, and since Peabody's brown eyes pleaded like a puppy's, she held up her arm, displayed the new wrist unit she wore. "Oh." The reaction, Eve thought, was perfect. Baffled surprise, severe disappointment, the heroic struggle to mask both. "Oh, that's nice. It's a nice wrist unit." "Serviceable." Eve turned her wrist to admire the simple band, the flat, silver-toned face. "Yeah, it looks it." "It's got a couple nice features," she added as she fiddled with it. "It's nice," Peabody said again, then drew her beeping communicator out of her pocket. "Give me a sec. Hey, it's you!" Mouth-dropping, Peabody jerked her head up. "It's got a microcom in it? That's pretty mag. Usually they're all fuzzy, but this is really clean." "Nanocom. You know how the vehicle he rigged up for me looks ordinary?" "Ordinary leaning toward ugly," Peabody corrected. "But nobody gives it a second look or knows it's loaded, so same deal?" Automatically, Peabody dug out her link when it signaled, then paused. "Is that you? It's got full communication capability in a wrist unit that size?" "Not only that, it's got navigation, full data capabilities, total data and communications. He programmed it with all my stuff. If I had to, I could access my files on it. Waterproof, shatterproof, voice command capabilities. Gives me the ambient temp. Plus it tells time." Not to mention he'd given her a second with the exact same specs, only fired with diamonds. Something she'd wear when she suited up for fancy. "That is so utterly iced. How does it—" Eve snatched her wrist away. "No playing with it. I haven't figured it all out myself yet." "It's just like the perfect thing for you. The abso-perfect thing. He really gets it. And you got to go to Ireland and Italy and finish it up at that island he's got. Nothing but romance and relaxation." "That's about it, except for the dead girl." "Yeah, and McNabb and I had a really good time." "What? What dead girl?" "If I had more coffee, I might be inclined to tell you. Peabody sprang toward the auto chef. Minutes later, she polished off her own cup and shook her head. Even on vacation, you investigated a homicide. I didn't investigate. The Irish cop did. I consulted, unofficially. Now my serviceable yet frosty wrist unit tells me we're on duty. Scram. I'm scramming, but I want to tell you how McNabb and I took scuba lessons and why. I don't know, but I liked it. And how I did these interviews on Nadine's book, which is still #1 in case you haven't been checking. If we don't catch a case, maybe we can have lunch. I'll buy. Maybe. I've got to catch up. Alone, she considered it. She wouldn't mind hanging for lunch, she realized. It would be a kind of bridge between vacation and the job, screwing around in the routine of work. She didn't have any meetings scheduled, no actives on her plate. She'd need to go over some of the open cases with the teams assigned, touch base with Moynihan, mostly to thank him for his service. Other than that, she scanned the next report, answering her link. Lieutenant Dallas, homicide. Dispatch, Dallas, Lieutenant Eve. So much, she thought, for bridges. Jamal Houston died with his chauffeur's hat on, behind the wheel of a limo of glittery gold, long and sleek as a snake. The limo had been tidily parked in a short-term slot at LaGuardia. Since the crossbow bolt angled through Jamal's neck and into the command pad of the wheel, Eve assumed Jamal had done the parking. With her hands and boots sealed, Eve studied the entry wound. Even if you're pissed off you missed your transpo, this is a little over the top. A crossbow? Peabody studied the body from the other side of the limo. You're sure? Rourke has a couple in his weapons collection. One of them fires these bolts like this. One question is just why someone had a loaded crossbow in a limo to begin with. Houston, Jamal, she mused, going over the data they'd already accessed. Black male, age 43, co-owner of Gold Star Transportation Service. Married, 2 offspring. No adult criminal. Sealed juvie. He'd been 6'1" and 190, and wore a smart and crisp black suit, white shirt, red tie. His shoes were shined like mirrors. He wore a wrist unit as gold as the limo, and a Gold Star lapel pin with a diamond winking in the center. From the angle, it looks like he was shot from the right rear. Passenger area is pristine, Peabody commented. No trash, no luggage, no used glasses or cups or bottles, and all the slots for the glassware are filled, so the killer and/or passenger didn't take any with him. Everything gleams, and there are fresh, real white roses in these little vases between the windows. A selection of viewing and audio and reading discs, all organized by alpha and type in a compartment, and they don't look like they've been touched. There are 3 full decanters of different types of alcohol, a fridge stocked with cold drinks, and a compact auto chef. The log there says it was stocked about 1600, and it hasn't been accessed since. The passenger must not have been thirsty and didn't want a snack while he didn't listen to music, read, or catch some screen. We'll have the sweepers go over it. She circled the car, slid in beside the body. Wedding ring, pricey wrist unit, gold star with diamond pin, single gold stud in his earlobe. She worked her hand under the body, tugged out a wallet. He's got plastic and about 150 cash, small bills. It sure as hell wasn't robbery. She tried to access the dash comp. It's passcoded. She had better luck with the link, and listened to his last transmission, informing his dispatcher he'd arrived at LaGuardia with his passenger for the pickup, and suggesting the dispatcher call it a night. He was supposed to pick up a second passenger. Eve considered. Picked up the first, second passenger coming in. Transpo on time, according to this communication. So he parks, and before he can get out to open the door for passenger 1, he takes one in the neck. Time of death and the link log are only a few minutes apart. Why did somebody hire a driver to go to the airport, then kill him? There's got to be a record of who hired the service, where they were picked up. One shot, Eve murmured. No muss, but a lot of fuss. Add in what you'd call an exotic weapon. She took a memo book from his pocket, his personal link, breath mints, a cotton handkerchief. He's got a pickup listed here at the Chrysler Building, 10:20 p.m., AS to LTC. Passenger initials. No full name, no full addy. This is just his backup. Let's see if we can find anyone who saw anything. Ha ha. Get crime scene in here. We'll go check in with the company first. Gold Star ran its base out of Astoria. Peabody relayed the salient data as they drove. Houston and his partner, Michael Chin, had started the business 14 years before with a single second-hand limo and had run it primarily out of Houston's home, with his wife serving as dispatcher, office dog's body, and bookkeeper. In less than 15 years, they'd expanded to a fleet of 12, all gold, high-end luxury limos with premier amenities, and had earned a 5-diamond rating every year for nearly a decade. They employed 8 drivers and an office and administrative staff of 6. Mamie Houston continued to keep the books, and Chin's wife of 5 years served as head mechanic. Houston's son and daughter were listed as part-time employees. When Eve pulled up in front of the streamlined building with its mammoth garage, a man of about 40 in a business suit was watering a long window box full of red and white flowers. He paused, turned his pleasant face toward them with an easy smile. "Good morning. We're looking for Michael Chin. You found me. Please come in, out of the heat. Barely 9 in the morning and already sweltering." Cool air and the scent of flowers greeted them. A counter held the flowers and a compact data and communications unit. On a table, glossy brochures fanned out. A couple of cozy scoop chairs ranged beside it, while a gold sofa and a couple more chairs formed a conference area. "Can I get you something cold to drink?" "No, thanks." "Mr. Chin, I'm Lieutenant Dallas, and this is Detective Peabody. We're with the NYPSD. "Oh?" His smile remained pleasant, but edged toward puzzled. "Is there a problem?" "I regret to inform you your partner, Jamal Houston, was found dead this morning." His face went blank, like a switch turned off. "I'm sorry, what?" "He was found in one of the vehicles registered to this company." "An accident." He took a step back, bumped into one of the chairs. "An accident? Jamal had an accident?" "No, Mr. Chin. We believe Mr. Houston was murdered at approximately 10:25 last night." "But no. Oh, I see. There's been a mistake. I spoke with Jamal myself shortly before that time, minutes before that time. He was at the airport, at LaGuardia, driving a client and picking up the client's wife." "There's no mistake. We've identified Mr. Houston. He was found in the limo, parked at LaGuardia, early this morning." "Wait." This time, Chin gripped the back of the chair, swayed a little. "You're telling me Jamal is dead? Murdered? But how? How? Why?" "Mr. Chin, why don't you sit down?" Peabody eased him into the chair. "Can I get you some water?" He shook his head, kept shaking it as his eyes, a brilliant green behind a forest of black lashes, filled. "Someone killed Jamal. My God, My sweet God! They tried to steal the car, was that it? We're supposed to cooperate in hijacking. It's firm company policy. No car is worth a life. Jamal. I know this is a shock, Eve began, and it's very difficult, but we need to ask you some questions. We're having dinner tonight. We're all having dinner tonight. A cookout. You were here last night. You were running dispatch? Yes. No. Oh, God. He pressed the heels of his hands to those wet, brilliant eyes. I was home, running dispatch from home. He had this late run, you see. He took it because Kimmy had 2 night runs in a row, and West was on an early one this morning, and it was Peter's son's birthday, and... It doesn't matter. We flipped a coin. Winner chooses dispatch or the run. He took the run. When was it booked? Just that afternoon. Who was the client? I'll look it up. I don't remember. I can't think. He dropped his head into his hands, then jerked it up again. Mamie. The children. Oh, God, oh, God. I have to go. I have to get my wife. We have to go to Mamie. Soon. The most important thing you can do for Jamal right now is give us information. We believe whoever was in the car with him killed him or knows who did. Who was in the car, Mr. Chin? Wait. He rose, went to the unit on the counter. It doesn't make sense. I know it was a new client, but he just wanted to surprise his wife by picking her up in style at the airport, then taking her out to a late supper. I remember that. Here it is. Augustus Suite. The pickup was in front of the Chrysler building. He was going to work late and wanted to be picked up at his office. I have his credit card information. We always take that information in advance. I have everything here. Can you make me a copy? Yes. But he was going to pick up his wife at the airport. He did request our best driver, but he didn't even know Jamal, so I don't understand. I could have been driving. Any of us could have. It was just the flip of a coin, Eve thought. He fell apart when Eve allowed him to call his wife in, sobbed in her arms. She was 6 inches taller, with flaming red hair, and was hugely pregnant. Eve watched tears run down her cheeks, but she held together. We need to go with you, she said to Eve. She shouldn't hear this from strangers. I'm sorry that's what you are. She needs family with her. We're family. That's fine. Can you tell us the last time you saw or spoke with Mr. Houston? Yesterday about 5, I guess. I'd gone over to Mamie's because she was watching Tig, our son. His babysitter needed the day off. He came in just as we were leaving. He had that run later, and he went home for a few hours first. And I guess you need to know, because that's the way it is. Michael got home about 6:30, and we had dinner with our boy. Michael gave him his bath and put him to bed just before 8 because I was tired. He ran the dispatch from home. He came to bed about 11. I know because I was still awake. I was tired, she added, rubbing her belly. The baby wasn't. I don't know the exact times, but that's close. Eve ran them through a few more routine questions, but she already had the picture, had a sense. The Houstons had a large and pretty suburban house with big windows, a rolling lawn, and a front garden that made Eve think of Ireland. Mamie Houston, a wide-brimmed straw hat protecting her face from the sun, stood snipping long-stemmed blooms and putting them in a wide, flat basket. She turned, started to smile, to wave. Then the smile froze, and her hand dropped slowly to her side. She knows something's wrong, Eve thought. She's wondering why her friends, her partners, would drive to her house with a couple of strangers. She dropped the basket. Flowers spilled out on the green lawn as she began to run. "What's wrong? What's happened?" "Mamie," Michael's voice cracked. "Jamal. It's Jamal. Has there been an accident?" "Who are you?" she demanded of Eve. "What's happened?" "Mrs. Houston, I'm Lieutenant Dallas with the NYPSD." As Eve spoke, Kimmy Chin moved to Mamie's side, put an arm around her. "I regret to inform you your husband was killed last night." "That's not possible. That can't be true. He's out for his run or at the gym. She patted her gardening pants. "I don't have my link. I always forget my link when I come out to work in the garden. Michael, use yours, will you? He's just gone out for his run." "He came home? Of course he came home." She snapped it at Michael, then bit her lip. Mrs. Houston, why don't we go inside?" She rounded on Eve. "I don't want to go inside. I want to talk to my husband." "When's the last time you did?" "When he left last night for work, but weren't you concerned when he didn't come home?" "But he must have. It was late. He was going to be late and said I shouldn't wait up, so I went to bed. And he got up early, that's all. He got up early to take his run and go by the gym. We have a gym in the house, but he likes to go there to socialize. You know how he likes to take his run and go to the gym to gossip, Kimmy?" "I know, honey, I know. Let's go inside. Come on now, we're going inside." Inside, Kimmy sat beside her, holding her close in the sun-washed living area. Mamie stared at Eve, eyes glassy and unfocused. "I don't understand. We're going to do everything we can to find out what happened. You can help us. Do you know anyone who'd want to cause your husband harm?" "No. He's a good man. Tell her, Kimmy." "A very good man," Kimmy soothed. "Any trouble with employees?" "No. We've kept it small. Exclusive. That was the whole point." "Has anything been troubling him?" "No, nothing." "Any money problems?" "No. We have a good life. The business has given us a good life. We like the work. That's why he still drives, why I keep the books. He's always wanted to be his own boss, and the business is everything we wanted. He's proud of what we've all built. We have 2 children in college, but we planned for it, so—" "The children. What will I tell the children?" "Where are your children, Mrs. Houston?" "Benji's taking summer classes. He's going to be a lawyer. He'll be our lawyer. Leah's at the beach for a couple days with friends." "What should I tell them?" She turned to weep on Kimmy's shoulder. "How can I tell them?" Eve kept at it a while longer, but, for now at least, there was nothing here but shock and grief. Stepping out into the drenching heat was a relief. "Let's check out the business financials, get a background on the partner and his wife, the rest of the employees. We'll check this gym, verify his early morning habit." "I've got it started." "Doesn't feel like it's there," Peabody commented. "They really do seem like family." "We closed a case recently where everybody was friends and partners with the dead guy." "Yeah." Peabody sighed. "They can sure make you cynical." "Did you run this Augustus suite?" "Yeah, he's a senior VP, internal security, Dudley & Son, pharmaceuticals. Chrysler Building HQ." "Let's go pay him a visit." Chapter 5. Dudley & Son spread over 5 prime floors of the landmark building, with its lobby areas done in what Eve thought of as swanky urban excess. The steel and glass counters meant that none of the half-dozen working reception could forget to keep their knees together. while the polished silver wall behind them shot out reflections and shimmered with light zeroing in from a multitude of windows. Weird glass sculptures hung from the ceiling over a high-gloss floor in unrelieved black. Visitors could bide their time on long, backless benches padded with black gel cushions and watch a wall of screens hype the company's self-proclaimed innovations in history. Eve chose a receptionist, who looked bored, and laid her badge on the glass counter. Augustus Sweet. Name, please? Eve laid a finger on the badge. One moment. She danced her fingers on a screen behind the counter. Mr. Sweet is in meetings until 2. If you'd like to make an appointment, I'd be... Eve tapped her badge again. That's my appointment. You're going to want to interrupt Mr. Sweet and tell him the cops are here. Oh, and one more thing. If you send his admin or some other minion out here to ask me what my business is, I'm going to take it the wrong way, and I'm going to take that wrong way out on you. There's no reason to get snippy. Eve merely smiled. You haven't seen Snippy yet. Get Sweet. Then we can both do our jobs. She got Sweet. It took nearly 10 minutes, but he walked through a set of glass doors. He wore a dark suit, dark tie, and an expression that said he probably wasn't a fun guy. His hair, a pewter gray, was cut short and bristling around a tough, square-jawed face. His eyes, hard and blue, held Eve's as he walked. I assume this is important enough to interrupt my schedule? I think so, but then I rank murder pretty high on the list. She'd projected just enough to draw attention. Sweet's jaw tightened as he turned, gave Eve an impatient come-with-me gesture, then strode back to the glass doors. She followed with Peabody down a wide hallway that opened into a secondary lobby. He turned, eating up the ground beyond offices to a corner space with an important desk ranged in front of an important view of the city. He closed the door, folded his arms over his chest. Identification? Both Eve and Peabody took out their ID. He took out a pocket scanner, verified them. Lieutenant Dallas, I know your reputation. Handy. Who's been murdered? Jamal Houston. That name's not familiar to me. Now he drew out a communicator. Mitchell, check my files for any information on a Houston, Jamal. He doesn't work in my department, he said to Eve. I know the names of everyone who works in my department. He didn't work here. He's the co-owner of a limousine service, one you booked last night for transport to LaGuardia. I didn't book any transportation last night. I used the company service. For what? For transportation to and from a dinner meeting. Intermezzo, 8 o'clock, party of 6. I left here at 7:30, arrived at the restaurant at 7:53. I left the restaurant at 10:46 and arrived home at 11. I had no business at LaGuardia last night. Picking up your wife? He smiled sourly. My wife and I separated 4 months ago. I wouldn't pick her up off the floor, much less at the airport. In any case, as far as I know, she's spending the summer in Maine. You have the wrong man. Maybe. Your name, address, and credit card were used to book the service. The driver picked up the passenger at this location. Wanting his reaction, she pulled out the hard copy Chin had given her, offered it, and watched his eyes, saw them whiten. He pulled out the communicator again. Mitchell, cancel all my credit cards. Initiate a search on the accounts and arrange for temporary secure replacements, ASAP, he snapped. I want Gorham to do a sniff on all my electronics, and for Lyle to do an all-level sweep, now. Who'd have access to your information? Eve asked, when he shoved the communicator back in his pocket. I'm in the business of security. No one should have been able to access that credit information. That's a company card. How was this booked? Via link. The sweep will include a check of all link logs in this department. The Electronic Detectives Division will be doing a sweep of its own, which will include your personal links. She didn't think it was possible, but his jaw tightened a few more notches. You'll need a warrant. No problem. What is this about? I need to take care of this breach of security immediately. It's about murder, Mr. Sweet, which may prove to be connected to your security problem, but still ranks higher on the food chain. The driver's body was found early this morning in his ride at LaGuardia. Killed by someone who used my name, my information. It appears. I'll give you the names and contact of everyone at the meeting last night, and every one of them can and will verify my presence. I only use company vehicles and drivers, again for security. To my knowledge, I don't know this Jamal Houston, and I don't appreciate having my data compromised this way, or having my personal logs and electronics sniffed over by the police. I think Jamal's probably even more pissed off. I don't know him. Your PA, some of your staff, would have your information, and probably access to that card number. A handful, yes, who hold the necessary level of security clearance. I'll want the names of that handful, Eve told him. She split the interviews with Peabody and took Mitchell Sykes, the PA, first. He was 34 and looked slick and efficient in what she thought of as an FBI light suit. I coordinate Mr. Sweet's schedule. He had a prissy, I am efficient and educated voice, and kept his hands folded on his left knee. I confirmed the reservation for the dinner meeting last night and arranged for Mr. Sweet's transportation to and from. And when did you do all that? 2 days ago, with follow-ups yesterday afternoon. Mr. Sweet left his office at 7:30. I left at 7:38. It's in the logs. I bet. You have access to Mr. Sweet's company credit card? I do, of course. What do you use that for? Expenses incurred by company business at Mr. Sweet's direction. All use is logged and screened. If I use it, the expense must include a purchase order or signed request and also includes my passcode. Anything in the log about its use last night? I looked, as requested. There's no entry. If there had been a charge against the account, it would have sent up an auto notice, but as it was simply used to hold a reservation, there's no flag. The security code on the account is changed every 3 days, again, automatically. Without the code, even a hold would be denied. So someone had the code. You'd have that? Yes. As Mr. Sweet's personal assistant, I have level 8 clearance. Only executives at Mr. Sweet's level have higher. Why don't you tell me where you were last night between 9 and midnight? His lip curled. As I said, I left the office, verified by our logs, at 7:38. I walked home. That's 1 block north, 2 3/4 blocks east. I arrived at approximately 7:50. My cohabitation partner is out of town on business. I spoke with her via link from 8:05 until 8:17. I had dinner in and remained in my apartment for the evening. Alone. Yes, alone. As I didn't expect to be interrogated by the police this morning, I saw no reason to secure a proper alibi. This time he managed to curl his lip and look down his nose simultaneously. You'll simply have to take my word for it. Eve smiled. Will I? How long have you worked here? I've been employed by Dudley & Son for 8 years, the last 3 as Mr. Sweet's PA. Ever use Gold Star? I have not, nor am I acquainted in any way with the unfortunate Mr. Houston. My only concern in this incident is the fraudulent use of Mr. Sweet's name, information, and credit data. This department provides the company with the very finest security in the corporate aegis. Think so? Funny, then, how a little thing like Alleged identity theft slipped through. It was small of her, no doubt, but she got some satisfaction at the sour look that put on his face. With the interviews done, she hooked up with Peabody to ride back down to street level. The two I interviewed, Sweet's head of security and the accountant, cooperated. The accountant's alibi, birthday party for his mother, 12 people attending, hosted at his home with his wife from 8 to 11 or so. Security guy's a little spongier. He's married, but his wife went out with friends for the evening, and he stayed in and watched the ball game. She didn't get home until around midnight. He's got home security that would log the comings and goings, but being as he's in the business, he could probably tweak that. Thing is, he's former military, decorated, solid record, married 14 years, 1 kid, who's in summer camp at this time. He's worked for Dudley a dozen years. He really strikes me as straight up.
What's his military?
Army, communications and security.
She squeezed into traffic. The PA doesn't have an alibi, and he's a snot. Nearly went cross-eyed looking down his nose at me. It's an arrogant crime, to my way of thinking. He's an arrogant little bastard. So Sweet. Would either of them be stupid enough to use Sweet's name and data? Or would either of them be smart enough to do just that because it comes off stupid? Eve countered. Something to think about. Let's go see Jamal. She didn't expect any surprises in the morgue, but it was a task that required checking off. In any case, sessions with Morris, the M.E., often served to confirm her basic theories or open up new ones. She found him at work, a protective cloak over his sharp suit. The midnight blue color, rather than the severe black he'd worn since his lover's murder, told her he'd gone to the next phase of grief. For the first time since spring, he'd added the bright with a tie of strong, vibrant red. He'd braided his hair with a cord of the same color, drawing it back from his striking face. He worked to music, she noted. Another good sign. A low and smoky female voice wafted through the cool, sterile air like a warm, perfumed breeze. Morris's long, dark eyes met Eve's. Smiled. How was your holiday? Pretty damn good. Found a body. They turn up everywhere. Anyone we know? Nope. A dumped boyfriend bash. Locals handled it. And you've hit the ground running at home, he observed. How are you, Peabody? Excellent. Had some beach time. Didn't find a body. Ah, well, better luck next time. He shifted his attention to the body on the steel table, opened by Morris's careful and precise V-cut. And here we have Jamal Houston, a man who kept in shape, tended his appearance. His hands are really quite beautiful. His scans show several old injuries. Breaks. Morris brought the scans on screen. The right forearm and the shoulder here. What I see is consistent with twisting. Ribs. 2 broken. Left wrist as well. All injuries would have been suffered during childhood and adolescence, while the bones were still forming. Abuse. I can only speculate, but that would be first on my list. Accident or injury wouldn't cause this damage to the shoulder. Grab the arm, twist, pull, Eve concluded. Yes, violently. As it didn't heal properly, I doubt it was properly treated, and I expect it troubled him still from time to time, particularly in damp weather. None of these, of course, relate to cause of death. I believe the bolt through his neck gave you a clue on that. Yeah, it got me thinking. Otherwise, he was a healthy and very fit man in his early 40s. No trace of drugs or alcohol in his tox.
Stomach contents show his last meal was about 7 last evening. Whole grain pasta with mixed vegetables, a light white sauce, water, and a coffee substitute. He also ingested breath mints. The body's clean but for the killing wound. Guy eats a nice healthy dinner, knocks back some fake coffee because it's going to be a long night, and he wants to pump in a little caffeine. He grabs a shower, puts on a fresh suit, the chauffeur's cap, takes his link, his memo book. He's got books on the link, according to the wife, to read while he waits for his clients. Pops the breath mints, kisses wife goodbye. About 90 minutes later, he's dead. But with clean, fresh breath, Morris added. The barb of the bolt entered here. Gently, he turned the body to reveal the insult. Slightly right of center, angling left and down as it pierced through. Killer's sitting in the back, right side, shoots at that slight angle. The bolt went right through, stuck in the control pad of the wheel. He'd need a good angle, Peabody commented, to keep from hitting the seat back. One shot, and a pretty good one if he hit what he was aiming for. Eve brought the vehicle into her head. The interior with its long, plush passenger area, the open privacy screen to the driver's cab. And it's dark, she concluded. Lights on in the limo, but it's not optimum light. Still, it has to be dark, or somebody might notice, even through the tinted windows, some guy sitting at the wheel of a limo with a bolt through his neck. Maybe he had a scope, she speculated, or a target gauge. Put the little red dot where you want it, fire, score. She blew out a breath. Well, I guess that's all he's got to tell me. His widow wants to see him. Probably the kids, too. Yes, I'll arrange it once I've closed him. Since they hadn't managed Peabody's hopes of a sit-down lunch, Eve sprang for soy dogs and fries from the corner glide cart and put the vehicle on auto to eat on the way to the lab. How many people, she speculated, own crossbows, much less actually know how to use one with any accuracy? You'd need a collector's license to own a weapon like that, possibly a recreational use permit, if you acquired it legit. And I just don't see somebody going black or gray markets to get one specifically for this. A lot of easier ways to kill. This feels like showing off, or at least showy. It wasn't target-specific, Peabody added, since the killer couldn't have known for sure who'd be driving. If he'd wanted Houston specifically, he could have requested him. Easy enough to blow smoke there. I've heard he's an excellent driver, blah, blah. The target could be the business itself. Could be an inside deal. But it doesn't have that feel. It feels random, at least at this stage. At the same time, the Sweet connection isn't random. Maybe somebody decides to kill Houston, or whoever takes the job, to put pressure on Sweet. Top security man for an important corporation gets pulled into a homicide investigation, has to explain how his data could be compromised. It doesn't look good, even if you're innocent, and could have repercussions on the job. Yeah, some people are sick or ambitious enough to try something that convoluted. We'll check and see who might be up for his position if he gets the axe, or who he's axed in the last few months. I don't like the PA, Eve added, with her own curl of the lip. Not sure he'd have the stomach to kill somebody, but I don't like him. Want a closer look there. The lab meant dealing with Dick Berensky, not so affectionately known as Dickhead. Eve understood he was brilliant at his work, but it didn't make him less of a dick. He considered bribes his due for expediting work on a hot investigation, juggled the women who actually agreed to go out with him. She expected he paid for most of them, like bowling pins, and often held small orgies in his office after hours. She walked to his station, The long white counter where he slid from comp to scope to gauge on his stool, squatting on it like a bug, she thought, with his weird head like a shiny egg plastered with thin boot-black hair. He glanced up, shot her a smile that put a hitch in her stride. It resembled an actual human expression. "Yo, Dallas, looking good. How's it hanging, Peabody?" The weirdly human smile remained in place and made the back of Eve's neck itch. "First day back, and you got a DB. Fancy one, too. We don't get many crossbow bolts through here." "Okay. Tell me about the bolt." "Top of the line. Carbon with a titanium core and barb. Front 2/3 of it's weighted, heavier for increased penetration, with the back third lighter. It's got a specialized coating that helps you pull the bastard out of whatever you shot. It's 20 inches long. Brand name's Firestrike. Manufacturer's Stell Weaponry. You gotta have a license and permit to purchase, and there's an auto check on that. Bastard costs $100 through legit outlets." For a moment, Eve said nothing. Wasn't certain she could. She hadn't threatened, insulted, bribed, or even snarled, and he'd given her more data in one shot than she usually beat out of him in a full meet. "Okay, that's good to know. No prints, no trace but the VIX. But I got the code. Manufacturer codes them in case of defect and whatnot. It was made in April of last year, shipped to New York from Germany. Only 2 outlets in the city. I got those." He offered her a disc. "All the data's in there." "Did you get bashed on the head recently?" "What?" "Never mind. Anything out of the vehicle?" "We got the link transes and the trip log. We're still processing the rest. It's a damn big bastard. Prelim doesn't turn up prints or trace, not even a loose hair except for the driver's. Cleanest damn car I've ever seen, if you don't count the blood in the front." "Okay," she said for a third time, at a loss. "Good work. That's what we do around here," he said so cheerfully, her stomach threatened to curdle. "You go catch the bad guy." "Right." Eve slid a glance at Peabody as they left. "What the fuck was that? Is it like that vid with the people and the pods and the dupes?" "Oh, that's a scary one. It's sort of like that. He's in love." "What with?" "Oh," Peabody said with a laugh. "Apparently he met somebody a few weeks ago and he's in love. He's happy. He's fucking creepy, that's what he is. I think I like him better when he's a dick." He kept smiling. "Happy makes you smile." "It's unnatural." Still, she had a constructive chunk of data to work with. Back at Central, she closed herself in her office to open her murder book, set up her murder board, and write up her initial report, while Peabody contacted the 2 outlets to try to track down the bolt. She tagged Cher Rio in the PA's office. "How was your vacation?" Eve resigned herself to answering the question all day. "Good. Listen, I caught a case this morning." "Already?" "Crime marches on. The Vic's got a sealed juvie. I need to unseal it." Rio sat back, pushed a hand through her fluffy blonde hair. "You believe the juvie's pertinent to the case?" "I don't know. That's why I need to see it. Guy's a successful business owner, husband, father, big fancy house in the burbs. No trouble on the surface so far. The scan and autopsy shows multiple old wounds, mostly breaks. Might be abuse, might be from fighting. The past can come back to haunt you, right? So they say. It shouldn't be a problem for the primary on a homicide to view the records of the victim. I'll make the request. Appreciate it. How'd he die?" "Crossbow." Rio widened bright blue eyes. "Never a dull moment. I'll get back to you." Eve programmed coffee, put her boots on her desk, and studied the board. Moments later, Peabody gave a cursory knock and stepped in. I've got a customer list for that particular batch of bolts. It's a couple of dozen worldwide with a handful off-planet. There's only one with a New York residence. I ran her, and she's clean, but you have to be to get the license and permit.
We'll look at her.
Why Gold Star? She wondered.
Small, exclusive company, small fleet, small staff, and if their hype's to be believed, premium class personal service. Top of the line, she murmured. Like the weapon. Expensive. Connect to suite. High-level exec for a high-level company. If there's no connection between Houston or his company and suite and his, then the only common denominator is they're both successful men with specialized skills.
Maybe it's totally random.
If it is, Houston may or may not be the first, but he won't be the last. Listen to Houston's transmissions. She ordered the computer to play it. Hey, Michael, I'm pulling up to the pickup now. Traffic's not too bad, considering. I'll check back when I've got the POB. I'll be here. How's Kimmy doing? She's beat. She's gone on to bed. I'm going to carry the portable with me when I check on her and our boy. Couple more weeks, you'll be a daddy again. You get some rest, too. I think I see the client. I'll come back. Time lapse to next trans, Eve said. 3 minutes, 10. POB, Jamal said, his voice quieter now, brisker. En route to LaGuardia, commercial transpo area for pickup, Supreme Airlines, Flight 624 out of Atlanta, ETA 1020. Copy that. Go to bed, Michael. Jamal's voice was barely a whisper now. Take the portable with you if you're going to be a stickler. I'll come back to you if I need to. It's a long run, no point in both of us getting a short night. I've got a book. I'll entertain myself when the clients have their late supper. Come back when you get to the airport, then I'll go to bed. Deal. The client's excited about this surprise for his wife, Jamal added. He's sitting back there grinning. Just keeps grinning. I have a feeling I'll be using the privacy window before the night's over. Michael chuckled. Client's king. Last transmission, Eve said. Jamal relayed his arrival, said good night to Michael. Within 5 minutes, he's dead. There's no worry, no tension in his voice, just the opposite. No sense of threat from the passenger, no worries. The killer's not nervous, not if Houston's read him right, and somebody who does what he did for a living should have a good sense. His passenger's excited, happy. He's anticipating the kill.
He, which lets out Iris Quill, the bolt buyer.
She could have provided the weapon, been the wife. We'll look at her. The transmissions tell me Houston didn't recognize the client. Could be wearing a disguise, could be somebody he hasn't seen in a long time. But a stranger says something else. Random again. Even random has a pattern. We find the pattern. Get me this Quill woman's address. I'll take her on the way home. I'm going to work there. Do a secondary on everyone who bought that make of bolt, and on the owners and employees of the outlets. Jeez! Send me the list and I'll take half. Yay! Do a standard on Mitchell's financials. Copy me. Add sweets to that. We'll see if money takes us anywhere. Iris Quill lived in a sturdy townhome in Tribeca. The exterior spoke of no nonsense, no fuss. She hadn't troubled to deck it out with flowers or plants in a neighborhood that seemed to love them. She hadn't stinted on security, however, and Eve went through the routine with the palm plate, the scanner, the computer's demand for her name, her badge, her business. The woman who opened the door hit about 5'2", weighed in at maybe 100 pounds, with a short, straight skull cap of shining silver hair and sharp blue eyes.
She wore brown shorts that showed off short but exceptionally toned legs, and a skin tank that showcased strong, defined arms. Eve judged to clock her in at about 75. Miss Quill. That's right. And what can I do for you, Dallas, Lieutenant Eve? Last thing I killed was a black bear, and that was up in Canada. Did you use a crossbow? A Trident .450 long barrel. She cocked her head. Crossbow? Can I come in? Why not? I recognized your name with the badge scan. I keep up with city crime, mostly watch first on 75. In a tidy foyer, sparsely furnished, with what looked like quality antiques, Iris gestured to a small, equally tidy living area. Have a seat. I'm investigating a homicide. A crossbow bolt is the murder weapon. Hard way to go. Do you own a crossbow, Ms. Quill? I own two, both properly licensed and registered, she added with a gleam in her eye that told Eve the woman understood that information was already confirmed. I like to hunt. I travel and indulge my hobby. I enjoy testing myself against the prey with a variety of weapons. A crossbow takes skill and steady hands. Records show you purchased 6 Firestrike bolts last May. I imagine I did. They're the best, in my opinion. Excellent penetration. I don't want the prey to suffer, so that's an important factor in a bolt or an arrow. And they're designed for reasonably easy extraction. I also don't want to waste my ammo. Have to replace the barbs, of course, but the shafts are durable. Have you sold, given, or lent any of your bolts to anyone? Why the hell would I do that? First, I expect you know as well as I do it's illegal, unless it's a gift or a documented loan to another licensed individual. Second, I don't trust anybody with my equipment. And last, those suckers ran me $96.50 each. I thought they ran $100. Quill's eyebrow cocked up with her smile. I bought a half-dozen bolts and a dozen extra barbs, and I know how to bargain. Can you tell me where you were last night, between 9 and midnight? Sure I can. I was right here. I got back from a 2-week safari in Kenya day before yesterday. I'm still a little turned around with my internal clock. I stayed home, wrote, I'm writing a book on my experiences, and was in bed by 11. I'm a suspect. She smiled a little. That's so interesting. Who am I suspected of killing? Since the media would be running with the story, Eve relayed the basics. Jamal Houston. He was 43. He had a wife and 2 children. She nodded slowly, as even the ghost of a smile faded. That's a pity. I never married, never had children, but I loved a man once. He was killed in the urban wars. People hunted people then. I suppose they still do, or you wouldn't have a job, would you? Personally, I prefer animals. I'm sorry for his family. Do you use a limo service? Of course. Streamline. The smile twinkled back. It's your husband's, and it's the best in the city. When I pay for something, I want the best for my money. I have a record of the bolts, all my ammo I've purchased. Also a record of what I've used in hunts, what remains in my inventory. Would you like copies? Hardly necessary, Eve thought, but it never hurt to take more than you needed. I'd appreciate that. I've only been using that type of bolt for 2 years, when they first started making them, so I'll copy from there. Otherwise, you'd have reams to go through. I've been hunting for 66 years. My mother taught me. Do you know anyone else who uses them specifically? Someone you've hunted with or talked crossbows with? Certainly. I could probably give you a list of names. Would that help? It couldn't hurt. Can I just ask you, just personal curiosity, after you kill something, what do you do with it? Since I'm not interested in trophies, I donate the kill to Hunters Against Hunger. Whatever can be used from the animal is processed and distributed to those in need. Ha's an excellent global organization." Eve said, "Ha." Chapter 6. As with Central, Eve felt pleased to drive through the gates of home. A different atmosphere, certainly, than her professional house, but like Central, it was hers now. Rich summer green grass spread, a luxuriant carpet for leafy trees, sumptuous blankets of flowers, and madly blooming shrubs. Through the banquet of color, of green, of cooling shade, the drive wound through to Rourke's elegant jewel. Maybe the house was huge. So huge, she wasn't sure she'd been in all the rooms. But it had dignity and style, with its stone towers and turrets, its big and generous windows and terraces. What he'd built out of guile and need and vision held both the warmth and welcome they'd both lived most of their lives without. It could, she supposed, swallow a dozen or more Brodie farmhouses. But now that she'd experienced both, she understood at the core they offered the same: welcome, stability, continuity. She parked, gathered what she needed for the night's work, and walked past the flowers into her home, where Somerset materialized in the foyer like fog over a headstone. Bony and black, with the fat cat at his feet, he gave Eve the beady eye. "Your first day back, and you managed to come home without dripping blood on the floor. Shall I open champagne to commemorate?" "Skip it, because I think about dripping blood on the floor, but it's always yours." Insults exchanged, she thought as she headed upstairs with the cat padding after her. Now she was officially home. She went to the bedroom first to strip off her jacket, change her boots for skids. Galahad wound in and out of her legs like an engorged ribbon. "I think you gained weight." She sat on the floor, hauled the bulk of him into her lap. "You're a disgrace. You're like a cat and a half in a one-cat package." She gave him a good scratch while he stared at her with his bicolored eyes. "No point giving me the look, pal. You are officially on a diet. Maybe we'll get you one of those pet workout things." "He'd just sleep on it," Rourke said as he came in. "We could hang food at the end, rig it so he can't get it until he puts in the time." "He's always been big-boned," Rourke said with a smile. "He's got more pudge than he had when we left." She poked the cat's belly to demonstrate. Somerset spoiled him. "Probably." Still in his business suit, Rourke joined her on the floor. Galahad immediately switched laps. "But then, so do we." "Look how he's cozying up to you because I was talking about diet and exercise, and he doesn't want to hear it." Stroking the cat into locomotive purrs, he leaned in, kissed his wife. "I missed you today. I've gotten used to having you all to myself." "You missed all the sex." "Absolutely. But I miss that face of yours as well." "And how was your day?" "Limo driver meets crossbow bolt. Bolt wins." "And here I thought my day was interesting." "What planet did you buy?" "Which would you like?" "I'll take Saturn," she decided. "It's got pizzazz." "I'll see what I can do." She gave his tie a tug. "I thought you were going to stop wearing so many clothes." "They frown on less at global business meetings." "What do they know?" She unknotted his tie. "I think you should be naked." "Oddly, I was just thinking the same about you." Reaching out, he hit the release on her weapon harness. The cat gave him a headbutt, obviously annoyed the stroking had stopped. "I'll get back to you," Rourke promised, and nudged Galahad aside. Eve took Galahad's place. wrapped her legs around Rourke's waist, her arms around his neck. Maybe I missed your face. Maybe you missed the sex. I guess it can be both. She laid her lips on his, sank in. Yeah, she murmured, it can definitely be both. While the cat stalked away in disgust, she shoved the jacket off Rourke's shoulders, tugged it off. He simply pulled the sleeveless tank she wore over her head. See how much easier mine are? You've got all these buttons. She attacked them while he let his hands roam. He loved the feel of her, long and lean, with that supple core of muscle. Hers was a warrior's body, agile and strong, and she gave it to him without reservation. Her fingers, impatient and quick, dealt with buttons, pulled open his shirt. Their eyes met, hers that gilded brown and aware. Watching her, he cupped her breasts, slid his thumbs back and forth over her until that awareness deepened. When he took her mouth again, she pressed against him, center to center. The beat of his blood quickened to a fierce and primal rhythm, driving the need to possess. But when he would have pushed her back to the floor, she shifted her weight and took him down. Her breath, already unsteady, feathered over his lips. Sometimes you've just got to take it. She caught his bottom lip in her teeth, tugged. She used her teeth again, on his throat, on his shoulder, while her hands snaked between them to open his trousers. She felt his muscles coil and release. All the power, she thought, under her. All that he was, hers for the taking. The thrill of that rode inside her while she helped herself, stirred him as she wanted him stirred until that power quivered for her. He was hard and smooth, and she used her hands, her mouth to pleasure and to torment, used her body to tease and arouse until her own needs nearly swallowed her. He rolled, pinned her, his eyes fiercely blue. Now you'll take it, he said, and proceeded to destroy her. She cried out once, as those hands that had so coolly stroked the cat now used her ruthlessly. He drenched her, saturated her with sensations that robbed her breath, shuddered through her body in choppy, drowning waves. When she trembled, he hiked up her hips and plunged into her. Filled and surrounded, caught and found, craved. Power merged with power now as they drove each other. Once again their eyes met, and he saw that deep and gilded brown, and now let himself fall into them. A damn good welcome home, Eve decided as she dressed. She glanced over at Rourke. I've got some work to get to. Limo driver, crossbow. I figured as much. This would be the driver from Gold Star? She frowned a little, knowing he often checked the crime reports. How much does the media have? I didn't have time to monitor. That's about it. You've been stingy with the details. They probably have the rest by now. Driver and co-owner, husband, father of two. Not a lot there to make too many ripples media-wise until they get the crossbow angle. That'll ripple some. I expect it will. She left off weapon and jacket, he noted, and slipped her feet back into her skids, her comfortable work mode. The murder might not ripple over much in the media, he thought, but for Eve, it would be a drowning pool until she closed the case. He had a bit more work to catch up on, but nothing, he decided, that couldn't wait. Why don't we have a meal in here, and you can fill me in before you get to it? That'll work. I don't want much. I took pity on Peabody and sprang for dogs and fries this afternoon. Some cold pasta? As long as it doesn't come with a light white sauce, Vic's last meal. We'll go for a light white wine instead. They ate in the sitting area of the bedroom while she relayed the basics. Are you convinced the killer didn't know who'd be at the wheel? It plays, she said. We'll still look at the Vic, the company, the employees, but it feels like the partner, the wife are telling it straight. The Vic took the ride on a coin toss. When you listen to the transmissions during the ride, it's easy. Business as usual with casual personal stuff mixed in. I don't, at this point, see Houston as a specific target. The company, maybe, but not him. Add in the security expert. It's interesting. As he tore a hunk of olive bread, handed her a share, Rourke considered it. Dudley & Son is an old company with a long reach and very deep pockets. I'd expect a man in Sweet's position to have been well vetted. He was pissed. It felt real. Then again, she shrugged and stabbed some curly pasta. If he'd set it up, he'd be ready to make it feel real. The question would be why. Why Houston? Why Sweet? Why that company? Why that method? Sweet's PA's off a little. Something off there, she considered. I want a closer look at that little bastard. Thinks a lot of himself. Whoever did this thinks a lot of himself. The method matters, the whole elaborate setup. If you don't know who you're going to kill, then it's about the killing, not the victim. When you go to this much fuss, it's about how a lot more than who. You've looked into who bought that particular make of bolt? Yeah. I interviewed one of them on my way home. Iris Quill. I know of her. Rourke lifted his wineglass. She's got quite a reputation. A very serious hunter, and one of the founders of Hunters Against Hunger. Ha! An unfortunate acronym from the animal's viewpoint, I imagine. Still, they do good work. She struck me as solid, gave me all her records on that weapon, even let me do a count of the bolts she has, and they add up. She also gave me a list of people she knows who use the same type. You don't hunt. No, it doesn't appeal to me. Mostly, I don't get why people want to tramp around the jungle or the woods or wherever in the stone bitch of nature just to kill some stupid animal who's just hanging around where it lives. You want meat, you can buy a dog on the street. That's not meat. Not technically. Not in any reasonable sense. I expect it's the primal charge with hunting. The pitting yourself against the stone bitch of nature and so on. Yeah, but you'd be the one with the weapon. She frowned a moment. Maybe this is kind of the same deal. Houston, or whoever might have been driving, is in his natural habitat, so to speak. You're sitting in his space. Maybe it's the back of a fancy limo, but you're hunting. Primal charge, maybe. But hardly sporting, Rourke pointed out. He shot an unarmed man from behind. Most animals have what you could term a weapon at least, tooth and fang, and the advantage, to some extent, of instinct and speed. I don't think he's worried about being fair. Maybe a hunter, maybe, and maybe a little bored with shooting four-legged mammals. Trying for bigger game? Something to think about. She thought about it in her home office while she set up a second murder board. She programmed coffee, glanced at the door that joined her office with Rourke's. He had work to catch up on, she knew, and it felt homey in their own strange way to be working in connecting rooms. She set up her computer to start runs, and while it worked, began to add to her case notes. Hunter. Bigger game. Thrill kill. Unusual weapon. Elaborate setup equals Attention. Attention equals trophy? Who has access to Sweet's data and hunts? Motive for involving Sweet? She paused, glancing over at an incoming transmission. Rio comes through, she murmured, and called the incoming file, now unsealed on screen. Vandalism, shoplifting, illegals possession, truancy, she read. 2 stints in juvie, with another illegals pop for dealing and destruction of private property in between. Mandatory counseling, all before Houston hit 16. Tipping back in her chair, she read social workers' reports, counselors' reports, judges' opinions. Basically, they'd labeled him a wild child, a troublemaker, a chronic offender with a taste for street drugs. Until somebody'd bothered to dig a little deeper. Somebody'd bothered to take a good look at his medicals. Broken bones, blackened eyes, bruised kidneys, all attributed to accidents or fighting. Until just before his 17th birthday, he'd beaten his father unconscious and taken off. Her stomach shuddered with memory, with sympathy. She knew what it was to be broken and battered, knew what it was to finally fight back. They went after you, didn't they? Yeah, hunted you down, tossed you in a cage for a while. But somebody finally took a good hard look. She read his mother's statement, read the fear and the shame in it, but felt no sympathy there. A mother was meant to protect the child, wasn't she? No matter what. This one had hidden all those breaks and bruises out of that shame and fear until the right cop, the right moment, and they'd pulled it out of her. Supervised halfway house, more counseling. That, she thought, and maybe the power of finally fighting back had turned a teenage boy around and helped build him into a man. And last night, someone had taken that from him. His juvenile record, Rourke said from the doorway. Yeah. The system worked for him. Maybe not as soon as it should have, but it worked for him. He came to her, kissed the top of her head. And so will you. How can I help? You said you had work. I've caught up with some, and have a few things running that can go on their own for a bit. He thought of her, she understood, when he read the file. And he thought of himself, too, of being kicked and punched, broken and battered by his father. It connected him, she understood that as well, to a man he'd never met. It's grunt work now, mostly. I'm doing runs on a portion of the staff at Dudley and the Transpo Company's employees. I'm going to cross-reference those with any membership in hunting clubs or that kind of travel, licenses and permits for crossbows, and I want to dig on Sweet's PA's financials, just because the little bastard is off somewhere. Why don't I take the financials? I can do them faster. Show off. But I do it so well. He pulled her in for a moment. Take that down now. He studied the data on screen as she did. It reminds you, and that upsets and distracts you. She shook her head. Not until I do a search for the father. Maybe he wanted payback after all these years. Maybe he got enough money for some sort of hit, or... I have to cross it off. All right. I'll look into the money on the little bastard. It made her laugh. Thanks. She did the grunt work, sorted through runs, sieved the data, ran probabilities until a low-grade headache brewed behind her eyes. I can't find one person in the mix with a hunting connection, at least not that shows. No permits, no licenses, no purchases of that nature. I tried crossing with sporting. People do the damnedest things. And there's competitions for archery and shit. Legal ones. Nothing there either. Well, I had better luck. I knew it! Eve slapped a fist on her desk. "I knew that little bastard was wrong. What did you find?" "An account he'd buried under a few layers. Not a bad job of it, really. And it would likely have remained buried if no one had a reason to dig. You'll note, as I did," Rourke continued, "he's been careful not to give anyone a reason to dig. Clean record, bills paid in a timely fashion, taxes all right and tight. I transferred the account data to your machine. Computer," he ordered, "display Mitchell Sykes's financials on screen 2. "Acknowledged." When the data flashed on, Eve picked up her coffee, narrowed her eyes. "That's a nice chunk. Heading toward $500,000. But she frowned. "Am I reading this right? Deposits in increments over, what, a 2-year period? Nearly 3, actually. Doesn't smell like payoff for a murder, unfortunately. The last deposit was a little over a week ago, in the amount of $23,000.53. That's a weird number. All the deposits are uneven amounts, and all under $25,000. Blackmail, maybe. And he deposits odd amounts to try to stay under the radar, which he has. Possibly. Or some corporate espionage, selling Dudley data to competitors. He's PA for one of the top security guys, so he'd have some access there. Another possibility. They're pretty regular, aren't they?" Hands in pockets, eyes narrowed, she studied the figures. Every 4 or 6 weeks, another little bump in the nest egg. Withdrawals are few and far between, and pretty light. Living within his means. Using a little extra here and there no one would blink at. Still, the amounts are... Wait, he's got a cohab. Double the amount of deposits and it makes more sense. She glanced over. "And you've already gone there. As it happens. Computer, secondary financials, split screen. Carolee Prins. Nearly the same amounts, nearly the same dates. Now we've got something." "She works for Dudley," Eve added. "I ran her, pharmaceutical rep." She sipped her coffee. "So, I'll tell you what you've already figured out. They're skimming drug supplies, which she'd have access to, and selling them on the streets or to a supplier, every month or so. It reads that way to me. Nothing to do with Houston. In fact, this bumps them down below bottom, unless I find out Houston or someone connected was a customer. But the fact is, using his boss's data would bring just this sort of attention. Why go there when you've got such a nice sideline? You don't want to shine any lights." "They've been successful, so I'd agree. Bringing the cops to their own doorstep would be monumentally stupid." "Too bad. But it'll be fun to get him in the box and sweat the snot out of him." In fact, remembering his curled lip and down-the-nose smirk, it gave her a warm little thrill. Between this and the use of Sweet's data, it doesn't look like that arm of Dudley's is as secure as it should be. And that, she thought, was interesting, too. Where there's one hole, there's probably another. Houston's killer's in one of those holes. "Nothing on the victim's family connections?" Rourke asked her. "The father's dead. Beat some neighbor kid, got a stretch in the tunes. Picked the wrong con to mess with inside and ended up bleeding out in the showers thanks to the shiv in his gut. The mother moved back to Tennessee, where her family's from. There's nothing there." She puffed out her cheeks, blew out the breath. "I've run the partner's wife, the Vic's wife, even the Vic's kids, back, forth, sideways. There's no buzz, no pop. The wife gets Houston's share of the business, but essentially she already had it. This killing just wasn't about Houston particularly, and nothing about the company so far brings up any questions. If there's a connection, Dudley's the most likely source." Even then, she shook her head. even then. It's playing more and more like it was for the thrill, just for the rush. And if that's the way it is, he's already looking for the next thrill. The scream ripped out of the shadows, high and wild. Behind it chased a gurgle of maniacal laughter. For a moment, Ava Crampton caught a glimpse of her reflection in a smoky mirror before the ghoul burst out of the false glass, claws dripping blood. Her squeal was quick and unplanned, but her pivot toward her date, the urgent press of her body to his, was calculated. She knew her job. At 33, she'd clocked over 12 years' experience as a licensed companion and had worked her way steadily up the levels to the pinnacle. She invested in herself, folding her profits back into her face, her body, her education, her style. She could speak conversationally in 3 languages and was diligently working on a 4th. She kept her 5'6" frame rigorously toned, was, in fact, an advanced yogini. The practice not only kept her centered, but gave her a superb flexibility that pleased her clients. She considered her mixed-race heritage a gift that had provided her with dusky skin, which she tended as rigorously as she did her body, cut glass cheekbones, full lips, and crystalline blue eyes. She kept her hair long, curled, artfully tumbled in a caramel brown that set off that skin, those eyes. Her investment paid off. She was one of the highest-rated LCs on the East Coast, routinely commanding a cool $10,000 an evening, double that for an overnight. She trained and tested and was licensed for a menu of extras and specialties to suit the varied whims of her clients. Her date tonight was a first-timer, but had passed her strict and scrupulous screening. He was wealthy, healthy, and boasted a clean criminal record. He'd been married for 12 years, divorced for 8 months. His young daughter attended an excellent private school. He owned a brownstone in the city and a vacation home in Aruba. Though his looks struck her as dead average, he'd grown a trendy goatee since his last ID shot, had grown out his hair. He'd also put on a few pounds, but she considered him still in good shape. Trying on a new look with the little beard and longer hair, she thought, as men often did after a divorce. She could feel his nerves. He'd confessed, charmingly, she thought, that he'd never dated a professional before. At his request, she'd met him at Coney Island. He'd provided a limo. Since he'd steered her almost immediately to the House of Horrors, she assumed he wanted the adrenaline rush and a female who'd gasp and cling. So she gasped and she clung, and remembered to tremble when he worked up the nerve to kiss her. It all seems so real. It's a favorite of mine, he whispered in her ear. Something howled in the dark, and with it, on a rattle of chains, something shambled closer. It's coming! This way. He tugged her along, keeping her close as overhead came the flutter of bat wings. The wind from them stirred her hair. A hollow image of a monster wielding a bloodied axe leaped forward, and she felt the air from the strike shiver by her shoulder. He yanked her through a door that clanged shut behind them. On a yelp of surprise and disgust, she swiped at cobwebs. Caught up, she spun to try to escape them, and came face to face with a severed head on a spike. Her scream, completely genuine, ripped out as she stumbled back. She managed a nervous laugh. God, who thinks of this stuff? She thought fleetingly that her last date had been a romp on silk sheets with a follow-up in an indoor wave pool. But no one knew better than Ava that it took all kinds. And this kind got his kicks in the torture chamber of a park amusement. The light fluttered. A dozen guttering candles, with the red glow of a fire, where a hooded man, stripped to the waist, heated an iron spike. The air stank, she thought. They'd made it just a little too real, so it reeked of sweat and piss and what she thought was blood. The scream and prayers of the tortured and the damned crowded the room where stones dripped, and the eyes of rats glowed in the corners. A woman begged for mercy as her body stretched horribly on the rack. A man shrieked at the lash of a barbed whip. And her date for the evening watched her with avid eyes. Okay, she thought, she got the drift. You want to hurt me? Do you want me to like it? He smiled a little shyly as he came toward her, but the pace of his breathing had increased. Don't fight. You're stronger. I'd never win. Playing the game, she led him back her into a shadowy corner behind a figure moaning as it turned on a spit. I'll do anything you want. She worked some fear into her voice. Anything. I'm your prisoner. I paid for you. And your slave. She watched pleasure darken his eyes, kept her voice low, throaty. What do you want me to do? Let her breath catch. What are you going to do to me? What I brought you here to do. Now be very still. He pressed against her as he reached in his pocket, into the sheath, hugging his thigh. He kissed her once, squeezed his free hand on her breast to feel her heart pump against his palm. She heard something. A slide, a click. What's that? Death, he said, and stepping back, drove the blade into that pumping heart. Chapter 7. With her mind crowded with data and theories, Eve crawled into bed. Her body clock yearned to be wound down, turned off, rebooted after a solid downtime. She curved into Rourke as his arm came around her, felt everything in her give in, relax. She closed her eyes. Her link signaled. Hell. Lights on, 10%, block video. She shoved herself up, answered, Dallas. Dispatch, Dallas, Lieutenant Eve. See the officer, Coney Island, House of Horrors, main entrance, possible homicide. Acknowledged. Contact Peabody, Detective Delia. Probability of connection with Houston investigation? Unclear, but flagged. On my way. Shit, she said as she cut transmission. I'll drive. Rourke stood, shook his head when she frowned. I've a business interest in the park, as you know. I'll be contacted. He broke off when his link signaled. Now, I'd say. She didn't argue. He'd probably be handy. She dressed, programmed a couple of coffees to go, and said nothing when he chose one of his topless toys to zing them through the warm summer night. The wind and the caffeine would clear her brain and reboot the body clock a few hours ahead of schedule. What kind of security's on that place? She asked him. Minimal, as it's an amusement. Standard scanners at the entrances to the park, a network of cams and alarms throughout. Security personnel do routine sweeps. A night like this, it's probably packed. From a business standpoint, one hopes. We've had very little trouble since we opened, and that's on the minor side. He flicked a glance in her direction. I'm no happier to have a dead body there than you are. Dead bodies less happy than both of us. No doubt. But it troubled him on an elemental level, not only because it was primarily his, but because it was meant to be a place for fun, for families, for children to be dazzled and entertained. It was meant to be safe, and, of course, he knew no place was really safe. Not a pretty Irish wood, not an amusement park. Security's duping the discs now, he told her. You'll have the originals, and they'll scan the copies. They'll be enhanced, as the lighting in that amusement is deliberately low, and there are sections with fog or other effects. We use droids, anitrons, and hollows, he said before she could ask. There's no live performers. The stuff runs on a timer? No, it's motion-activated, programmed to follow the customer's movements. As for timing, there's a feature that funnels customers in their groups, or individually if they come in alone, into different areas to enhance and personalize the experience. So the victim and killer, if they came in together, could and would have been alone, at least for a portion of the ride or whatever it is. Sensory experience. There are sections inaccessible to minors under 15 to conform with codes. You've been through it. Yes, several times during the design and construction stages. It's appropriately gruesome and terrifying. Won't scare me. I have the gruesome and the terrifying greet me at the door every freaking day. She smiled to herself, thinking it was too bad Somerset wasn't around to hear her get that one off. The light shimmered and sparkled against the night sky, and music vied with the happy screams of people zooming on the curves and loops of the coasters, spinning on wheels that flashed and boomed. She didn't much see the appeal of paying for something that tore screams out of your throat. On the Midway, people paid good money to try to win enormous stuffed animals or big-eyed dolls she considered less appealing than rides that tore screams out of the throat. They shot, tossed, blasted, and hammered with abandon, or strolled around with soy dogs or cream cones or sleeves of fries and whopping drinks. It smelled a little like candy-coated sweat. The House of Horrors was just that. A huge, spooky-looking house with lights flickering in the windows where the occasional ghoul, ghost, or axe murderer would pop out to snarl or howl. A big, burly uniform and a skinny civilian secured the entrance. Officer. Lieutenant, we've got the building secured. 1 officer, 1 park security inside with the DB. We've got a guard on every egress. Did an E-scan. No civilians left inside. Why's it still running? She asked, studying the door knocker in the form of a bat with shivering, papery wings and glowing red eyes. I didn't want to make the determination to shut down, considering you might have wanted to go through as the Vic had. It was a reasonable call. We'll do a replay when and if. For now, shut it down. I can do that from the box. The skinny guy glanced at Eve, then sent Rourke a sorrowful look. Sir, I have no idea how this could have happened. We'll want to find that out. For now, shut it down. I need to go inside, the civilian said to Eve. Just inside to the box. Show me. She nodded to the uniform, who uncoded the door. It creaked ominously. Cobwebs draped the shadowy foyer like shawls over a body back. Light, such as it was, came from the flickering glow of ornate candelabras and a swaying chandelier where a very lifelike rat perched. Something breathed heavily to the left and made her fingers itch for her weapon. Shadows seemed to swoop and dive from the ceiling. Up a long curve of steps, a door groaned like a man in pain, then slammed. The skinny guy moved to a panel on the wall, aimed his little handheld. The panel slid open to reveal a keypad. He coded something in. Lights flashed on. Movement and sound died. Glancing around, she decided it was a little creepier in the bright and the still. Anitron stood frozen on the floor, in the air, on the stairs. In a mirror, a face held in mid-scream, while a severed hand holding a 2-bladed axe hung suspended. Where's the body? Subsection B, torture chamber, the skinny guy told her. Who are you? I'm Gum. I'm electronics and effects. Okay, lead the way. Do you want to go by the amusement route or employee? The most direct. This way. He walked to a bookcase. Why was it always a bookcase, Eve wondered, and engaging another hidden mechanism, opened the doorway. We have a series of connecting passages and monitoring stations throughout the amusement. He guided them through a brightly lit, white-walled passage, past controls and screens. It's all automated? Yes, state-of-the-art. To give the customers the full experience, we're able to funnel them in various directions, rather than have them all follow the same route and crowd together. It's more personal. They can, if they choose, interact with the effects. Speak to them, ask questions, give chase or attempt to evade. There's no danger, of course, though we have had some customers pass out. A loss of consciousness triggers an alarm in medical. How about death? Well, he made a turn, paused. Technically, a loss of heartbeat should have triggered an alarm. There was a glitch, a kind of blip at 2352. A kind of blip. We're looking into it, sir, he said to Rourke. He opened the door into the torture chamber. There was the faint memory of stench, as if something hadn't been thoroughly cleaned. Over it smeared the smell of death. The officer holding the scene came to attention. Eve gave him a nod. The body slumped against the fake stone wall, legs spread, chin on chest, as if the woman had fallen asleep. The mass of curling brown hair hid most of her face, but one wide blue eye stared out from a part in that curtain, almost flirtatiously. Sparkling stones glittered at her throat, her wrists, on her fingers. She wore a white dress in a summery fabric cut low on the breasts. Blood stained it in a thin line where the blade pierced her heart. Eve opened her field kit, used Seal It to cover her hands and boots before tossing the can to Rourke. She'd already engaged her recorder. Victim is mixed-race female, looks early 30s, brown and blue. She has a small jeweled bag on the belt at her waist and is wearing considerable jewelry. Single stab wound, she said as she stepped over and crouched. Heart shot, and it looks dead on, with the knife still in the body. The blade has some sort of mechanism, like a socket on the grip. It's a bayonet, Rourke said from behind her. It would fit on a rifle or other firearm, or can be removed, as it is now, for use as a sidearm. A bayonet, she murmured. Something else you don't see every day. She opened the little bag. About $2.50 in cash, breath spray, lip dye, credit card and ID card, both in the name of Ava Crampton. Upper East Side Addie. And it lists her as a top-level LC on her ID. She checked fingerprints to verify. Who found her? I did. With a look of apology on his face, Eve wondered if it was situational or permanent. Gum raised his hand. We ran down the source of the glitch to this sector, and I came down to do an on-site check. She was just there. Did you touch her? No. I could see. It was clear. He swallowed. I called security, and they notified the police. We cleared the amusement. I'm afraid there had been several people through here between the glitch and the discovery. Eve simply stared at him. Customers tromped through the crime scene? No one knew there'd been a crime. She was probably taken as part of the amusement. The exhibits are very lifelike. Crap. I need the security discs. We're putting them together for you now. There was a bit of a wrinkle. Eve paused as she reached for her gauge. Glitch, blip, wrinkle, she thought. What other cute term would he find for clusterfuck? Define wrinkle. There are sections on the discs from various areas that appear to be blank. Appear to be. I'm having them analyzed. Sir, he addressed Rourke now. My first thought is someone entered and toured while carrying a sophisticated jammer, a pinpoint device of considerable strength. In order to bypass the security walls, and only for moments at a time, it had to be extreme, and in my opinion, the user had to know the locations of the cameras and alarms. He had to know the system. The route, as far as we can tell from the first run, leads here, then out through Sector D, which would be the nearest exit. I'm afraid whoever did this, he glanced at the body, periodically jammed our system so as to go undetected. Did you kill her, Gum? His head jerked on his bony shoulder as he gaped at Eve. No, of course not. I don't even know her. I've never... She's winding you up, Gum, Rourke said mildly. But Eve heard the anger under the surface. Finish the analysis and get the lieutenant the discs, he began when they heard footsteps coming down the passage. Peabody popped out seconds before the love of her life, EDD Ace McNabb. This place rocks even when it's turned off. McNabb and I came in for the spooks a couple weeks ago. It's total. Glad you're enjoying yourself. Seal up, Eve ordered. Not you, she added, pointing a finger at McNabb. This is Gum. Go with him and do E-crap. Sure. McNabb, skinny of build, bony of ass, looked positively robust compared to Gum. He offered a smile as sunny as the hair he'd pulled back into a long tail. Live to serve. Because he was amenable, and as good as they come, Eve ignored the fact he wore red maxi cargo with multicolored pockets and a short-sleeved yellow jacket over a tank that looked like he'd soaked it in a rainbow. Go live. TOD 2352. She looked at Rourke. There's your blip. Her heart stopped, and whatever he was jamming it with gave you the blip instead of the alarm. He came prepared. Weapon, jammer, knew the route and the system if Gum is to be believed. He's skilled and reliable. I'll want a list of people who know the system. Anyone who's been fired or written up. You'll have it. Peabody, contact the usual, and let's get this place processed. Spooksville's shut down for the foreseeable. What kind of knife is that? Peabody asked as she pulled out her link. Bayonet. Vic is a high-priced LC. From a visual exam on the clothes, the state of the body, it doesn't look like sexual assault. And really, what would be the point? She's got jewelry, cash, and credit still on her, so that ditches robbery. And again, why haul her in here, bringing a jammer and a freaking bayonet if you just wanted sex and glitters? Limo driver, crossbow, transpo station parking. Pricey LC, bayonet, amusement park. Luxury items, unusual weapons, semi-public places. He's got a system, and right now he's 2 for 2. She stood up. Officer Milway. Milway, see if you can find out how she got here. Personal transpo, private, public. Round up entrance security. Let's see if he jammed that, too. Talk to park employees, find out if anyone saw her. She's a looker. If they noticed her, they may have noticed who she was with. She waited until the uniform stepped out. How do you figure he got that through the scanners? She asked, gesturing to the bayonet. The smartest way would be to have it on him, in a sheath or holder lined with magnetic fiber that would block the reading. Eve nodded, continued to study the body, the room. An LC of that level, has to have solid experience, as well as skill and a clean bill. Her hair's still perfect. Her dress, except for the blood, isn't messed up. No bruises, no sign she tried to evade or fight. She didn't see it coming. Didn't get any kind of buzz he was off. Neither did Houston, Rourke pointed out. A driver would be good at reading clients. Should be. She comes in here with him. We'll get the root from the glitches, the blips, whatever Gum wants to call them, but she ends up here. Must be gruesome when it's running. It's meant to be. People are fucked up, she said half to herself. Can you get them to turn on this sector? Just this sector. I want to see how it played. Give me a moment. He took out his link, stepped away. Sweepers dispatched. Morgue teams heading in. Nodding at Peabody, Eve considered. She doesn't have a memo book on her, but you can bet someone at her level has perfect records. She'll have this guy listed, but he'd know that. If it's the same killer, you're thinking he faked his ID again. I'm thinking he'd cover himself, play the same pattern. If so, it means she didn't know him. A first round. Wouldn't she run him? Make sure she's not dating a psycho. Not that it did her any good. But wouldn't she? I want to talk to Charles about that, she said, referring to their mutual friend, a retired LC. Charles might have known her, Peabody added. They would have run in the same circles, same social strata. She jumped as if her air skids were springs at the blood-curdling scream. Nerves of steel, Eve muttered, while moans and stench and eerie light filled the chamber. She watched an anatron score another anatron's face with a glowing poker. The torture methods in play are historically accurate, Rourke told her. The instruments are carefully crafted replicas of those used. Yeah, seriously fucked up. Is there another entrance? To the public? No. That one would channel the customers in here, through the maze of the place, then move them out again over there to the next sector. Okay. She moved to the entrance, ignoring cobwebs, skittering rats. Is the smell authentic, too? Or a close approximation? And people pay for this. She shook her head. They come in here. Does it excite him? All the screams, the smell of blood and piss, the realism? I bet it does. He didn't just decide to do it here. He planned it. Here in this replica of misery, cruelty, fear, despair. Maybe she's playing the part, shivering, cringing, holding on to him. Or she's going the other way, aroused, excited, whichever she thinks the client's after. But they moved around. She began to walk through. Getting a closer look. Had to get to the kill zone. Shadows are deeper there. Maybe he maneuvers her, or she goes that way and plays into his hands. Up against the wall, braced against the wall, that's how he did her. She thinks he wants a little sample of what's coming, and he gets her against the wall so she doesn't fall on anything, knock anything. Jamming the cameras, the sensors, but if she falls and knocks anything over, that could get through. He wants a little time to get out, get away. He leaves. The jamming stops. But she's on the floor, in the shadows, and the show goes on. She walked over to a doorway that resembled the mouth of a cave. Out here. Where does this go? Here. Rourke held out his PPC. That's the layout of this area. Depending on the route and timing of anyone ahead of you, the program would take you out into one of these 3 sectors. There are appropriately mocking signs, here, 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 for those who want to end their tour. This is where Gum believes he exited. Let's have a look. Peabody, stay with the body. Set up the sweepers when they're on scene.
Could we maybe lose the effects?
Coward. But Rourke winked at her, ordered them shut down. The security lights illuminated a narrow corridor with torches on the walls. They followed its left fork into a wide cavern with what appeared to be a deep pool of water. On it sat a boat where men in dingy pirate garb were frozen in mid-sword fight. A couple of decaying corpses lay piled under jutting rocks. The topmost had a crow on its belly, beak buried in torn flesh. Nice. You get what you pay for. When running, there's head-severing, disemboweling, a bit of keel-hauling, and the skeletal spirits of the damned. It's fairly impressive. I bet. She studied the sign on an arched door fashioned to replicate planks. If the pirate's blade you fear, take this chance to escape from here. The exit. She tried the door. It opened into the bright lights and sounds of the park. He'd be out and gone in 2 minutes, easily. With the heart jab, he shouldn't have gotten any blood on him. Or if he did, it's easily cleaned off before he leaves. Stroll right out. He could buy a fucking soy dog to celebrate. He'd look ordinary, forgettable. But she doesn't. That's the thing. She's the type people notice, so maybe somebody noticed him too. She shut the door. I'm going to take another walk through. Maybe you could give Gum and McNabb a kick. I want whatever they've got, and we'll see what EDD can do with it. And yeah, she said before he could speak, you're on as expert consultant, civilian if you want to be. I know this is your place and you're pissed. Not entirely mine, but yes, I'm pissed. It's good security here, he added, looking around, but it's a playground. Families, children, people looking for a bit of fun. I don't suppose we were as stringent in that area as we might have been. Nobody's going to monitor an amusement spook house the way they do the UN. And he knew what he was doing, just how to do it. She frowned. I want a list of other investors, partners, whatever they are. The money people who'd know what went into this place. He has money, or he wants it. The kind that buys gold limos and expensive LCs. She went out the exit, circled around to the front. This time she wanted to retrace the killer's route. She tagged McNabb. Guide me through this place by the blips on the security. Can do. Let me get a fix on your link. She followed his directions, winding through a vampire's lair, a graveyard with zombies dragging themselves out of the ground. She could imagine the lighting, the sounds, the movements well enough. What if the program had taken them another way, she wondered. He'd had alternatives set up, other kill zones with easily accessed exits, and the Vic had played along, doing what she'd been paid to do. She stopped, narrowed her eyes. Paid. An LC in her league would get a hefty deposit. She needed to consult with Charles, get a solid opinion on the practice and procedure. By the time she reached Peabody, she had the route mapped in her head. He probably made it here with her in under 20. Probability's high this was his first stop, and her last. I did a run on her. She'd had over a dozen years in, not a single citation. Clean and regular health checks, paid her fees on time, worked her way up the chain. She's diamond level. And if I remember what Charles said, that means she earns about $10,000 for a 4-hour date. She's certified for male and female, groups, bondage, submissive or dominant. Name it, she's licensed. There are only half a dozen LCs in the city at her level. Only one other female. He wants or needs exclusive. She turned as Officer Milway came back in. Lieutenant, she didn't book transpo, but I checked for private going to her address tonight. There was a pickup for that address, her name, booked at 22:30. Elegant Transportation. The driver, Wanda Fickle, dropped her off at the main entrance at 23:10. The car was ordered by and paid for by a Foster M. Urich. He's got an address in the village. Good work. Yes, sir. We're asking around. We found a couple of people who think they saw her, with the mail, but they're vague and contradictory on the mail. We'll keep on it. If you get anything solid there, I want to know ASAP. Yes, sir. She pulled out her link. I've got to go to Greenwich. Take the car, Rourke told her. McNabb and I will get ourselves and the discs into Central. Since suggesting he go home and get some sleep first would be a waste of time, she didn't bother. I'll see you there. Morgue's in the house. Peabody tucked away her communicator. Sweepers right behind them. Good. Let's get things wrapped here and go see Foster M. Urich. Do a run. Already on it. 43, Caucasian male, recently divorced, 1 child, daughter, age 8. CEO of IntelliCorp. Minor bust for Zoner at age 20. Nothing else on his record. What's IntelliCorp? Data gathering and storing services. Major player globally and off-planet. 3 generations in. Interesting, Eve murmured. That's another 2 for 2. Chapter 8. The minute she spotted the car, Peabody wiggled her hips and swung her arms in the air. Hot diggity damn! Stop that. It's so pretty! She settled for wiggling her shoulders. It's so sexy. It's so frosty. It's so Rourke. Keep it up, and you'll be taking public transportation to the village. I'll be good. I'll be especially good if we can have the top down. Can we? Please, please? You're embarrassing yourself. Eve uncoated the locks. Not even close. It's all smooth and shiny. She purred as she stroked fingertips along the hood. Your ass'll be all smooth and shiny when I'm finished kicking it. I'm putting the top down. Eve's snarl and pointed finger cut off Peabody's squeal. It came out as more of a peep. Because it's hot, and because the wind will blow away some of your idiocy. Eve turned the car on. Oh, it sounds like a lion that's just fed. How do you know what a lion that's just fed sounds like? I watch nature shows on screen sometimes to further my education. Because you never know when we're going to have to track a lion through Midtown. She ordered the top down, and Peabody executed a quick seat wiggle. If you're finished with your vehicular orgasms, see if you can make any connections between Dudley and IntelliCorp. Eve activated the GPS on her wrist unit, read in Urich's address. We are so freaking high-tech! I'm just seeing if it works. She shot out of the lot. Peabody let out a joyous whee! There's just not enough wind. You're going wee, too, inside. Maybe, Eve thought. If the killer isn't Urich, and nothing's that easy, then he has to look enough like him or have made himself look enough like him to fool the Vic. He could change his hair, add weight, take it off, do some face work, but there should be at least a surface resemblance. The killer's probably Caucasian, or looks it, likely in the neighborhood of 5'10" and 170 like Urich. Unless he's just randomly hacking IDs for his kills, we'll find a connection between Sweet and Urich. "He's picking the top in their field for his victims," Peabody said as she worked. "Sweet and Urich both work for important companies and have important positions in them." "It's more," Eve said with a shake of her head. "When you think of the top companies, the wealthiest corporations, the biggest businesses, what comes to mind first?" "Rourke. Yeah, but this guy's taken out 2 without crossing into Rourke's businesses." "The amusement park. Yeah, which Rourke has a piece of and a part in. But it's hard to pick a company without bumping into one of Rourke's, and the killer didn't go there for his cover either time. There's going to be a connection between the men and or their companies. It's not random. Neither are the Vics. They're not personal, but they're specific. We'll run a search to see if there's any connection between Houston and Crampton, but it's going to be the men, the companies, not the victims." "I don't find anything on this first round. None of the subsidiaries are connected, or even in direct competition. They do have offices in some of the same cities, but that's a stretch. They do each have long-running charitable foundations, but again, they veer off into different areas of interest and support." "It's in there somewhere," Eve noted. Peabody put her head back, closed her eyes. "Maybe employees who crossed over, or inter-business marriages, relations. So the killer has at least some data on both." "Possible. Or somebody who knows and has a hard-on against Sweet and Urich. A lot of trouble to go to, and pretty fucking extreme to take a punch at somebody. But we'll be looking for connections between Sweet and Urich. The methods aren't random either. They're planned well in advance, so they're deliberate. A bid for attention. He's showing off." "Send an alert to Mira's office," she said, referring to the department's top profiler and shrink. "I want a consult tomorrow. Send her the files so she can take a look." When she pulled up in front of the dignified old brownstone, she smiled at her wrist unit. Bastard really works. She got out of the car, took a moment to study the townhouse, the neighborhood. Nice spot. Quiet, established, moneyed but not flashy. Urich was married once and did it in a 12-year stretch. He's worked for the same company for close to 20 years. He sticks. Got a little garden going here that looks all tidy and organized. Everything all nice and settled. She passed through the short wrought iron gate to the walkway between a small structured front garden and up the stairs to the main door. Locks down at night. She nodded toward the steady red light on the security pad before pressing the buzzer. "This residence is protected by Secure One," the computer informed her. "The occupant does not accept solicitations. Please state your name and your business." "Lieutenant Dallas and Detective Peabody." Eve held up her badge for the scanner. "NYPSD. We need to speak with Foster Urich." "Your information will be relayed. Please wait." Good security, Eve thought, but Urich kept it simple and straightforward. It took several minutes, but the security light switched to green, and the door opened. Urich stood in loose pants and T-shirt, his feet bare. His hair looked sleep-tumbled and curled around a sharp-featured face. Fear lived in his eyes. "Has something happened to Marilee? My daughter? Is my daughter—" "We're not here about your daughter, Mr. Urich. She's okay. Her mother—" "We're not here about your family." He closed his eyes a moment, and when he opened them, the fear died. "My daughter's at camp. It's her first time." He let out a breath. "What's this about? Jesus, it's after 3 a.m. "We're sorry to disturb you at this hour, but we need to ask you some questions. Can we come in? It's the middle of the night. If I'm gonna let you in, I want to know what this is about. We're investigating a homicide. Your name came up. A murder? Who's dead? Ava Crampton. His face creased in puzzlement. I don't know anybody by that name. All right, come in. Let's get this cleared up. The long entrance hall opened on the side to a living area with deep colors, oversized seating, a wide wall screen. On the table in front of a long, high-backed couch sat 2 wine glasses and a bottle of red. A pair of high-heeled sandals sat under the table. Who's Ava Crampton, and how did my name come up? Are you alone, Mr. Urich? I don't see that's any of your business. If you've had company this evening, it may clear up some questions. He was blushing, Eve noted. I'm with a friend. I don't like being interrogated about my personal life. I don't blame you, but Ava Crampton lost her personal life. I'm sorry about that, but it has nothing to do with me, and I'd really like to know why you think it does. Elegant Transportation took Ms. Crampton to Coney Island tonight. He looked both irritated and baffled. Lieutenant Dallas, if you're questioning everyone who routinely uses Elegant Transpo, you're in for a really long night. The reservation for the limo was in your name and secured with your credit card. That's ridiculous. Why would I order a limo for a woman I don't even know? That's a question, Eve said. Irritation increased enough to smother the bafflement. When was it booked? He snapped out the question. What card was supposedly used? When Eve told him, he took a moment before speaking. That's my company card. I use that transpo service routinely for both business and personal. But I know neither I nor my admin reserved transportation for tonight. Let's get this part out of the way. Where were you between 10 p.m. and 1 a.m.? Foster? The pretty woman wore a man's robe miles too big for her. Her short, bark-colored hair fell to her jaw. Like Urich, she hadn't thought to comb it. I'm sorry. I got worried. It's all right, Julia. It's just some sort of mix-up. Julia and I spent the evening together. His color came up again. I picked her up about 7:45. We had an 8 o'clock at Paolo's. Then we came back here. I don't remember the time. It was a little after 10, Julia supplied. We've been in since. What's happened? He walked to her, ran a hand down her arm. Someone's been killed. Oh, no, who? I don't know her, but there's some confusion about the use of my company card. I need to straighten it out. I can't think straight, he added. I'm going to make some coffee. I'll do it. No, I'll do it, Foster. You sit down. Would you like coffee? She said to Eve and Peabody. That'd be great, Eve answered. Foster, sit down with the police. I'll be just a minute. Sorry, he said when Julia went out. Sit down. This has just thrown me off. I don't know how my company account could have been used. We changed the code every couple of weeks. Eve took the ID photo out of her bag. Do you recognize her? He took a good look at the picture, then scooped back his untidy hair and took another, longer study before he shook his head. No, and I don't think that's a face I'd forget. She's beautiful. Coney Island, you said? He added when he handed the photo back. Yes. You've been there. He smiled. I've taken my daughter there several times since it reopened. She's going to be 9 next month. I'm divorced, he said quickly. Her mother and I have been divorced for several months. Understood. Do you know an Augustus Suite? I don't think so. It's not a familiar name. I meet a lot of people, Officer... Lieutenant. Sorry, yes, Lieutenant Dallas. In my work... You already know what I do, where I work. You'd have checked. Yes. Who'd have access to your account information? My admin, Della McLaughlin. She's worked for me for over 15 years. She wouldn't be involved in this. Her assistant, Christian Gavin, would also have the information, but I have to say the same. He's been with us nearly 8 years. Julia. He smiled again when she came back with the tray and rose to take it. Thank you. You're welcome. She stood as he set down the tray. Should I go? No, please, Lieutenant. I need to go put a block on that account and initiate a search for use. I may be able to tell you who used it once I do. Go ahead. He grabbed coffee, dumped creamer into it. I'll only be a couple minutes. Julia sat, tugged on her robe. This is strange and just strange. Can I ask how long you and Mr. Urich have been involved? Involved? I guess about a month. But we've known each other for 3 years, since our daughters became friends. They're at camp together. Kelsey's father and I divorced several years ago. Since Foster and Gemma divorced, Foster and I, well, we spent some time together with the girls, play dates and parks and that kind of thing, and we'd talk. He needed someone to talk to who'd been there. Then it sort of evolved. This is actually the first time we've... Anyway, I don't suppose any of that's relevant. You'd be surprised, Eve thought. Difficult divorce for Mr. Urich? Peabody asked, picking up the theme. They're all difficult. But it was civilized. They both loved their daughter very much. Gemma just wanted something else. I think that's what was hardest for Foster to understand. It wasn't any one thing. She just didn't want what they had. Is she involved with someone else? I don't think so. That's part of the something else. She just didn't want a relationship. Not now, anyway. She didn't leave for someone else, if that's what you mean. She's a very decent person. Urich came back, stood on the other side of the coffee table. It's my code. Whoever reserved the transportation knew my code, my password. I don't know how that could be. I've ordered a sweep and sniff to confirm we were hacked. It's the only explanation I have. Can you think of anyone who'd want to cause you trouble? Eve asked. Want the cops at your door at 3 a.m. He didn't answer immediately, but frowned into the distance. When you hold a position with a company like IntelliCorp, as I do, you do generate some resentment, some anger, some hard feelings. People get fired or transferred or written up. I can imagine there are some who wouldn't mind seeing me hassled or inconvenienced. There are probably some who'd enjoy hearing I'd been questioned by the police, but this is more than that. This is using my name in connection with murder. No, I can't think of anyone who'd do that. I'm going to send e-detectives to your office and your home to do their own check of your equipment. Any problem with that? No. I want answers on this, and quickly. I'll have to tell the third, he muttered. The third? Sorry. He shook his head. The head of the company. I'll need to inform him there's been a breach, and that there's a criminal investigation connected to it. He dragged a hand through his hair. He can't blame you, Julia began. It's my account. At some point, somebody's head's going to roll. So believe me, Lieutenant, when I say I want answers, I don't want that head to be mine. We appreciate your cooperation. Eve got to her feet. If he's the head of the company, Why do you call him the third? Sylvester B. Moriarty III. His grandfather started the company. She had that information already, but circled around it. And he takes an active role in the company? He's involved, certainly. I'll walk you out. They were sweet, Peabody said when she got into the passenger seat. Well, they were, she insisted when Eve said nothing. Him all blushy and flustered about having a woman there, and her making coffee and wearing his robe. More to the point is he has a solid alibi, and he's just not part of this. We checked the admin and the admin's boy, cross-checked them and their family, tight friends with Dudley. We run the weapon. Who buys a freaking bayonet? The same kind who buys a crossbow. A person who has access to high-tech jammers and shielding to get them through a scanner. Gotta have skills, or money, or both. Probably have to be whacked, too. Killing 2 people? And it's looking like those 2 people were pulled out of a hat. If you're right, and it's not about the victim as much as the method in the killing. Who hires the most exclusive LC in the city, then doesn't take time to bang her? She gets paid a hefty deposit in advance, so it's somebody who doesn't mind pissing several $1,000s away. Not his money anyway, since it came out of IntelliCore's coffers. Yeah. Eve turned it over in her mind as she drove to Central. Back-to-back murders, she said, crossing the underground lot to the elevator. Both planned out, set up, both using somebody else's ID, and both expensive, whoever gets dinged for the cost. Big-ass corporations would probably be insured against this sort of fraud. I don't know, maybe. Bet they are. Sweet and Urich will take some heat, but if it can be proved they didn't authorize the payment, they could squeak out of it, and the company probably will. The insurance company takes the hit. Let's find out who insures these people. They switched to a glide. Start the runs. I'm going up to EDD and see if they've got anything for us. For once, EDD was almost peaceful. Only a handful manned the cubes and desks at this hour. They paced and pranced, snapped gum and fingers, but there wasn't so much of a crowd. Noting McNabb wasn't at his station, she veered off to the lab. She saw him behind the glass, prancing and snapping, and sucking down a jumbo drink, probably something so sweet it caused the teeth to ache. Rourke sat manning keyboard and screen, his hair tied back, what she assumed was a sensible coffee on the counter. To her surprise, she saw Feeney, EDD's captain and her former partner. His hair, an explosion of ginger and silver, looked as though he'd been struck by lightning. His face looked saggier than usual, probably because he'd been called into work in the middle of the night. He wore a white shirt more wrinkled than his brown pants. She stepped in. "Geek report?" Feeney glanced her way. "Kid, can't you catch something normal? Freaking bayonets and crossbows? Keeps me from getting bored. Rich people get bored. Working stiffs don't have time to." He took the drink out of McNabb's hand, slurped some down. "Security discs got shaked and baked. Solid system for an amusement, but it's compromised. We'll get back what we can." "It won't be much." "Bloody buggering hell." Rourke shoved back. The system wasn't simply jammed, and in a pinpoint manner at that, but wiped with a shagging virus tossed in for good measure. The device used had to be very sophisticated, possibly military. "So it's a wash? You can't do anything." His eyes narrowed, blue lightning, as she'd expected. It's early days yet, Lieutenant. What about General Park Security? Have we picked her up there? I'm all over that. McNabb plopped down, swiveled to a unit. We've got her coming in. Limo pulls up here, see? Driver gets out. Yeah, got her name. We'll talk to her. Vic gets out. Some legs. Walks straight to the entrance for scan. She's looking around for him, Eve added. Waiting just past the scanners, looking around. There, she spots him. See how she puts on the big smile, gives the hair a toss, starts forward. Yeah, and we hit another blip. Just a few seconds. Zap, zap. I've run through with her image as focal, picked up a couple more blips. When you cross them with the layout, you can basically follow them straight to the spook house. He didn't waste any time. And he knew the layout, Rourke added, of the park and its security. But he missed just a nanosecond, going into the spook house, switching from jamming the outer cam in the inner. We've got a piece of him. She saw the partial profile, the shoulder, the side of the body as the killer stepped in, one hand lifted, palm on the back of the white dress Crampton had worn, the other in his pocket. Just the face. Enhance it. McNabb ordered the computer. Facial hair. You catch the side of a beard. Wearing the hair long. Looks heavier than Urich. A few pounds. It's not him, but from what we can see, there's enough resemblance to his ID shot to have fooled her. She's expecting this guy, and he's likely told her what he'd be wearing, maybe how he'd grown the beard, the hair, gained a little weight. She saw what she'd been prepped to see. How much more can we get from this? I'm working on a composite. We can get a solid spec from this. We've got the shape of his face, part of one eye, basic jawline. The beard's gonna be fake. He's got to convince her he's Urich, so he's got to have something to mask some features. Get me a composite with and without. On it. Tiny little mistake. He's excited, and he slipped up just a little bit. He's gonna be about Urich's height. Could be wearing lifts, but he's gonna be about his height. He could be wearing some padding to add weight, but that doesn't play for me. He'd want to be as close to Urich as possible, so he's a little heavier, carries more pounds. Give me the shoe. McNabb blinked, shrugged. Okay. Enhance. She narrowed her eyes. They're, what do you call them? Loafers. Dark brown. Look expensive. Let's get a make on them. Taught her everything she knows, Feeney said to Rourke. Nice play. He likes good shoes, Eve continued, and he can afford them. Why wear expensive shoes to a murder at an amusement park? Not everyone is as dismissive of good footwear as you, darling. She turned a beady eye on Rourke. No darlings from civilians. Sneaks or skids make more sense. You can move faster if you have to. It's Coney freaking Island. It's a playground, but he wears good shoes. He's vain, and he likes expensive, exclusive, or maybe he's just used to them. He's gonna kill her, but he wants her to notice he's got good taste and the dough to float it. Keep at it, she told McNabb. I need a minute with you. She crooked a finger at Rourke as she walked out. When he'd followed her out, Rourke wrapped a light grip around the finger she'd crooked. Try to remember, I'm your husband, not a subordinate. Geez, sorry. If I'd thought of you as a subordinate, I'd probably have told you to get your ass out here. Or words to that effect. Most likely true. Still, he gave her finger a quick squeeze. Let's have a walk. I'm hungry. If I have to settle for something from the pitiful vending choices around here, you can walk and talk. Fine, fine, fine. She shoved her hands in her pockets as he turned down a corridor toward the pitiful vending choices. While you're at it, remember you're the one who jumped on board with this. I'm well aware. He stood in front of one of the machines, scowling at the offerings. I suppose the crisps are the safest. Just use my code. I know what your code is. He ordered 5 bags. Jesus, I guess you are hungry. You're having one, and you'll toss one to Peabody. The others are for my lab mates. While the machine, which was never quite so cooperative with her, jingled out the data on the soy chips, Rourke studied her. What do you need? I just have a couple questions. Does your Control the Global Economy Corps have insurance against hacking and fraud? Of course. Yeah, so if Swede or Urich worked for you, and this went down, you'd be covered. There'd be an investigation, which would take time and possibly some legal wrangling, but yes. That's good, he added, as he gathered up the bags. I hadn't gotten that far yet. Makes you the subordinate. He pinched her. Makes me focused on the trees, or the data and imaging, rather than the forest. It would cost the companies time and some money, but it's relatively small change. The publicity could cause more damage, but they'll have their spinners working on that. Cooperating with the authorities, full internal investigation, and they'll likely chop a head or two. Yeah, that was Urich's take. As Emperor of all you survey, do you know or have access to the codes and passwords of your employees? If you mean, as head of Rourke Industries, do I have full access to that data? Yes. Because you can out-hack the hackers, or because of your position? Both. Isn't this interesting? Maybe. What do you know about Winston Cunningham Dudley IV? Friends call him Winnie. Seriously? She shook her head. Do you? No. But then I don't know him particularly. We've met, certainly, at charity events, that sort of thing, but don't have anything in common. You're both really rich. There's a difference between multi-generational wealth and wealth more recently and personally acquired. So he's a fuck-headed snob? He laughed. You do whittle things down. I have no idea. What I do know, and that's more impression and passing commentary, is he seems to enjoy his privilege and socializes with his own kind. Dudley & Son is solid and well run. If you're considering he's gone on a murderous rampage, folding in one of his top people, I'd have to ask, why would he? That's another area. I'm just trying to get a feel. What about the other company, Intellicorp, and the other guy? Sylvester Bennington Moriarty III. Where did they come up with these names? I think the fourth speaks for itself. Given our background and lineage, when we have children, we'll have to make up impressive names, like Bartholomew Ezekiel. If we have a kid, I hope I like him better than to do that to him. That would be a factor. He turned back to the machine and ordered a citrus-powered drink. You have coffee, which is, thanks to this consultation, cold by now. I want something to wash down these crisps. I don't know Moriarty any better than the other. I believe friends call him Sly. If memory serves, they're both in their 40s, grew up in the lifestyle one expects on that level. They play polo or squash or golf, I imagine. You don't like them. I don't know them, he repeated. But no, not particularly. And that would be mutual. Their type has a built-in distrust and disdain for my type. Money polishes up the street rat, darling, but it doesn't exterminate it. Then I don't like them either. When he raised his brows, she poked him in the belly. It's pretty clear one or both of them dissed my man. That's my job. Hold this, he said, and pushed the drink into her hand. Then he used his free hand to poke her in the belly in turn. Thanks for that. But even if we deem them fuck-headed snobs, it's a long distance to murder. Gotta check the angles. Here. She pushed the drink back at him, took the 2 bags of soy chips. Go do what you do, and I'll do the same. Thanks for the chips, she said as she walked away. You bought them. Right. She turned, walked backward a moment. You're welcome. Chapter 9. Eve tossed Peabody the bag of chips as she walked into the nearly empty bullpen. Hey, thanks! Did you earn it? I've got a series of runs and searches going. So far, I can't find any connection between Sweet and Urich. They both belong to health clubs, but different ones. Sweet has a cabin deal upstate. Urich has a summer place in the Hamptons, but the wife got that in the settlement anyway. They didn't grow up or go to school anywhere near each other. They have different doctors in different areas of the city. They don't even shop in the same areas. Check out the X's. Might as well be thorough. I got that started too. So far, zip. Did a secondary run on the driver tonight. Nothing there either. She's worked for the service 7 years, clean slate, no intersex I found with Sweet. She has driven Urich a number of times, but that's to be expected. I'm looking at Urich's admin and her assistant. Not hitting anything yet. McNabb's going to send down data on a pair of shoes. I want to know venues for purchase. Shoes? We got a partial image from Park Security. It's not much, but we can get the shoe. I'm going to check out the Vic's place, get her appointment book. Peabody opened the chips, took a deep sniff. You don't want me along? We need to get this drone work done. When you've got a good handle on it, take an hour, 2 if you need it, in the crib. She fueled up with coffee, then headed out. She started to leave the top up, just as a matter of principle, but decided what the hell? Who was going to see her zipping around topless at 4 in the morning? Added to it, when she pulled to the curb in front of the shiny building on Park Avenue, the droid doorman didn't sneer at her. Instead, he hustled up, respect in every circuit, to open her door. Good morning, miss. How can I help you? By not calling me miss. Pleased, she pulled out her badge. It's Lieutenant. I'm leaving my ride here. Nobody touches it. I need access to Ava Crampton's unit. Lieutenant, Miss Crampton hasn't returned home this morning. And she won't be, seeing as she's dead. He got that blank droid stare while he processed the unexpected information. I'm sorry to hear that. Miss Crampton was a valued tenant. Yeah. Code me in. I'm afraid I'll need to verify your identification before admitting you. She held the badge up again, waited while its eyes scanned, while they processed. Has anyone else tried to get into her place tonight? No. Miss Crampton occupied the penthouse triple, west corner, and there has been no exit or entrance to that unit since Miss Crampton herself left at... It got that droid stare again. 2232, at which time she took a private transportation, with driver, to an unknown-to-me destination. Do you require data on the transportation and/or driver? No, I've got that. I'll pass you through to Miss Crampton's unit. Will you require my assistance? All I require you to do is make sure my ride stays like it is, where it is. Absolutely. Crampton had lived the high life, Eve thought, as she rode a private elevator to the 61st floor. 3-level corner penthouse, with roof garden, on an exclusive piece of real estate. More than sex, she mused. It took more than acrobatics and a good body to earn what it took to maintain this lifestyle. The triple opened up into a sweeping foyer with an intricate chandelier of tangled and glinting silver draped with diamond-clear glass. Dark wood floors provided a canvas for rugs in bold colors and complicated patterns. Art maintained the theme, slashing hot, mixed colors and strange shapes against warm cream walls. Furnishings, she noted as she wandered through the main level, managed to marry that complex style with sumptuous comfort. Deep, deep cushions, and plenty of them, sparkling lights, mirrored tables, countless pillows. A silver dining table held a huge, clear vase of flowers someone with an artist's eye had arranged, and recently. Over an ebony fireplace in that room reigned a pretty spectacular portrait of its former occupant, boldly nude as she reclined on a bed draped in red. So, she hadn't been the shy, modest type. Eve swung through kitchen, powder rooms, a separate living area, admired the views more out of curiosity than necessity. It helped give her a sense of the woman. Lived full, she thought. Lived well and enjoyed the fruits of her labors. She took the clear curl of stairs, rather than the elevator, to the second floor. The master, or mistress, bedroom was massive, and needed to be to accommodate the bed. Eve estimated it could sleep 6, and wondered, passingly, if it had. She'd gone for gold tones in here, warm rather than glossy, and had spread the bed with what looked to be an acre of textured gold silk. Curvy sofas, more pillows, carved tables, lamps dripping with beads, and another, less massive arrangement of flowers continued the indulgent sink-into-it style. In the many drawers of the bedside tables, Eve found an expansive and efficiently organized arrangement of sex toys and enhancements. She estimated the dressing room/closet combo to be about the size of her bullpen at Central, and also strictly organized. Full of rich fabrics, she noted, pricey labels, and enough shoes to outfit the population of a small country. A tall, drawered case was locked and bolted to the floor. Jewelry, she decided. She'd get to that. For now, she took a look at the bathroom. Decided Crampton might just out-Rourke in some areas, then wandered the second floor. 2 guest suites, both generous and well outfitted, a second lounging area with a small, efficient kitchen, and an equally well-outfitted S&M room. Plenty of black leather, velvet ropes, a selection of whips and crops, restraints. Another bed, this one draped in black satin, a jeweled case of small knives with ornate handles. She went to the 3rd level. Here, she mused, was the business center. A CEO's office, luxurious certainly, but designed for serious business. A full wall of screens, organized file disks, a muscular data and communication center. It boasted another small kitchen with a stocked auto chef and a full-sized fridge, a bar holding several bottles of good wine, liquor, mixers. She expected the computer to be secured and passcoded, and it was. Leaving that for the moment, she rifled through drawers until she found the appointment book. She found the entries both businesslike and discreet. On the day she died, Ava Crampton spent the afternoon in her salon for what Eve assumed was the works. At 5, she'd scheduled a Katrina Bigelow for 2 hours at the Palace. Rourke's hotel, Eve thought. Why not fucking the best? She had Foster Urich listed, with the 10:30 p.m. pickup by Elegant Transportation for the meet at Coney Island. A 4-hour date with the option for overnight held open. Costly, she mused. Ava had a notation after his name. New client, vetted and cleared. Eve used her comm to schedule an EDD team to pick up the electronics, but there was little else. The answers, she thought, weren't here in the victim's space. Still, they'd have to look through that space. At her, at all of her secrets. She pressed her fingers to her eyes, rubbed hard, tried to will her second wind to kick in. She glanced with longing at the auto chef, thinking of coffee. She'd bet the Vic sprang for real. But copping a cup was disrespectful. She pushed herself to her feet. She'd just have to choke down whatever she could find on the street. Get the boost, if not the flavor. By the time she came out of the building, New York was changing shifts. Those who played or worked by night started home, or to wherever they hoped to flop for the night. Those who lived by day switched on lights in their apartments, hurried to catch the early train or tram. Sanitation crawled down the streets, clanging dully about its work. But along with the scent of garbage, she caught the perfume of bakeries, pushing the sugary, yeasty smells outside through their venting to lure in that change of shift. She remembered the chips she'd tossed on the passenger seat and had them for breakfast as she drove to the morgue. There, she settled on a tube of cold caffeine, much safer than what passed as coffee. She didn't expect anyone to have started the PM on Crampton. She simply wanted another look at her victim before she went back to Central. She walked into Morris's suite, and there he was, putting on his protective gear with the body already prepped and on his table. "Did you catch the night shift?" she asked. Then she saw it, the sadness, the signs of a sleepless night. He wore black again, stark and unrelieved. "No, but I see you did." He sealed his hands as he studied the body. She was particularly beautiful. "Yeah, top-tier LC. So I saw in your report. I don't have anything for you. I haven't started. I was in the field and wanted another look at her before I went in." She hesitated, but the unhappiness on his face twisted her up. "Bad night?" He looked up, met her eyes. "Yes." Now he hesitated, while she tried to figure out what to say, or if to say anything. "There are times I miss her more than seems possible or bearable. It's better. I know it's better. Because it's not every moment of every day, or even every day, every night. But there are times I realize, again, there is no Amaryllis Coltrane in the world, in my life. And it chokes me." She didn't think about what she could or should say now, but only said what came through the heart and into her mind. "I don't know how much better it gets, Morris, or how long it takes. I don't know how people get through it. Minute by minute, then hour by hour, then day by day. Work is solace," he said. "Friends are comfort. Life is for the living. You and I know that, even though we spend so much time with the dead. Maybe because of that, we know we have to live. Charlie has been a great help to me." "That's good," she said, thinking of the priest she'd suggested Morris talk to. "You can, any time." "Yes." His lips curved. "I know. Your work and a friend, so, have been both solace and comfort." He sighed, looked at the body again. "So, I'll let you work." "Tell me about her," he said before she turned away. What's not in your report? She lived well. She took care of herself, of her business. I think she was smart, and I think she took pride in her work, and I think she must have enjoyed it. I don't think you can be really good at something, not for the long haul, if you don't enjoy it. I guess she liked people, and making them feel important and desirable, and she knew how to do it. Not just the sex. I don't see how that's enough. She was a native New Yorker, working-class family. Parents split when she was a kid. She got her first-level license at 19, kept her record clean, took the classes and tests for higher levels, worked her way up. I think she lived just the way she wanted to live for as long as she had. What else is there? Thank you. I've got to get back. She started for the door, stopped when she reached it. Listen, Morris, maybe you could come over for dinner or something. When he simply watched her, smiling, she shrugged. You know, Rourke could play with that grill he got last year. We could do a summer deal. Some friends, some cow meat. I'd like that. Well, I'll fix it up, let you know. As she walked out, she heard him speak into the record. Victim is a mixed-race female. She pulled out her link as she walked outside and set for message only on the tag. Even so, Charles Monroe answered. Good morning, Lieutenant Sugar. What, is everybody up at dawn today? We are. Louise had night duty at the clinic and just got home. I'm making breakfast. Want an omelet? I was going to leave you a message. See if you could give me a little time today. For you? Any. The smile faded from his face. I wasn't thinking. You call at this hour, someone's dead. Someone I know? I'm not sure. Ava Crampton. Ava? He dragged a hand through his hair. Yes, I know her. What happened? Can you tell me? I'd rather not over my pocket link. I'm out in the field, not that far away. I could come over. On my way. The garden Louise had planted in the days before she and Charles married thrived. More sweet than elegant, with just a touch of wild, it added another layer of personality to the townhouse they shared. Louise met her at the door, her blonde curls still a little damp from her shower. She took Eve's hand, drew her in to kiss her cheek. I wish somebody didn't have to die for you to come by. You look good. Still sun-kissed from the honeymoon, Eve thought, and still glowing from the happiness marriage brought her. Sorry to cut in on your personal time. We're having breakfast. Charles is cooking. Really cooking. His omelets are incredible, so you'll eat with us while you talk to Charles. Louise walked her back to the kitchen as she spoke. Charles stood over the stove, shaking a skillet back and forth. Just in time, he said. Have a seat. Is your auto chef broken? I like to cook when there's time and a reason. It smells good. Louise put a mug in her hand, and Eve drank automatically. Oh, this is real coffee. This alone is a reason to believe in God. Wait till you taste my omelet. You'll testify. What happened to Ava? I'm sorry about your friend. We were friendly, but not really close. I liked her. You had to. She was charming and bright and just interesting. I can't believe it was a client. She was so careful. It was, and it wasn't. He set her up, used false ID, covered himself thoroughly from the way it looks. She met him at the amusement park on Coney Island. Public place. She'd vetted him. I don't see she'd have had anything to question. You're saying she didn't even know him? It looks that way. Like I said, she vetted him, or so it reads in her appointment book. How would she go about that? With a skill that surprised Eve, Charles slid a fluffy omelet onto a plate, then poured more egg mixture into the skillet. "Eat that while it's hot," he told her. She'd have done a background check, similar to what police or private investigators would do. She'd access his criminal record if he had one, his employment, his marital status. Basic data? Yeah. Then she'd do a search for articles on or by him, mentions in the media. Then, I have to assume, she'd run a program that would extrapolate all the information she'd gathered and give him a rating. By the time she met him, she'd have a good idea who he was, what his habits were, his lifestyle. It's a matter of protecting yourself, but also a method to give the LC a sense of what the client may be looking for. So she'd be careful, Eve said. But at the same time, she was a risk-taker. I saw the S&M room in her place. I worked with her once or twice. He completed another omelet, but not in that area. Eve drank her coffee and wondered how Louise could sit eating an omelet while her husband talked about his experiences in group sex. When he finished the last omelet, he sat to join them. "Charles, this is wonderful." Smiling at him, Louise topped off his coffee from the pot on the counter. "You never said how she was killed, Dallas." "She was stabbed," Eve said, and left it at that for now. "And her killer was masquerading as this other man, the man she vetted?" "That's right." "He must have looked enough like him to fool her." "Yeah, we're working on that." "Would she have kept the appointment, gone on with it, if she'd known this wasn't the man who'd booked?" "No." Charles shook his head. "She'd have risked her license, and that she'd never have done. And going with someone you haven't checked out is just too dangerous. She did like the edge, but not enough to put herself in that kind of situation. She liked variety in the work, but she followed the rules. When a client hires someone at Ava's level, he or she or they aren't just paying for sex. They're paying for an experience relatively few can afford. She'd provide that, but she'd stay within the law, and she'd have taken every reasonable precaution to protect herself." Maybe, Eve thought, but it hadn't been enough. When Eve got back to Central, Peabody wasn't at her desk, but most of her detectives were. Baxter, looking sleek as a fashion vid, glanced up from his. "Took her crash time," Baxter told her. "She's been down about 15. "Fine. Mira's in your office." "Oh." "My boy and I are heading out. Got a floater in the pond in Central Park. Couple of kids found it. Nice way to start the day. Fun never ends." Mira sat in Eve's ugly visitor's chair in her pretty pale pink suit. She'd matched the suit with heels several shades deeper and a multi-chain necklace with tiny little pearls and colored stones. Her rich brown hair curled around her lovely face in a way both stylish and flattering. Her quiet blue eyes tracked up from the screen of her PPC to meet Eve's. "I was just rereading your data. I had some time now, so I thought I'd wait for you here. I appreciate you getting to it so fast." It threw her off just a little. Consults were usually in Mira's airy office, and included cups of flowery tea Eve pretended to drink, which reminded her to offer. "You want some tea or something?" "Actually, I'd love some of your coffee. Dennis and I were out late last night with friends. I could use the boost." "Sure." "Have you slept?" "Not yet. I'll get some in when I can." Sometime between the Vic's apartment and Central, her second wind had settled in. Maybe it was the omelets. "He's hit fast," Eve said, as she took the steaming mugs from the auto chef. 2 for 2. Both risky, organized, and planned. Yes, he's organized, controlled enough to spend time with and interact with his victims and maintain his prepared persona. Clients, both times. Eve turned with the coffee in her hand. He buys his kill. The smile lit Mira's face. You could have gone into my line of work. No thanks. You have to be nice to the whacked. Buys his kill, she repeated. That's an interesting angle. Does he figure, since he's paid for them, they're his to bag? Like a hunter. But you don't hunt with a bayonet, so the hunting thing's thin. I'm not sure. We think of a bayonet as a wartime weapon, when man certainly hunts man. The killer has chosen the ground, established the rules. His selected the weapon, all in advance. But in Houston's case, he couldn't know, not for certain, who he'd get for prey. No, that's not right, Eve corrected. You don't know which furry animal you're going to shoot in the woods. It's just the species, the type. You go after a type. He likes the rush. In both cases, it was a fairly close-in kill, and in a location where discovery was a factor, and likely part of the excitement. He is mature, and the esoteric nature of the weapons tells me he's interested in the unique, in showing his knowledge and his skill. Showing off, that's how it hits me. Yes. God, this is good, Mira murmured over her coffee. He has wealth, or access to it. Excellent e-skills, or again, access to them. His choice of the men whose identification he used tells me one of two things. He either resents those in authority, specifically in the corporate world, or he considers them subordinates, those to be made use of. Mira angled her head. Why does that make you smile? It fits in with this theory I'm playing with, which seemed a long reach. You just shortened it. We've looked at people who work under Sweet in Europe, particularly the immediate staff, ones who'd either know the codes and passwords or would be able to get them. But who are you going to look at in the first place? Why shine the light if you can find another way? As it is, I've got one asshole I'm bringing in today on another deal just because of that shine, so I thought, maybe look up instead of down. Intrigued, Mira nodded and gave herself the pleasure of just breathing in the scent of coffee. Higher up the corporate level? Might as well start at the top. Let's play this. Eve sat on the corner of the desk, so she faced Mira. He buys his kill. Boy, I like that one. He feels entitled to them. They're expensive, exclusive. They're indulgences only people with enough scratch can have, so buying them makes him important. Now he wants more bang for the buck. Isn't that the expression? And he wants to show off his smarts, his skills, his creativity. He doesn't mess them up. No smacking around, mutilation, no sexual assault. Time would have been a factor, Mira pointed out. Yeah, but if you can plan it out that well, you could plan more time if you wanted to mutilate, to rape or humiliate. He doesn't, as far as I can tell, bother with souvenirs. Crampton had a lot of jewelry on her. It only takes a second to rip off a necklace, pull off a ring. He doesn't care about what's theirs, Mira said. I agree. It's not personal. It's not passionate. It's not even a little pissed off. It's just plan it out, play it out, and walk away. But he leaves the weapon so we can see how frosty he is. You're considering these thrill kills. No motive, other than the kill itself. We haven't found a connection between the Vicks. Nothing. We'll keep digging, and when he kills the next one, we'll look there, but we won't find it. They're just part of the package. He'll be mature, as I said. Educated, well-spoken, able to assume roles and adapt to situations. He had to convince his two victims he was who they expected. A man of certain means planning to surprise his wife with a romantic gesture. A man, again of certain means, looking for sex and companionship after the failure of his marriage. Different types, different dynamics. He had to assume both personas long enough to position his quarry in the kill zone. Mira sipped more coffee, shifted so her pretty necklace caught some of the light through Eve's narrow window. He certainly outlined and researched the next victim type, location, method, the time and timing. He most likely lives alone or with someone he dominates. Both killings took place late in the evening and took considerable time to set up. It would be difficult to do that if he has a spouse or cohab, unless he isn't questioned in the home, or manufactured careful reasons to be absent. He made no attempt to disguise what he'd done by the pretense of robbery, so I'll add confident and arrogant. Mira checked the time. I need to go. Thanks for the time. Mira rose, handed Eve the empty cup, then, smiling, laid her palm on Eve's cheek. Get a little sleep, Eve. Yeah, I'll work it in. But when Mira left, she turned to the work, and she smiled grimly when she scanned Peabody's update. She and McNabb had made the shoe. Emilio Stefani, leather loafer, high shine, sterling silver buckle detail. Retails for... You have got to be kidding me. $3,000 for a pair of knock-around shoes? It simply offended her sensibilities. But she moved on. This many outlets carry this bastard? What is wrong with people? Still, it's a good lead. She read further, nodded again. McNabb might dress like a psychotic clown, but he had a cop's brain. He'd done some comp magic and estimated the shoe size as between 10 and 10.5, leaning toward the 10. Now it was a damn good lead. She ordered background checks on both Dudley and Moriarty, ordered the computer to analyze the shoe vendors, and produce the 3 most exclusive. With that running, she arranged for a couple of uniforms to bring Mitchell Sykes and his cohab in for questioning. Her incoming signaled, so she read Morris's preliminary report. No surprises. She considered snarling at the lab for more information on the bayonet, but decided she was too fuzzy in the brain to deal with the new improved dickhead. It seemed the second wind, or the omelets, had worn off. 30 minutes down, she told herself, and locking her door, stretched out on the floor. Computer, set wake-up alarm for 30 minutes. Acknowledged. It was the last thing she heard. Minutes later, Rourke bypassed her locks and stepped in to find her. Face down on the floor, he thought, sprawled out like the dead she stood for. He thought surely there was a better place for a nap, but re-engaged the locks before stretching out beside her. He fell into sleep in seconds. Dallas, your 30-minute rest period has ended. Crap. I'm up. She opened one eye, then jerked awake. Jesus, Rourke! You're entitled to a larger office, you know. One big enough to accommodate a couch. And I much preferred what we did together on the floor yesterday to this. She rubbed her gritty eyes. "Didn't I lock that door?" He only smiled. "I need to go into my own office for a few hours, and wanted to kiss my wife goodbye. Why didn't you go up to the crib for your 30-minute rest period? It's disgusting. You don't know who's going to walk in, or who was in there last, or what they were doing with whoever else might have been in there." "That's a point." He sat up so they were face to face. "But I'm not sure this is better." As Mira had, he laid a hand on her cheek. "You need more sleep. Skillet, pan." "What?" "You know, the skillet says the pan's the same deal." He thought a moment. "I believe that's the pot calling the kettle black. Whatever, kitchen stuff can't talk anyway. McNabb and Peabody made the shoe." "Yes, I know." 3 large for something you wear so your foot's not walking on the ground." He decided against telling her how much he'd paid for the boots she was currently wearing. "You should be pleased. They'll be easier to track than something you could pick up for $100 at discount shoes." "True. I've got a screw with the little bastard, the drug pusher. Then I'm going to go have a chat with the 3rd and the 4th. You have fun." He leaned in to kiss her. "I'll see you at home when we get there." He stood, pulled her to her feet, then pleased himself by drawing her into his arms. "We'll catch up on all this and each other over dinner." "Yeah, She leaned back, met his eyes with a smile in hers. "That's it." "Is it?" he murmured, and rubbed his lips to hers. "Not that it. I went by to see Charles to talk to him about the second Vic, and he's making breakfast for Louise because she pulled an all-nighter at the clinic. I mean, cooking, like with eggs and that skillet thing. And we're sitting there eating omelets. You had an omelet, and I get a bag of crisps. It just worked out that way. He's talking to me about LC stuff, and how he worked with the Vic a couple times. And I'm thinking, isn't this weird for her? For Louise to sit there and eat breakfast while we're talking about sex and S&M and clients? But it's not. It's their deal, that's all it is. It's kind of like you and me talking murder over dinner. It's just part of the package." "I like our package." He tapped her on the chin. "Try not to work my cop until she falls down." "He's gonna kill again, and soon," she said when Rourke walked to the door. "He's already booked the appointment, or at the very least, keyed it into his schedule. And it won't matter who it is, but what they are. He'll enjoy it, and that really pisses me off. Then think how pissed off he'll be when you stop him. I'm counting on it. See you later." Chapter 10. Eve gathered what she needed before walking out of her office into the bullpen. "Peabody, with me," she said, and kept walking. Peabody scrambled to catch up. "We nailed the shoe." "Good work. The top, when you're talking important and exclusive, vendor in the city is the Designer's Boutique on Madison. We'll need a list of people who bought that shoe in the size range." "Shopping! Even if I couldn't afford the toe of a pair of socks in a place like that." "Field work," Eve corrected. "First we're going to ruin Mitchell Sykes's day. He's in interview A, and he's mine. You've got the cohab in B." "I get to work her solo." Peabody rubbed her hands together. "I want you to go in like this is in the bag. We got everything we need to put her over, but the PA wants to save the taxpayers some money and offer a deal. First one to lay it all out, verify the skim and scam, gets to plead to misappropriation of prescription drugs in a lighter sentence." "Because we want her to roll on Sykes." "We do. And I get to be disgusted the PA isn't fully backing our play because it's all politics and crap. So here's the deal, sister, and you better grab it before your playmate does.
Eve rubbed her ear. See where it takes you. If you get a sense she's as much an asshole as he is, change your tactic. We'll get them both on the whole shot, but I want to put this away fast. We've got bigger fish to bake.
Fry. Fish to fry.
Jesus, why would you care how metaphorically fish is cooked? Eve peeled off, stepped into interview A. Dallas, Lieutenant Eve, entering interview with Sykes Mitchell. Hey, Mitch, how's it going? I don't have time for this. Who does? Look, I told you what I know about all this already. I don't have to be here, but Mr. Sweet's directive is for full cooperation with the police. Sweet, she said to amuse herself. Have you been read your rights? No. Why would I? It's routine, Mitch. Everybody knows that. She reeled off the revised Miranda. So, do you understand your rights and obligations? He let out a long, windy sigh. Of course I do. Excellent. So, since we're both busy, let's get right to the point. You and your cohab are in deep shit. My partner's got her down the hall and is, right now, giving her a deal. I don't want to give you one, because I just don't like you. His shoulders jerked the instant Eve mentioned his cohab. I don't know what you're talking about, but I don't have to listen to this. Yeah, you do, because you're under arrest. You and your girlfriend have been procuring drugs from Dudley & Son and selling them on the open market. I know this, have solid evidence of same. That secret account of yours isn't a secret anymore. She smiled pleasantly, while a thin line of sweat formed over his top lip. Basically, what we're doing here is just a formality, and more about my personal satisfaction. She spread her hands. I've got to squeeze in some fun now and again, right? You're making all this up. Gotcha cold, Mitch. You and Carol Lee Prinz stole from your own company, then profited on the weaknesses, needs, and sicknesses of others by distributing what you stole. She leaned on the table, inching a little closer to his sweaty face. You split the profits and set up a couple of offshore accounts under the name Psych Pre-Development. He watched his face go paler, paler. The tax guys are going to have their fun with you on that deal later, but for now it's all mine. Prinz is confirming the details right now with my partner in another interview room. I don't have anything to say. I want to talk to Carol Lee. You don't have to talk to me, but you won't be talking to her either. She's busy saving her own ass at the moment. Now we can move on, because it strikes me that anybody who'd steal and sell drugs, who'd have the skill to set up an account that isn't flagged by the usual regulations, wouldn't have any problem screwing with his boss's ID and credit, using that to cover his sorry ass when he killed. I'm not a killer! This time his voice squeaked, just a little rat-like sound that warmed Eve's heart. Good God, I never killed anyone! Well, let's see. You're a thief, a liar, an illegals pusher, as well as being a complete dick. She sat as if weighing the notion. Yeah, it's just a short step to murder. Maybe it went like this. You used Jamal's company and services to reach a higher income client base. Then he wants a bigger cut. Or maybe has a change of heart. Can't have that, so you have to take him out, don't you? And why not frame your own boss? Get a twofer. Maybe a nice promotion. Then, no! He leaped out of the chair, then dropped straight down again, as if his legs couldn't hold him. I didn't even know that man, that Jamal person. I'm not a murderer. Just a thief, liar, illegals pusher, and complete dick? She shrugged. Convince me.
Because I've got things to do, Mitch, and this one's looking all wrapped up with a bow on it. You're crazy. His eyes bulged and wheeled. It's crazy. That's not convincing. Listen. He tugged at the knot of his tie, wet his lips. Okay, fine. We skim some inventory. Inventory as in drugs. As a rep for Dudley, Carol Lee could access them. Yes. All we had to do was doctor the logs, tweak the invoices. It's not a big deal. The company builds that kind of loss into the budget. We just wanted the money. I'm entitled to some perks, considering the hours I put in. Do you know how much my education cost? And I'm stuck running errands for Sweet. We didn't hurt anyone. We provide a service. We sell at a discount. You steal drugs from Dudley. Carol Lee acquires the merchandise, he said quickly. She handles that area. I'm in sales. I see. So she acquires the drugs and you sell them. Yes. We have regular customers. It's not as if we're peddling Zeus on the street corners to children. These are safe medications. We're helping people. Like the guy who's addicted to painkillers and buys from you instead of going to the medicals for rehab or assistance. Or the one who ODs on tranks. Or the ones who mix the chemicals to get high. Or the ones, you fuckhead, who resell to kids on street corners. We're not responsible for— Cut the crap! You've confessed, on the record. I don't need your sob stories and justifications. You can't seriously believe I killed that driver. Oh, hell no. I just said that so you'd spill your guts on the rest. Good job. She checked the time. Now we can both get out of here. Me to work, you to your cell. But I want a lawyer. No problem. They'll let you contact one on your way to booking. Thanks for your cooperation. Interview end. She rose, opened the door, and hailed the waiting uniforms. Walk him through. Let him contact his lawyer. She walked into observation and watched Peabody wrap up a weeping Carol Lee Prins. She cried a lot, Peabody said when they headed down to the garage. I mean a lot. She says, or thinks, she's in love with the asshole. Didn't want to roll, but push comes to shove, love goes down. I guess. Except when it's really love. Do we get to go look at shoes now? We're not looking at shoes. We know the shoe already. I want to make this quick. Shoes are fun. Peabody gave a little bounce of enthusiasm on her own. It'll be good to have the side benefit of fun after all that crying. See, it's a nice combo. Shutting down the small yet profitable prescription drug scam, running down a lead on the investigation, and getting to gaze longingly at shoes I'll never be able to afford, but imagining I could. You know what happens to people who longingly imagine having things they can't afford? Happy dreams? A life of crime. As she drove, Eve considered that possibility as applied to the case. Maybe this guy gazes longingly at fancy limos and high-priced LCs, and it just pisses him off he can't order them up like pizza. So he vents the anger and frustration by killing them, which isn't bad as theories go, except for the shoes. When you've got $3,000 to spend on a pair of designer loafers, you're not hurting. Maybe he stole them, Peabody suggested, or got them as a gift, or blew a wide chunk of his savings just to have them for his own. All possible, and ors that shouldn't be dismissed. But he'd also have to spend a chunk on a crossbow and bolts, pricey ones, and an antique bayonet. Unless he scammed someone else's ID to acquire those. He still has to connect somewhere to the two corporations. Otherwise, why go through all the layers on the security there? It kept coming back to the companies, Eve concluded. If he's just a homicidal hacker, he could have accessed any IDs and credit lines, and he could afford all the fancy limos and high-priced LCs he wanted anyway, so it doesn't gel. Eve switched her head toward the dash comp when it signaled incoming data. "It's from the lab," Peabody told her. "A report on the weapon. Antique is right. It's mid-20th century. Dickhead's got make, manufacturer, even a serial number. Pretty thorough." "You be thorough. Start a search. Find us the owner." It gave Eve a few minutes of quiet. Who was next on his list, she wondered. What type? Maybe a top-drawer salon tech? Private shuttle pilot? Some hot exclusive designer? He thought of Leonardo, her oldest friend's husband. And Mavis herself, Eve thought with a clutch in her belly. Famous music vid star. She'd make a point of checking in with them, putting them on alert. No private gigs until she cleared it. "It's not registered." Peabody looked up as Eve hunted for a parking spot. "It hasn't been sold by any legit vendor in the last 20 years. Something that old could have been bought twice that long ago before weapons of that kind had to be registered. It could have been passed down through a family or something. It's military, and there's no way to trace the original owner back 100 years. There's no records on that kind of thing." Okay. She hit vertical, causing Peabody to yelp, and squeezed into a second-level spot. So he already owned it, skipped the registration, thousands do, or he picked it up on the shady side. More thousands do. They walked down to street level, and a half-block to the shoe boutique. As they passed the display window, Peabody let out a distinctive, yummy noise. "Don't do that. For God's sake, you're a cop on a homicide investigation, not some tourist window shopping. But look at the blue ones with the silver heels with the little butterflies." Eve gave the shoes a narrowed stare. 10 minutes on the feet, 2 hours in traction. She pushed through the door. The air smelled like the sort of flowers shoe butterflies probably rocked on. Shoes and bags were displayed under individual sparkling lights like art or jewelry. Seating spread in chocolate-covered, low-backed sofas and cream-colored chairs. Customers or looky-loos browsed, while others sat, a few surrounded by colorful rivers of shoes. Some of the few wore expressions that put Eve in mind of Kenny heads on a high. One woman strutted from mirror to mirror in a pair of towering heels the color of irradiated eggs. The staff stood out from the browsers and strutters, as everyone was stick-thin and dressed in snug urban black. Eve heard the gurgle sound in the back of Peabody's throat and snarled. "Sorry." Peabody tapped her collarbone. "It's reflex." "You'll have another reflex when you're on the ground with my boot on your neck." "Ladies." The man who strolled over boasted a blinding smile and a jacket with sleeves that ended in points as sharp as razors. "What can I do to make your day special?" Eve pulled out her badge. "Funny you should ask. You can give me the customer list on this shoe. Size 10 or 10.5. She held up the printout. "Really? Is it evidence? How exciting!" "Yeah, we're thrilled. I want to know who bought this shoe in either of those sizes." "Absolutely! What fun! How far back would you like me to go?" "How far back is there?" "That particular shoe debuted in March." "Okay, go back to March. This store or citywide?" Eve gave him a cautious stare. "Aren't you the cooperative shoe guy?" "Are you kidding? This is the most fun I've had all day." "Citywide, to start. Citywide it is. Give me a few minutes. Have a seat. Would you like some sparkling water? No, we're good. That's why people who can afford Magalicious shoes shop in these places and pay the full freight. Peabody nodded after the salesman. You get offered fizzy water by people who look like vid stars, and who are so freaking bored they're delirious with joy when you tell them to do a customer search. But that's good for us. Yeah, it is. Peabody clasped her hands together. Please, you don't need me until he comes back. 5 minutes is all I ask to worship at the altar of the shoe. Don't drool on any of them. Eve turned her back, and for the hell of it, tried out her wrist unit in a tag to EDD. Any progress? She asked Feeney. We're going to be able to give you that projection on the rest of the killer's face, but there's nothing on the other discs at this point. He pursed his lips. You got a new link. Sort of. Trans is crystal. It's my wrist unit. Get out. Those kinds of toys have crap trans. New model. Rourke didn't mention it. I want to look at that when you come in. Maybe. She saw the sales clerk walking back, a little spring in his step. Gotta go. And here we are. He handed her a disc. We sold a pair in that color choice in size 10 last March, by the way, and another pair in a 10.5 just last month. In Raven, we sold— I didn't ask about Raven. You sold 2 pair of those in 4 months? In those sizes, in that color, in this store. Citywide includes several department stores and boutiques. The ones bought here, regular customers? As a matter. He nodded. So I'm afraid they're probably not who you're looking for. Samson Anthony, the producer, last month, and Winston Dudley, the Pharma King, in March. Just for fun, because my partner's getting juice drooling over the shoes in here. Who sold those 2 pair? Patrick's down for Mr. Anthony, and Mr. Dudley only works with Chica. Eve made a show of glancing over at Peabody. I can stall another couple minutes. Why don't I take a run at Chica while I'm here? It'll give me something to put in the report and jibe the time she's having a little fun. You bet. She's right over there, just finishing with the customer. Aubergine hair. Aubergine, Eve thought. It looked purple to her. Appreciate it. She walked over, sat, gestured. And what can I slip on you today? I'll stick with what I got. She held up her badge. Okay, those are good boots for a cop, a good investment, and classic style. If you say so. What can you tell me about Winston Dudley? Winnie? Size 10, medium. Slightly high in the arch, but a nice easy fit. He likes what's right off the runway. Favors classic styles, but he'll get crazy now and then. Does he come in a lot? It depends on his schedule. Sometimes I take a selection to him. You make house calls with shoes? Shoes, belts, ties, bags, and other accessories. It's a service we provide to our upper clientele. Are you booked to see him any time soon? No. He was just in, actually, a few days ago. Bought 6 pair. I probably won't see him either way until next month, and then only if he's in town. Eve took out a card. Do us both a favor. If he contacts you for an at-home session, you get in touch. Chica studied the card, and for the first time looked concerned. Why? Because I'm a cop with good boots. Chica laughed, but turned the card in her hands. Listen, he's a really good client. I get a nice commission and a generous tip with the at-your-door service, and I'd really hate to do anything to mess that up. It won't mess that up. I guess it's no skin off mine. Good enough. Eve rose, started out. "Peabody, dry your adoring tears. We're done." "Oh, God!" Peabody beamed as they climbed to the car. "That was the best time. Did you see those? Do not describe a pair of weird-looking, overpriced shoes to me." "But they were—" "You'll be crying tears of pain and misery any second." Dudley bought that shoe right in that store in March. Size 10. No shit! Not a single scoop of shit. We'll run the other name. Just one other sale on the list. And the others citywide, global, too, just to cover bases, but that's just too damn good. Circumstantial, but damn good. Let's go screw with his day. Verify with his HQ he's there. If not, find out where he is. This time, when they arrived at Dudley's, they were met in the lobby by a woman in a dark pinstripe suit that showed a lot of leg and showcased excellent breasts. She wore her hair pulled back in a long, curly tail from a face boasting a perky pointed nose, full lips, and wide, deep blue eyes. "Lieutenant, detective." She shot out a hand. "I'm Marissa Klein, Mr. Dudley's personal assistant. I'll escort you directly to his office." "Appreciate the service," Eve said. Marissa gestured and began to walk, briskly, on her candy-red heels. Eve wondered if she considered them a good investment. "Mr. Dudley's very concerned with the situation," Marissa continued, "and the company's indirect involvement in a crime." She palm-printed a pad, swiped a card in the security slot, then again gestured for Eve and Peabody to step into the elevator. "Marissa, carrying 2 to 60. "Verified," the computer responded. "Proceeding." "So is Mr. Dudley active in the running of the company?" Eve asked. "Oh, yes, of course. When Mr. Dudley's father semi-retired 3 years ago, Mr. Dudley took over the reins, primarily from this HQ. "Before that?" Marissa smiled, blankly. "Before?" "Before he took over the reins." "Oh, Mr. Dudley traveled extensively to various other HQs and outlets, gaining a wide range of experience in all levels of the company." "Okay." Eve wondered if that was corporate speak for Dudley's getting shuffled around, enjoying a variety of travel and partying while his father kept him on the payroll. They stepped out of the elevator into a spacious reception area, stylishly decorated, with white lounging chairs equipped with mini-screens. Among the flowers, the refreshment bar, the conversation areas, 3 attractive women busily worked on comps. Marissa knocked briskly, brisk seemed to be her mode, on one of the center double doors before tossing them both open. Winston Dudley's office was more along the lines of a snazzy hotel suite. Lush and plush, staggering view, sizzling chandeliers. A great deal of furniture helped fill the space, artfully arranged in conversational groups. He rose from behind a desk with a black, mirrored surface. He was more attractive in person than the ID shot. Eve put it down to what people called charisma. The way he smiled as he looked you directly in the eye. The way he moved, smooth as a dancer. Just a hint of flirtation in that move, that smile, those eyes, she thought. The sort that said, "You're a desirable woman, and I appreciate desirable women." Avid eyes, she mused, that made her wonder if he'd recently sampled some of his own products. His hair, so blonde as to be nearly white, was swept back from a delicately boned face. Almost feminine, she mused. The features weren't quite as sharp as Urich's, but close. His suit fit perfectly in a color she thought of as indigo. Old-fashioned links glinted at the cuffs of his pale blue shirt. His ID data and her visual scan put him at 5 feet 10.5 inches, weighing in at 170. Again in Urich's ballpark. His shoes were as black and shiny as his desk and sported no silver trim. He took Eve's hand, a firm grip, soft skin, and held it 2 flirtatious seconds after the shake. "Lieutenant Dallas, I hoped we'd meet, but under different circumstances. I hope Rourke is well." "Yeah, he's good." "And Detective Peabody, a pleasure." He took her hand. "I recently finished Nadine First's book. I feel I know both of you. Please sit down." "Black coffee," he said as Marissa lifted a tray. "Coffee regular." He tapped the side of his head. "Those details from the book stick?" "Thanks, Marissa. We'll let you know if we need anything else." He sat on one of the wide chairs, laid his forearms on the wide arms. "I know you're here about the murder of the driver and our own Augustus suite. It's very distressing. What can I do to help?" "You can tell me where you were on the night in question." His eyes widened, briefly, then lit with fun. "Really? I'm a suspect?" "It's routine, Mr. Dudley. Please, Winnie." "It's routine, and just helps us cross things off the list." "Of course. I was at a dinner party with a number of friends in Greenwich, Connecticut, that is. I believe my date and I arrived at just before 8 and left around midnight. I'll have Marissa give you the names and location. Will that do?" "Works for me." "How'd you get there?" "My driver. I have a private car and driver. I'll get you that information as well." "Good enough." She walked him through a few standard questions. Did he know the victim? Had he used their services? Tossed in a few more relating to Suite. "I have to tell you, we've just arrested and charged 2 of your employees." "Good God, for the murder? Who?" "No, on an unrelated matter. Mitchell Sykes and Carol Lee Prins. They've been skimming some of your products, selling them." He sat back, arranged his face into sober lines. "I'd like more information on this. It's very upsetting. This shouldn't have been possible. Obviously, I need to have meetings with my department heads, security, inventory. I owe you a debt." "No, we did our job." "Another unrelated matter, just crossing off. Are you acquainted with Sylvester Moriarty?" "Sly? Yes. He's a good friend of mine. Why?" "Just covering bases. Was he at this dinner party?" "No. He's not particularly friendly with the hosts, and it was a close-knit group." "Okay. Thanks for the time, the coffee." She got to her feet, smiled as he rose. "Oh, just to tidy up, how about last night? Can you tell me where you were?" "Yes. I had drinks with a friend about 5, then went home. I wanted a quiet evening, and very much wanted to finish the book. The Icove case. Just fascinating." "So nobody came by?" "No." "Did you talk to anyone?" "Just the opposite. It was one of those nights I wanted to myself." "I'm curious as to why you'd want to know." "I'm nosy. Part of being a cop. Thanks again." "You're more than welcome, both of you. Let me walk you out and have Marissa get you the information you need. I hope we'll see each other again when it's not work-related." Marissa had the data at her fingertips. Almost, Eve thought, as if she'd been told to have it there. In the elevator, Eve shook her head before Peabody could speak. "Good coffee." "Aw, yeah." It helps when you get that kind of cooperation. Eve leaned negligently against the side wall. "Saves time. I want you to check out the driver and the dinner party just so we can put it aside. We have to log it in, even though it's obvious he didn't book that limo or kill Houston. So, what are you and McNabb up to tonight?" Peabody's mouth dropped open in shock. We thought we might catch a vid unless we're on OT. Probably wrap up shift on time." She moved across the lobby, outside. She didn't speak again until she was behind the wheel and driving away. Slick bastard. Yeah, I was gonna say, and if that elevator isn't monitored, eyes and ears, I'm having an affair with Somerset. You're... Oh, damn, sure it is. Lobby might be, too. You didn't really want to know what McNabb and I were doing tonight? Why the hell would I care? He's slick, she repeated. He is, but he didn't kill Houston. And he didn't have an alibi for the night of the shoe. Eve snorted out a laugh. Good one. That's right. And he's also 5'10" and a little heavier than Urich. What else did we get out of that? The connection you wanted between the two companies. Just call me Winnie and Sly. Good pals. It's the first real link we found. That's right. Top-level connection. What else did we get? Okay, what? Who wasn't at the famous dinner party 2 nights ago when Jamal Houston was getting a crossbow through the neck? Sylvester Moriarty? You're thinking, like that case a while back, where the 2 women killed the other's husbands? They each took one, but why? Don't know, but it's an interesting angle. Track down Sly, and let's go see if he's as slick as Winnie. Chapter 11. While the tone of Dudley and Son hit modern and angular on the nose, Intellicorp adorned itself in the heavy and ornate. Lots of curves and curlicues, Eve noted, big-ass urns, plenty of gilt. Contacting the company en route had paved the way, and pretty damn smoothly, straight to the hallowed halls of Sylvester III's offices. Like his counterpart at Dudley, he reigned on the top floor, or floors in this case, as a sweep of marble steps joined the office space to what Moriarty's admin explained were his private quarters. They were served coffee from a silver pot and invited to wait while the third concluded a meeting. Left alone with Peabody, Eve scanned the office area. Fancy taste. A love of excess. Well, that could have described Rourke, she mused. Except he went in for that more at home than at work. The big carved desk held court in front of triple windows, privacy-screened, and held the expected data and communication center as well as mementos, an antique clock, a painted box. Thick rugs, age-faded, spread over the floor, while lights with colorful glass shades adorned tables with curved legs. Art, likely worth a mid-sized fortune, covered the walls. Moriarty strode in, exuded the aura of a busy man. Sharp movements and a sharp suit. His angular, thin-lipped face held a golden tan, and with his sun-streaked hair tousled, his eyes of bright, bold green, he gave the impression of action, athleticism. He offered Eve a firm, perfunctory handshake, then nodded to Peabody. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Last night's incident required a departmental meeting. I hope you have an update on the event. The Crampton murder is an open and active investigation. Evidence supports that Foster Urich's identification and credit line were compromised by the person responsible for Ava Crampton's death. Then he's not a suspect. At this time, we believe Mr. Urich was at home in the company of a friend when Crampton was killed. Moriarty nodded. If Foster says he was at home, he was at home. I can and do vouch for his honesty without hesitation. He's a valued part of this company. For the record, Mr. Moriarty, where were you last night between 9 p.m. and 1 a.m.? His jaw went tight, drawing those thin lips into a harsh frown. I failed to see how that could be of interest to you in this matter. It's a matter of routine and information gathering. Your employee's identification was used. Your company car service was used. Your company credit line was used, all in connection with the homicide. You are head of the company, are you not, Mr. Moriarty? My position hardly—" He cut himself off, held up a hand. "It's not important in any case. I entertained a small group of friends in my box at the opera. We had cocktails prior in a private room at Shizar, then walked the 2 blocks to the Met for the performance. Afterward, we gathered for a late supper at Carmela. This would have been from approximately 6:30 last night to after 1 this morning. It would help our records if we could have the names in your party." His eyes bored into hers. "It's difficult enough to have any sort of connection with a murder. Now you'll contact my personal friends to verify my word? It's insulting. Murder's a nasty business for everybody." Now the muscles in his jaw twitched as he reached into his pocket for an appointment book. "I don't care for your demeanor, Lieutenant." "I get that a lot. No doubt." He rattled off a series of names and contacts, while Peabody scrambled to key the information into her notebook. "Thank you. Do you have any idea, any speculations, as to how Urich's identification was compromised? I just completed a meeting on that subject and have ordered a full company screening and internal investigation. You believe the compromise came from inside the company?" He took a sharp breath in and out of his nose. "If it didn't, our security is lacking, and security is the core of my company. If it did, our employee screening is lacking, and we are in the business of screening, so either way we require our own investigation. I hope you'll keep us informed of your progress and findings. Believe me, Lieutenant, when we find how this was done and by whom, we will notify you. I will not have Intellicorp's reputation smeared in this matter. Now, I have another meeting with our Public Relations Division. We have a media crisis on our hands with this, so if there's nothing else at the moment—" "Thank you for your time. If you could take another moment of it and verify your whereabouts night before last, between 7 p.m. and midnight, it would be very helpful." Color flared in his cheeks. "That's simply outrageous." "It may seem so, Mr. Moriarty, but we're pursuing a line of investigation, and it would benefit us as well as you and your company if we had that information on record. I was at home that evening, if you must know. I had a headache, took some medication, and went to bed early. Am I under arrest?" She answered in kind. "Not at this time." "I apologize for the inconvenience and the intrusion, but we have a body in the morgue with a connection to your company. We owe it to her to be thorough. Again, thank you for your time. Peabody, with me." In the elevator, Peabody cleared her throat. "I guess it's understandable he's upset, but we're just doing our job." Eve shrugged. "He can be an asshole, as long as we have the information. Check out the alibi so we can cross him off."
"Yes, sir. So, what are you and Rourke up to tonight?"
Amused, Eve cocked an eyebrow. "No plans. I'll probably be working late anyway. I'm going to sit hard on EDD. We've got a hacker out there somewhere who likes to kill people. They need to find the source." Outside, Peabody slid into the passenger's seat.
"He's not going to like you calling him an asshole if he was listening."
"Oh, he was listening, and he expected the asshole, or some similar insult. He played for it. Dudley goes slick, this one goes sharp."
"You think that was an act?"
"At least some of it." She tapped her fingers on the wheel as she drove. "If they're in this, and if they're in it together, what's the point? What's the purpose? I tell you this, they're too clever for their own good. Each of them alibied tight for one night, home alone on the other. Switch off. But why? What's the root?"
What if Houston driving that night was rigged? It looks random, but what if the killer knew, or maybe played the odds, it would be Houston?
It doesn't feel that way, but okay. Flip of the coin, Eve thought. But then again, 50-50 odds weren't bad. Keep going.
One of these guys has some connection to Houston. Could be way back when the Vic was getting in fights, in trouble. Could be more recent. Houston sees something he's not supposed to see, hears something he's not supposed to hear. He's a driver, an overheard conversation, an exchange of money for illegal goods, whatever. With the LC, it could have been jealousy, unrequited passion.
Neither of them are in her book.
Well, we know they, if it's they, can diddle with ID. Maybe one or both of them used her services with the false ID. And okay, it's all reaching way out, Peabody admitted. But why do a couple of really, really rich guys without any priors hook up to kill a couple of complete strangers?
Damn good question, Eve thought. Maybe they're bored.
Geez, Dallas!
Eve glanced over at the dismay in Peabody's voice, saw it reflected on her partner's face. You've been a cop for a while now, and in homicide for a couple of years, and you still don't get people are just fucked up?
Boredom as motive is more than fucked up. I'll buy maybe for the thrill, in part, but it just seems there has to be something under that. Jealousy, revenge, profit.
Then look into it. Seriously, she added when Peabody frowned at her. Maybe you're right, and there's some concrete motive here, some connection between killer or killers and victims we haven't found. Find it. If you do, it opens things up. If you don't, it narrows the focus. Either way, it's progress.
My own fork in the investigative road?
Whatever. Work on it, at Central, or take what you need and work at home. Carve out some downtime before your brain goes to mush.
Is that what you're going to do?
I'm going to try to grab Mira, run some things by her. Then I need to take what we have to Whitney. After that, yeah, I'm thinking I'll work at home. They separated at Central, with Eve heading toward Mira's office as she contacted the commanders with a request for a report meeting. She geared herself up to confront Mira's fierce gatekeeping admin, but found a young, perky woman in the Dragon's place. "Who are you?" Eve demanded.
"I'm Macy. Dr. Mira's administrative assistant is out today. What can I do for you?"
"You can give me 5 minutes with Dr. Mira."
"Let me see what I can do. Who should I say would like to speak with her?"
"Dallas, Lieutenant Eve."
"Oh!"
She bounced a little in her chair and actually clapped her hands as if one of them had won a prize.
"I know who you are. I read Nadine First's book. It's all just amazing."
Eve started to dismiss it. Rethought. Thanks. Being able to consult with Mira made a huge difference in the Icove case. I'm working on a pretty hot one now. I could really use that 5.
"Give me 1 minute."
She all but sang it as she turned to her comm.
"Dr. Mira, Lieutenant Dallas would like 5 minutes with you if you're available." "Of course. Yes, ma'am." Macy beamed at Eve. "You can go right in."
"Thanks. How long are you on the desk?"
"Oh, just for a couple days. I wish it was longer. It's fun."
"Yeah." Mira started to rise from her desk when Eve came in. "No, don't get up. 5 minutes tops."
"Could there be 2?
"I'm sorry." "No, my sorry. I'm thinking ahead of myself. 2 murders, 2 killers. My cases." Mira frowned. "With the pattern, the repeat of element types, I have to conclude these murders are connected." "Connected, yeah, but 2 killers, working in tandem, working a set pattern." "Interesting. Again, the elements,
The executions are so very similar. Even the tone. Yeah, and that could be deliberate. Involve number 1 through an employee, but you're alibied because number 2's on that one. Then repeat, switching off. A partnership. Maybe even a business deal. I don't know, not yet. But both Dudley and Moriarty ring my bell. They're different types. Despite telling Mira to stay seated, Eve paced the pretty office. At least they projected different types when we interviewed them. But under it, they're not that different. Rich, privileged, inherited wealth, inherited positions in major, long-standing corporations, and they're friends. Are they? Mira queried. Yeah, Dudley confirmed that. Friends. But neither of them mentioned discussing this very similar situation they find themselves in with the other. That's bogus. Both are alibied tight for the night of the murder connected to their company, and home alone on the other. Mira's, then. Mira pursed her lips, nodded. And perhaps reflecting too close, which raised your instincts to suspect. Even the alibis rang the same. Out with friends, multiple, covering the entire evening. Smarter if one of them had a woman over or a business meeting, some wider variation, but they've stuck with the same pattern throughout. And they're smug. I don't like smug. She shrugged it off. I'm about to report to Whitney. I wanted your take before I did. What you're theorizing is certainly possible. I would have to conclude that, if this is the case, the two men have a deep and strong level of trust or mutual need. If either one of them had failed, or changed his mind, or otherwise impacted the partnership, the other would suffer the consequences as well. Okay, I'll look into that. Thanks. Eve, if you're right, they could be finished. Each has done their part. No. She thought of the sparkle in Dudley's eyes, the hard, superior gleam in Moriarty's. No, they're not finished. They think they've done their parts too well to be finished. Organizing her thoughts, Eve made her way to Commander Whitney's office. She recognized the low throb behind her eyes as caffeine buzz, warring with fatigue. Peabody wasn't the only one who could use a little time down. She stepped off the glide, turned to switch to the next, barely registering the weeping behind her. Crying, cursing, whining, shouting were all ambient noise in a cop shop. But she caught the move, the man directly in front of her drawing a hand from his pocket. She saw the eyes, the baring of teeth, the hot rage. She laid a hand on her weapon, shifted to block him. The knife was out of his pocket before she could clear her weapon, and slicing out at her. She felt the sting of the tip across her forearm, heard the weeping turn to high, terrified screams. She said, "God damn it!" and kicked the assailant hard in the balls even as she yanked her weapon clear. "You son of a fucking bitch!" Since he was curled on the floor, retching, he didn't respond. "Lieutenant! Jesus, Lieutenant, he cut you!" "I know he cut me. I'm the one bleeding. Why is she screaming?" Eve demanded as she lowered, put a knee in the small of the retching man's back, then restrained him. "Let me repeat, I'm the one bleeding." "He was going for her when you got in the way." "Way it looks." "Detective Manson," he said. "Special victims. The asshole on the floor is her ex, who paid her a visit last night, beat the crap out of her, raped her, and told her he'd cut her heart out if she left. He went out for brew, she left. He must have trailed her here or something. We'll find out." "How the hell did he get a knife through?" As she asked, Manson used a pair of tweezers to pick it up off the floor. "Christ, it's one of those plastic deals from the eatery. He sharpened it with something. I'd say he was waiting out here to go at her. And goddamn cops Central, crazy bastard."
Get him the hell in a cage. Make sure you charge him with assault with a deadly on a police officer. She crouched down to push her face close to the knifers. You can get life for that, asshole. Put in the other charges and you're done. You cost me a pretty nice jacket. You need to go to the infirmary, sir. Eve looked down at the ripped sleeve, the blood. Crap. Instead, she slipped into a restroom, ripped the sleeve off the jacket, and fashioned a quick field dressing. Then, with some regret, as it had been a nice, serviceable jacket, shoved what was left of it in the recycler. The steady pulse of pain from her arm joined the head throb. Home, she thought. As soon as she gave Whitney her report, she was going home, cleaning up, shutting down. 2 hours' sleep would do the trick. At home. At his desk when she walked in, Whitney held up a finger for silence as he finished reading a report. Eve stood where she was, while behind his window, a blimp lumbered through the sky with its flashing ad. A couple of shuttles zipped in a crisscrossing path, and a tram carried a payload of tourists. Whitney tapped the index finger of his big hand on the screen, then shifted his eyes, dark, intense, to her. "How were you injured?" he asked her. "It's just a scratch." "I asked how." "Sir, some mope on the 10th level, east, lying in wait for his ex, who'd come into SVU after he beat and raped her. He'd copped a plastic knife from the eatery, sharpened it up. I got in the way. A Detective Manson has him in custody." "That's not a proper dressing." "I'll get one. I was on my way to give you my report, so..." Again, he held up a finger, turned to his comm to tag his admin. "Send a medic in here for the lieutenant. She has an injury, left forearm, knife wound." "Sir, I really don't need..." "Report." "Sir." Damn it. She reviewed the facts, the steps taken, the various avenues of investigation addressed. "You've yet to find any connection between the victims?" "No, sir. We found nothing that intersects them other than the killer." "And you believe both victims were killed by the same individual?" "Detective Peabody and I have just completed first interviews with Winston Dudley and Sylvester Moriarty. I believe the result of those interviews opened another avenue of investigation. I consulted with Dr. Mira on the..." She broke off at the knock on the door. "Come," Whitney ordered. Eve eyed the medic with instinctive distrust. "Commander, if I could conclude before..." "Sit down. You can give me the rest while he works on you." "Carver, sir," the medic said cheerfully. "Let's have a look-see." She didn't care for the idea of a medic named Carver, but under direct orders, sat. "Good field dressing," Carver told her as he removed it. "Nasty little slice. We'll fix it up." Several sarcastic remarks came to mind, and she swallowed them as Carver began to clean the wound she'd already damn well cleaned in the bathroom. "There's a connection between Dudley and Moriarty," she began. "They're friends, of the same social strata, and both had large corporations that came down to them through birth. Each has a..." "Shit!" She jerked a little and aimed a hard glare at Carver as he replaced the pressure syringe in his kit. "Always a little sting, but it's better than an infection." "Each," Eve said through her teeth, "has a strong alibi for the night his employee's ID was used to lure the victim. And each has no alibi for the alternate night and time." "You think they're working together? For what reason?" "Motive may come to light as we shift angles, take a closer look at the Vics with the alternate company head, both personally and professionally. Or it may be exactly what it appears to be on the surface, thrill kills." She did her best to ignore the faint buzz of the suture wand, the vague and persistent discomfort of her skin drawing back together. "The pattern comes through," she continued. "The victims represent wealth, position, indulgence. The weapons, unusual and showy. The kill sites public and risky. In both cases, false ID was utilized and sprang from one of the companies run by these men. An outside hack is, of course, possible, but it feels like an inside job. It plays as one. And Mira's profile? They both fit. The interviews, sir? It felt like theater in both cases. Rehearsed, with each taking a specific type of role. They're arrogant and smug, and enjoying the fact that they're in the middle of this. We have an additional piece of evidence from a partial image EDD was able to enhance from the Coney Island security. From it, we can estimate the height of the killer, and we were able to identify the designer and model of his shoes and the approximate size. It's made by Emilio Stefani. As he bandaged, Carver let out a low whistle. Those'll cost you. They retail for $3,000 to confirm Carver's statement. Dudley bought a pair of that shoe in the color and the size we have in March. Only one other pair was purchased in the city in that color and the size Detective McNabb ascertained from the security image. That individual is currently in New Zealand, and at the time of the murder was on a location shoot for a major vid. That leaves Dudley. That's good, but it won't get you an arrest warrant, much less a conviction. If you're set on this line of investigation, get more. I intend to, sir. You're all set. Carver rose. Want a pain pop? No, I don't want a pain pop. Your choice, but it's going to ache for a while. I can take a look at it for you tomorrow, change the dressing. You should only need me to slap some new skin on it by then. I'm fine. It's fine. Relieved it was done, Eve got to her feet. Thank you, Carver. Whitney sat back as the medic tapped a finger to his temple as salute and left. If the bayonet was military, and you've got the era, check to see if either of your suspects had an ancestor who served and would have been issued the weapon, and push on the crossbow. One or both of them could be licensed. If Moriarty used the bow, as I believe, he's practiced. Even at that distance, he had to be confident in his shot first time. The second killing runs the same. It was dead in the heart, which kept the bleeding light, reduced the spatter. They took time to work on their skills, or already had those skills. Get more, Whitney repeated, and take care of that arm. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Recognizing the dismissal, Eve walked out. As she made her way back to her office, she started the search on her PPC for the military connection. That was a line she'd missed, she admitted, and shouldn't have. It might have something to do with being up for around 40 hours, but reasons weren't excuses. Once again, the shift was changing as she passed through the bullpen. She spotted Baxter just pushing back from his desk. Here early, here late. What have you done with Baxter? Ha ha. Just finished the 3s on the case from this morning. PA dealt it down to man 1, but it's closed. Report's on its way to you. Good enough. Sent the boy home. He's still dating the cutie in records, but we're clear if you need more hands on your double. I'll let you know. Heard you took a little slice, he said with a nod toward her arm. Word travels. Oh, and I sent you the monthly eval on Trueheart. He's gonna make a good detective. Needs a little more time, but if you give me the green light, I'm gonna tell him to start boning up for the exam. That's a pretty fast track, Baxter. He's quick, unless you're talking about with women. He grinned at that. He's got good instincts, and he thinks things through. Plus, the kid's got me for a trainer. How can he lose? I'll look over the eval. Think about it. He's made for homicide, Baxter added as Eve turned away. She stopped. Because? He looks at a DB and sees a person. We can forget that. Just see the case. You know how it is. But he doesn't. And not just because he's still a little green.
He's wired that way. This is his place, that's what I'm saying, even if you figure he needs more time in uniform. I'll think it over. She got what she needed from her office and joined the end of shifters on the Exodus. She set her vehicle on auto so she could let her mind drift. Baxter and Trueheart, she thought. Some would have seen it as an odd pairing, the slick, often brass detective and the shy, sweet-natured rookie. She hadn't, and that was why she'd assigned Trueheart as Baxter's aide. She believed they'd complement each other, and that Baxter's style would ripen and toughen the rook. It had, but the partnership had also— softened wasn't the word, she thought. Maybe opened was better. It had opened Baxter. He'd always been a solid cop, smart, smart-mouthed, competitive, and, in her opinion, mostly out for number one. Trueheart had changed that, so that now they were much more partners than trainer and aide. They understood each other, communicated with and without words. They trusted each other. A cop couldn't go through the door with a partner unless there was absolute trust. A man didn't kill with a partner unless there was absolute trust. Trust, knowledge, understanding, and a common goal. What was the common goal? How had they developed the trust and understanding? How and when had they decided to kill? Friendships, she thought, took all kinds of forms and formed for all kinds of reasons, but they stuck, didn't they, out of genuine affection, genuine need, or the solid base of common ground? Considering, she used the dash link to contact Mavis Freestone.
Dallas! Belle and I were just talking about you.
Since Belle was about 6 months old and mostly said, "Gah," Eve figured it had been a short conversation.
Yeah? Listen, I was just telling her all the things she could be when she grows up. You know, like president, or goddess of all she surveys, or a vid star like Mommy, or a designer like Daddy. How she could be the total of totality like Rourke, or a kick-ass super cop like you.
There you go.
I was just— Are you wearing a crown?
Mavis lifted a hand to the sparkly gold crown perched on a mountain of hair, currently a bold grass green.
We were playing dress-up.
Mavis, you're always playing dress-up. Mavis laughed, a bright, happy giggle.
Being a girl is the frostiest. Oh, look! You've got to see!
Eve blinked when Mavis swung the link screen. In that second or two, the world was a swimming blur of color and shape. Then, in the middle of it, the chubby blonde baby motored across the floor on all fours toward some sort of red animal. A bear, a dog, a species of undetermined origin, Eve wondered. In any case, Belle zeroed in like a blaster stream, grabbed the animal, then plopped down on her butt and chewed on it vigorously.
Is that Mag or what?
Mavis demanded.
Our Bellamia is growing up so fast. Don't cry. Jesus, Mavis. It just makes me go all fountain. She's crawling already. And see how she knows just what she wants and goes for it? This morning she crawled over and picked out her pink sandals with the stars all by herself.
Amazing. Maybe it was. How would she know? One thing she did know. Common ground wasn't the base of her friendship with Mavis. The grifter and the cop hadn't had anything in common, not on the surface. Eve supposed what had cemented them was a kind of recognition. Where's Leonardo?
Oh, he had a fitting. He's picking up some yums on the way home.
With who? A regular client?
Oh, yeah.
Mavis bent, scooped up Belle and the red mammal.
Carrie Grace, the screen queen. You need him?
No, but I'm working on a case—
Shockamundo, right, Bella?
Bella giggled, much like her mother,
and waved the red thing in the air by its drooled-on ear. The thing is, somebody's killing people who provide what we'll call fancy or exclusive services, expensive services, and at the top of their line. I don't... Oh, like my honey bear? Yeah, like your honey bear, and like you, Mavis. Just do me a favor, and don't take any solo appointments or meetings until I close this up. Same for your honey bear. No new clients. You got that squared. Our ballerina needs her mommy and her daddy. I've got that gig in London at the end of next week. We were kind of thinking about adding on some hoot time. Hoot time? Time for having a hoot. Fun. Vacation. Why don't you do that? Go have a hoot. Let me know one way or the other. Hell, I'm packed 5 minutes from now. Do you really think somebody could try to hurt us? Probably not, but I don't take chances with you guys. Aw, I love you too. Why is that? Why do we love each other? Because we are what we are, and we're both okay with it. And that, Eve thought as she drove through the gates, pretty well nailed it. When she opened the car door, the heat knocked her back on her heels. And when she had to brace a hand on the door because her head spun, she had to admit sleep had to be the first order of business. She steadied herself and walked inside to the blissful, quiet cool. "Have you been brawling again?" Somerset wondered. "Or is this some kind of fashion statement?" She remembered the bandage on her arm and the lack of a jacket to conceal it. "Neither. I lost a bet and had to get your name tattooed on my arm, so I carved it out with a penknife." A little lame, she thought as she went upstairs, but the best she could do when her brain wanted so desperately to check out. 2 hours, she told herself. 2 hours down to recharge, then she'd go at the whole thing fresh. In the bedroom, she didn't bother to remove her weapon and harness, but simply dropped face down on the bed. She barely felt the thump on her ass when the cat landed there. 40 minutes later, Rourke came home. "The lieutenant's sporting a bandage on her left forearm," Somerset reported. "It doesn't look serious." "Ah, well, you need sleep." "I do. Block the links for the next couple of hours, would you? Unless it's an emergency or her dispatch." "Already done." Rourke went up, found her crossways and face down on the bed, a position that signaled exhaustion. From his perch on Eve's ass, Galahad blinked. "I'll take over now if you've something else to do," Rourke murmured. He peeled off his suit coat, his tie, his shoes. When he pulled Eve's boots off, she didn't budge an inch. Much as he had that morning in her office, he lay down beside her, closed his eyes, and slept. Chapter 12. She hunted. With the bayonet sheathed at her side, a crossbow in her hands, she stalked her prey through richly appointed rooms, glittering light, velvet shadows. The fragrance was drowning floral, so thick it felt like breathing blossoms. On the ornately carved desk she'd seen in Moriarty's office, 2 men, hooded, stripped to the waist, turned a screaming woman on the rack. "Can't help you," Eve told her. "You're not real anyway." The woman paused mid-scream to smile wearily. "Who is? What is?" "I haven't got time for philosophy. They've already picked out the next." "The next what? The next who? The next what?" "Do you mind?" one of the hooded men said. "You're interrupting the program." "Fine. Carry on." She moved into the next room, sweeping her weapon right, left. In the sleek black-and-white drama, the bold red on the floor was blood, and on the blood floated a chauffeur's cap. Leaving signs, she thought. They liked leaving clues, liked thinking they were too smart, too insulated, too rich to be caught. She stood in the center of the room studying it. What was missing? What had she missed? She stepped through and into her own office at Central, where her murder board dominated. Was it there? Already there? Limo driver, crossbow, transpo center. LC, bayonet, amusement park. Who, what, where? But why? She eased out the door, turned toward the bullpen. But rather than the cops, the desks, the smell of bad coffee, she stepped into what she imagined to be a room in some exclusive club. Big leather chairs, a simmering fire, though the heat was fierce, deep colors, paintings on the wall of high-class hunting. Hounds and horses. The two men sat, swirling amber-colored brandy in balloon glasses. Long, slim cigars smoked on the silver tray on the table between them. They turned to her as one, and their smiles were sneers. "I'm sorry, you're not a member. You'll have to leave or face the consequences. It takes more than money to belong. I know what you did, and I think I know how, but I don't know why. We don't answer to you and your kind." It was Dudley who lifted the gun, an enormous silver weapon. She heard the snap when it cocked. She jerked, and her eyes flew open. She swore she heard, even smelled, the explosion of gunfire. Shh! Beside her, Rourke pulled her closer, wrapped her in. Just a dream. "What's it telling me?" she mumbled. When she tried to shift, an annoyed Galahad dug his claws into her butt. "Ow, damn it!" She maneuvered him off and ended up face to face with Rourke. "Hi." Again. He trailed his fingers lightly over her wounded arm. "How?" Idiot with a plastic knife, sharpened to a shiv, right in fucking Central. The worst was, Whitney made me get a medic on it while I gave him my report. Why, the bastard, forcing one of his cops to have a wound tended. I'd field-dressed it. Jacket's toast. He snuggled her in on the remote chance they'd both just drift off again. "There's more where that came from. I don't like Dudley or Moriarty. Isn't that handy? Neither do I, particularly. Dudley comes up smarm and charm with that 'I just love women' light in his eyes, and the others all, 'I'm a busy and important man, so move this along, peon.' And maybe that's what they are on top of it. Maybe it is. But under it, they were smirking." He watched her face as she spoke, and decided that remote possibility didn't exist. "I know that look," he murmured. "You think they did this. Together. It's a theory." She scowled at nothing. "It's the right theory, and not just because I don't like them. I didn't like that little bastard Sykes either, but I didn't look at him for murder. All right, so you know who. How?" She took him through it, the alibis, the lack of them, the friendship. It's not a hell of a lot, but there was a tone, a feel, a sense that they'd been waiting to play those scenes, and I know what I missed. Family. Family firms, right? When she started to sit up, he just kept his arm hooked around her waist. "Let's just lie here a bit. I'm listening." Well, why wasn't there anything of or about family in their offices? They've got huge spaces, all fancied up, no family photos, or photos at all. No, there's the cricket mallet, my bat. It's a cricket bat. It doesn't look like a bat. Or mallet either, but it doesn't matter. Here's the cricket, my dear old dad gave me on my 10th birthday. Or, yes, that's my great-grandfather's pocket watch. They're generational firms without any generational tokens in their spaces. Nothing. Neither of them. They're running a company passed down from father to son and so on, and there's nothing. Devil's advocate. It might be a deliberate show that they're their own men. That's part of where I'm going. Legacies are a deal with those types, even if it's for show. And family weighs. Mira's got her family all over her office. Whitney's got stuff, Feeney, like that. And maybe that's a different kind of thing, but there ought to be some sort of show. It's off, isn't it? That neither of them has anything, at least visibly, that connects them to their family but the company itself. You think they resent being put in their positions? Maybe. I don't know. Or they figure it's their due, so who gives a fuck about dear old dad or whoever? And maybe it's nothing. It's just odd, it's both of them. Common ground. I think that's how it started. They have all this common ground. It's a long step from a similar background to a murderous partnership. There's more than background between them. Sex? She considered. Maybe. That would certainly add a layer of connection and trust. It could be sex, even love, or just the bond of like minds, like interests. People find each other. We did. Aw. She exaggerated the sound as she grinned at him. She kissed him lightly, then nudged him away. I've got to update my board and do some runs. I have to keep looking for a connection between the Vics, and between the Vics and the company, even though I don't think there are any. And I've got one that should be done on military ancestors who might have owned the bayonet. Red meat. Huh? We'll have steak. We could both use the boost. You're not tired anymore. I'm looking right in your eyes, and I'd see if you were. It's annoying. I still want steak. Now I want it too. But first I want a shower. Wash off this day and a half. She sniffed at him. How come you smell so good? Could be I'm simply blessed that way, or it could be the shower I had at the office. Go on then. He gave her ass a friendly pat. I'll set up the meal. She felt better after the shower, another hit of coffee, a change of clothes. And when she walked into her home office, she smelled grilled meat and felt better yet. And it reminded her of her early morning conversation with Morris. I sort of said how we might have a thing, you know, with that big-ass grill of yours and people. Rourke lifted the bottle of wine he'd opened. You want me to grill people? Only some people. But that should be done privately. Just half a glass of that for me. He poured. You're after having a cookout. I'm not really after it, but I saw Morris this morning, and he looked so damn sad, and I said something about it before I actually thought about it, then I forgot about it until I smelled the steak. He crossed to her, handed her the wine glass, then caught her chin in his hand, kissed her. You're a good friend. I don't know how the hell that happened. Saturday evening? Well, I guess. Unless there's always an unless, but as we'll be entertaining cops or those associated with, it's a given for all. You're okay with it? Eve, I know this continues to astound and baffle you, but I actually like to socialize. I know. If it wasn't for that, you'd be perfect. When he laughed, she walked over, lifted the cover of a plate. God, that really does smell good. I'm getting that boost, and I haven't even eaten it yet. Let's see what happens when you do. How's the arm? He asked, when they sat at the table by the window. It's okay. She rolled her shoulder, flexed. Hardly feel it. We should have a contest, he decided, to see if you can go, say, 2 weeks without an on-the-job injury. I was just switching glides. She cut into the steak. Minding my own business. And what kind of idiot thinks they're going to get away with stabbing their ex with a plastic knife in the middle of Cop Central? One who's only thinking of the satisfaction of the act, not the consequences. Probably toked up, she muttered, but not enough he didn't feel it when I kicked his balls until they tickled his tongue. It made him smile to picture it. Is that what you did? It was the quickest and most satisfying action. That's my girl. He toasted her. What are you going to do? Asshole with the plastic knife in Cop Central. It's like... He knew that look as well, and said nothing to interrupt her train of thought. Make that asshole's ex with a plastic knife in Cop Central. All right. Could that be it? Is it just that sick? I can't say. Watching her, he sipped his wine. You tell me. It's Major Ketchup in the bathroom with the laser scalpel. He sliced a delicately herbed spear of asparagus. Obviously, we were meant for each other, as I can interpret that as you meaning something more like Colonel Mustard in the conservatory with the candlestick. Whatever, it's that game. Who was it? McNabb or Peabody said something about that game some time back. Clue. You always know this crap. But yeah, and it sounded interesting, so I brought it up on the comp one day to check it out. And that doesn't matter. You playing a game on the comp is big news, but I'd say your brainstorm on this is bigger. You're speculating that Dudley and Moriarty, if indeed they're in this homicidal partnership, are in fact playing a game. The elements are all screwy. The methods. The weapon, the Vic, the kill site. They come off as random kills, connected by the type of each element, which still strikes as random. So what if it is? What if it is fucking random because they're elements of a contest, a game, a competition? Or, if not that sick, some sort of deeply disturbed agreement? If so, the question would be why? Why does anyone play a game, enter a contest, compete? To win. Darling, while that viewpoint is one of the reasons you're not much of a player, many play because they simply enjoy the game or the experience. She stabbed another bite at the steak. Losing sucks. I tend to agree, but nonetheless. Your hypothesis is 2 respected and high-powered businessmen with no previous criminal record or reputation for violence have partnered up not merely to kill, but to kill for sport? Sport! She jabbed a finger at him. Exactly. Look at the Vics. Jamal Houston. Neither of the men or their companies used his transpo service. Nothing we've uncovered shows any previous connection to him. Peabody's looking into the remote possibility one of them did use him on the QT, which isn't probable or logical, and he saw or overheard something. Then one or both of them decided to eliminate him. But just look at that convoluted mess. First, one or both had to use a service they didn't routinely use, which limits their security. Then, one or both of them have to do or say something incriminating, illegal, immoral, whatever, in front of a driver they don't routinely use. She scooped up some of the baked potato she'd already drowned in butter, sampled, then kept talking while she, to Rourke's mind, buried it in salt. Then one or both have to decide to kill him, and choose a method that highlights the crime when, shit, they could have hired the hit. Why don't you just salt the butter and eat it with a spoon?
What? Never mind. All right. I agree that scenario doesn't make sense. It's too complicated and illogical. That doesn't even get to Crampton. Neither of them are in her book. Now, maybe one or both of them used her services with another ID, but it's hard for me to swallow she wouldn't have made one or both in her vetting process. And if they were using fake ID and getting away with it, why kill her? I've got no evidence of blackmail, as in she learned who the client was and tried to shake him down, which would be stupid and risk her very valuable rep for money when she was already flush, and risk her license when she didn't have a single blemish on it. Add the method and location, and it's too showy. Can't argue. Eat your vegetables. She rolled her eyes, but ate some asparagus. There. So, simplify it. Break it down to its elements. And you have a game of Clue. She circled a finger in the air as she chewed more steak. Or their version of that sort of thing. Maybe their version of some urban hunt for really big game. Which winds back to why. It's murder, Eve. And by your supposition, the murder of innocent and personally unknown people. People important in their field. People in business or services for the upper rung of the social and financial ladder. I think that's an element. Maybe that's part of the why. I don't know yet. Because anything less isn't worthy. Eve paused with a liberally salted forkful of potato halfway to her mouth. Worthy. Just trying to follow the trail you're breaking. You've described them both as arrogant, smug, wealthy, privileged, and from my limited knowledge of them, I don't disagree. He poured more water in her glass, as he expected she'd need to drink like the dying with that much salt in her system. They've been steeped in that privilege all their lives, he continued, and have known only the best, have been able to select the best in every area. That can be a heady experience when you come from nothing. Conversely, it could be a matter of considering what you deserve is only the best and less isn't to be tolerated. He lifted his wine, gestured before he drank. Why murder a sidewalk sleeper, for instance? Where's the shine in that? Where's the prestige? And you've no truck with that sort in any case. They're too far beneath you. But a Tony chauffeur service, or the best LC in the city, while beneath you, are still people you would or could utilize. It's logical. It damn well is, she agreed. An unusual weapon, or unique weapon, it adds to the shine. And perhaps the challenge. So does the location, makes it challenging and worthy. They've each completed their round, if that's what this is, Rourke pointed out, or bagged their trophy. Maybe that's the end of it. No. It's a tie, isn't it? A tie doesn't cut it, not in games, in competition, in sports. Ties suck for everybody. There has to be a winner. They have to go to the next round. He turned it over in his mind. They know you're looking at them, checking alibis, doing background checks. That would add to the flavor, the buzz of it all, if that's what this is about. They were ready for me. She nodded to herself as she looked back at both interviews. See, that's what struck me when I talked to each of them. They were ready with their performance, their script, their play. It was like another kind of round, wasn't it? A level. Okay, we each qualified in that round. Now it's beat the cop time for bonus points. They had to factor that in when they used employee IDs. They had to want that element too. A bigger bonus that it was you, with your reputation. Add my connection to you. A little more, panache. As you're talking me into it, consider the timing. We're just back from holiday. It's very easy to verify we'd both be back to work.
And if any research had been done, a good bet that your name would come up on a fresh homicide when you're just back. I'd say they wanted, hoped, and did their best to ensure it would be you. Only the best. He brought up the book. Dudley, Eve remembered. Nadine's book, The Icove Case. A lot of shimmer on that right now. Damn it. Maybe I should